up, and Carpe is also, like I say, in second in the championship and the chief chaser as things stand to Maximo Quiles, who is straight into Q2. So really important for Carpe, especially with wet weather coming tomorrow. Still expected, maybe not as much as anticipated coming into the weekend, but still there is plenty of rain expected tomorrow. So crucial for Carpe to get into Q2 later on this afternoon.
You don't want to leave yourself mired down in a pack at the best of times. This is a really awkward turn 3 and 4, the first real heavy braking area here at Le Mans, but at the best of times that's the case. In the wet of tomorrow, which it looks like it could well be, not ideal at all. So you really need to be qualifying as far up the grid as possible. We are counting down half an hour of Moto3 FP2 is underway here. This session has no bearing on those Q1 or Q2 spots. It is just a chance to warm up on Saturday action. Gotta say, gonna have to be careful out there. A little bit cooler than it was yesterday. That means the track temperature is going to be a little bit cooler than what it was yesterday when we went green in the morning session of FP1. So just be a little bit careful, braking on the left-hand side of that tyre, going up towards turn 3 and asking for the power coming through turn 10. They're the two big hot spots around here, and we saw plenty of incidents at both, particularly also at turn 6 yesterday, Al, in practice.
Yeah, exactly that. Alvaro Carpe, Guido Pini and Max Quiles, of course, was another rider to crash coming down into the La Chapelle section, turn 6, the famous section, sort of at the bottom of the hill, a tricky braking area before you fire it back up to Museum and, of course, around the rest of the circuit as well. But the riders will have to take it a little bit steady, and as I mentioned, it was a crash that Carpe sort of lamented. He obviously got back out on circuit to complete a few more laps. He completed 12 overall, Carpe. But just couldn't find his rhythm again, and ultimately that cost him a chance of going into Q2. Second time this season Carpe heads into Q2 after he was P19 on Friday over in Brazil. Did end up finishing P4 in the Brazilian Grand Prix, so that's a nice little omen. But as I said, Carpe absolutely crucial that he gets into Q2 later on this afternoon, and the same for Pini. It's been a bit of a struggle since his opening Grand Prix win of his career, hasn't it, for Pini over in Austin. Had a very tricky time with things over here. Ref never really got going, and then a crash. The same sort of thing for Carpe. Just struggled with the feeling, did Guido Pini yesterday. He did say, though, that they're not too far off. Just got to make a little bit of an adjustments here and there. He did finish P15, less than half a tenth away from Eddie O'Shea, who finished P14. Only completed 9 laps, though, did Pini, so that crash also cost him track time. So for the likes of Carpe, Pini, a couple of others who are playing catch-up as well, this session is crucial ahead of a potentially dry qualifying later on this afternoon.
The thing is, it's tight round here at Le Mans in terms of the times. We had the closest ever top 10 in practice in MotoGP yesterday. The top 10 all covered by less than 3/10 of a second. Pini only missed out by 21,000 of a second. You've got the feeling that had he not had the crash, we also say this quite a lot about Guido Pini. He's a bit of a crasher out there, is the number 94, but had he not had that crash, you get the feeling that he probably would have moved through. But instead he finds himself down and out into Q1. Carpe, similar situation. He topped the morning session, L, so the pace is so obvious, but it's just hooking it up when it matters, and that's when Alvaro Carpe, both Guido Pini now, hopefully both come through. You want your fastest riders right at the front of the field, but they just give themselves more unnecessary risk, really. The only saving grace for them going through Q1 will be if we do have some rain showers. I know it's absolutely beautiful blue sky, sunshine is beating down here at Le Mans, but there are some showers due in the afternoon. That's more towards the evening though, but of course showers in the area. It is a bit windy, as we've said already, so they could blow in, and if that is the case, then involving track conditions, you will want that Q1 advantage. But that is clutching at straws on behalf of both Pini and Carpe. They really should have got the job done yesterday.
Yeah, you've got other riders in Q1 later on this afternoon, like Casey O'Gorman. He only completed 6 laps yesterday. He had a crash on the exit of the Shimano Buffesses at turn 10, which cost him a whole heap of time. And Casey and the team yesterday was saying that crash basically cost him a chance of going into the top 14. It's the first time the Irishman is in Q1 this season. It's been a fantastic start to life as a full-time rider for O'Gorman so far, but he finds himself in Q1. Then you mentioned mentioned at the top of the programme, Kiko, you got the likes of Joel Esteban. Cormac Buchanan was inside the top 20. Rico Salmello, we're used to seeing him in Q2 as well. Yes, it can be an advantage. You're absolutely right to point that out if conditions begin to change for the worse later on this afternoon. And we've seen so many times across all three classes, riders coming through Q1 in the wet conditions or in trickier conditions have got a feeling in the 15 minutes and then go again in the closing 15 minutes to stick it on the front row or stick it on pole position. They won't be looking at it like that from yesterday, but they've got to try and see the positives later on this afternoon. But it's no sort of guarantee that the likes of Carpe, the likes of Pini are going to make it through later on this afternoon, because there's a lot of fast riders, and Slipstream, of course, is going to come into play as well.
I've got to say, Salmella's yet to not feature in a Q2 at some point in 2026. He didn't go directly through in all of them, but he's always got there in the end. As for Alvaro Carpe, well, he's yet to qualify outside the top 10, so he should be coming through. Pini likewise should be coming through, but then Jerez, it was a really, really tricky weekend, so we hope that it's not too much more of the same. We are 5 minutes into this, so at the moment Brian Uriarte has gone P1. He's just nipped that lap right in there ahead of Valentin Peroni and Marco Morelli, so two Argentine riders up inside the top 2 places. Fernandez, Bertelli, Carpe, Dinish, Pratama, Munoz and Esteban, your top 10 at the moment as they work their way through the Shimano berth. This is Valentin Peroni. Got to say, he'll be relatively, I suppose, pleased-ish with what he was able to do yesterday. But I think Peroni would have wanted to start this season a little bit stronger, El. I mean, it's not been a total disaster, but I think we were tipping him maybe to be one of the strong riders, one of the form riders to try and take the fight towards Max Keeler's David Almanza in the line.
Yeah, I think Peroni will be looking at the championship and seeing himself 43 points down already on Quiles, and thinking he would have, of course, wanted to be a lot closer than that. Of course, wanted to be ahead of that, but that's not always how it plays out. Peroni was pretty happy with how things played out yesterday. He's into Q2, which, to be honest, is how everyone views it. If you're in the top 14 on Friday, happy days. You can sleep a little bit easy on Friday night. You can relax a little bit more in this session as well. You're not sort of chasing your tail. It's yellow flags in sector 1. That concerns me that we have a turn 3 crash. It looks at turn 1/turn 2, and that may be one of the snipers' bikes. It is. It's Rios.
Jesus Rios it is who's gone down, and that is... I don't know if he's gone down, actually. It looks like it's more mechanical than anything else. So yellow flags at sector 1, at turn 1 and 2. Let's have a look what happened. Puts his hand up. That went, whatever it was quite sudden, and good riding up from Jesus Rios. Gets off the track as soon as possible, and he'll go through the gravel, I'm sure, in a moment in time. But yeah, I always get a little bit worried when I see a yellow flag over at turn 1 and 2, because that is quick in there, of course. So good to see that it wasn't an accident, it was more mechanical. Jesus Rios 16th. First top 10 last time out of the season, finished in P9 after a little post-Grand Prix penalty was applied.
Yeah, exactly. He got penalised for quite a rough move, let's call it, in the Grand Prix, but for Rios to be in and around that second group, fighting with Peroni, fighting with Carpe, and a lot of other riders as well, it was a good step forward for Jesus Rios over in Jerez, and he's straight into Q2 later on this afternoon as well with a P13, 7/10 away, but that isn't the ideal start to the morning. Glad it wasn't a crash, because as you say, when we get a notification of a crash at, well, a rider incident at turns 1/turn 2, properly quick. Pretty much full chat around there before you hit the anchors going into turn 3 on the right hand side before you flick it left through the Dunlop chicane. It's a properly quick section of circuit, so hopefully it's not a session ending issue for Jesus Rios, but not an ideal start to what is looking like a promising weekend again for the number 54.
We just have a petition as well to get rid of turns 1 and 2. It's obviously just one corner.
I know it annoys you, so that's why I mentioned it.
It's so frustrating. I mean, at what point does that stop being one corner and another one? They're all on the side all the way in. Anyone who's listening, that's turn 1. The chicane is 2 and 3. Thank you very much. Yours truly, the entire paddock. So we look at David Munoz as working his way through Garage Vet, and then down this back straight towards the Shimano berth, and he's got Scott Ogden in his slipstream. David Munoz at the moment looking like he can go P1. Of course, he hasn't got any slipstream. I mean, the time's all academic in this one. Slithers down through the gearbox and gets it laid into turns 9 and 10. Scott Scott Ogden will be able to learn a little bit from this if he's allowed to, because Rigo Salmela looks like he's lining up an attack. Number 27, not this time, this is into the S Blur, and I'll tell you what, Munoz has been absolute dynamite so far, hasn't he, this weekend? Yesterday looking very, very strong indeed, right the way through FP1, likewise in practice, and now looking comfortable. He's not looking like a rider who's just recently come back from injury.
Yeah, and a rider who's done barely any training over the last couple of months, underwent that 6th surgery after finishing P10 over in Thailand, rises to P1 in this session as well, and it's been the 64 and his teammate David Almanza have been sort of P1, P2, well inside that top 5 pretty much for the entire weekend, and I'm super impressed with Munoz. Obviously, the Jerez crowd would have given him a little bit of an edge, a little bit more adrenaline pumping through his body at his home Grand Prix. What a weekend it was for Munoz upon his injury return, but he's backing it up here. He was obviously in the victory fight this time last year with the same team, of course, fighting with Joel Kelso, and then obviously Jose Antonio Reda was in that battle as well. But I've been super impressed with Munoz, and he's keeping his feet on the ground. He said yesterday he's going to take it step by step, not getting carried away with this pace, but to come back after 6 surgeries on that fractured femur he picked up over in Indonesia, and barely any training. I think he had 1 day on a 600 before the Spanish Grand Prix. Of course, since then he'll have had a couple of weeks to build up some more strength and fitness into him ahead of the French Grand Prix, but no two ways about it. This is super, super impressive for Munoz, and the same can be said for Almanza, who's just gone up to P2 as well. Both have had their injury woes this season, but both have returned and sort of hit the ground running and picked up where they left off, which is fantastic.
Great stuff as well, got to say, from the team to get dialed straight in 2026. I mean, last year, fair to say, Munoz was their star rider. Pini had highlights, but they've got a real proper lineup now. You've got to say, Munoz and Almanza doing the business. Munoz going to win a Grand Prix sooner or later in 2026. Of course, Almanza won the opening one, so good times down there for Peter Hürtel and Jürgen Ling's team. I know Jürgen Ling's more Moto2 focused, but Peter Hürtel, the one who looks after the Moto3 side of the stable, will be very, very happy with what he's seeing. Valentin Peroni's just gone P1, 140.877. What does that compare to yesterday? I hear you cry at home. 140.211 was David Munoz's best time. Not quite on that record pace, but you can expect that later on if it's all dry and all neat and tidy and qualified. Of course, conditions improving all the way through this weekend. For as long as there's no rain, the track condition will be absolutely sublime. Lots of rubber getting down there, which will be so fascinating if there is a bit of rain later, Elder. Tomorrow, Grand Prix Sunday, it'll be a very, very green racetrack.
Yeah, exactly that. Looking forward to potentially wet weather Sunday. I think it's nice to throw in a couple of them a year to just shake it up a little bit. The riders won't enjoy it, of course, but for fans around the circuit, maybe getting a little bit wet, but it obviously provided them with a home Grand Prix winner for the first time in MotoGP this time last year. I know a lot of the riders speaking to them don't want it to be wet, but at some point we are going to have a wet race, and maybe that is tomorrow. It looks like the rain is coming more towards the afternoon, so maybe Moto3 could be dry, but who knows what the weather is going to do. We'll have to wait and see tomorrow, but it does provide a little bit more interest, of course, on Sunday. This is Alvaro Carpi being followed by Joel Kelso. Joel Kelso said yesterday, Kiko, that he's starting to feel more like his old self. The last year, of course, he was on the front row and fighting for that debut victory before Munoz put an aggressive move on him on the last lap. Kelso hasn't really come much closer than that to picking up a Grand Prix win, and I know he was quite frustrated after the Grand Prix, and understandably so, but this weekend, as just proved by that lap time, he's well in the hunt here for a good qualifying and to get his first top 10 and plenty more, hopefully, for the Australian tomorrow morning in the race. So it's looking good for Joel Kelso, slowly getting to grips with that Honda, and sounds like, from what he was saying yesterday, that he's starting to feel a lot more comfortable and beginning to be back where he belongs.
Well, this is it. I mean, he hasn't had a top 10 yet on the Honda machine, but he is still learning the bike. It's quite a different riding style from KTM across the Honda, and he has had a lot more flashes lately up inside the top 10 throughout the weekend. So Joel Kelso, just keep an eye on him. I reckon he'll be in that second group tomorrow for sure. It's just whether or not maybe if he can try and get away in the first group and then maybe find himself in no man's land if he hasn't got the pace. But John Kelso should have top 10 potential going into tomorrow. Last year here at Le Mans, of course, he was so close to that first victory, as you say. But that podium was his only top 10 finish here at Le Mans. So maybe not the most ideal track for Kelso, but so far so good. Up there in third place. We're looking at Vedapratama, Darth as he's been dubbed, right across the paddock. Coming to the line now, 19th place, but a second off. That's how tight it is, El. Veda missed the Red Bull rookies here last year. Broken ankle, of course, for him. Sustained that back in Junior GP, Moto Junior as it's called now. It was his worst qualifying last time out at Jerez, 17th on the grid. Still came away with a top 6, so Vedapratama's Sunday credentials are pretty strong.
Very strong, yeah. He said yesterday that he struggled to get going in the morning session, but then started to feel like it was his bike again in the afternoon, and ended the day feeling confident and comfortable with the setup. Finished inside the top 10, 1 place behind Max Quiles, 1 place ahead of Valentin Peroni, half a second away and a little bit more from David Munoz's time. So Pratama once again looking strong. Missed out on Q2 last weekend in terms of automatic promotion. Qualified 17th, finished 16th on the Friday, and then, as you mentioned, had a brilliant ride on Sunday to finish inside that top 6 once again after the disappointment of Austin. A great response from the Indonesian rookie, who is impressing everyone so far this year. 6th in the championship, already a podium to his name, of course, as well. And what he's showing so far in the opening 4.5 Grand Prix, of course, the race coming tomorrow. Fully expecting Pratama for this to carry on, and I don't think a win is out of the equation this year for Pratama, that is for sure, and I know a lot of people will agree with that. But it just turns up to a Grand Prix weekend and just sounds confident, looks comfortable, looks strong. His pace is good, 1 lap pace is decent as well. So Pratama will be looking for a top 6 later on this afternoon to give himself a better chance than he had in Jerez, although he didn't come through to the top 6, of course, as he crosses the line once more to complete another lap.
You just don't want to be risking yourself, but in getting down there on the 6th, 7th rows of the grid, you want to be up on the front 2 rows just to avoid any chaos that might happen behind, and also if it is wet tomorrow, just give yourself a clear view as possible. Best results here in Red Bull rookies, 10th and 7th for Vedapratama. He has had, of course, he is the Moto4 Asia Cup champion from 2023, 9 wins, 10 podiums there, so he dominated that. Look at that. Well, I'll tell you what, Al, I reckon you'd look great in the pink.
I think I would as well, and the hairstyle to match as well. Better fashion sense than you've got.
It's better Barnett than mine. Tell you, he says better fashion sense than me. We're in a nice warm comms box. He's still got his jacket on. You can tell he's from the East Midlands, not a hardened South East Londoner like me in a T-shirt over here on his left. But never mind, they'll warm up and get sorted out. He's staying put, of course, in this comms box. I'm out of here when Moto2 gets on your screens. Lewis Suddery will be moving in as we get a lovely little slow-mo of Max Quiles just going about his business. It's almost... that's almost a shot that sums up everything else, really. All the chaos in front of him, but Quiles just in focus doing his own thing behind. And likewise, David Almanza riding the curve. This is on the exit of the chicane, so turns 3 and 4. Adrian Fernandez chasing Scott Ogden there. Nicola Carraro just coming through the background of shots with his teammate racing up the inside of him. Those Jesus Rios and Alvaro Carpe, who is going to have to be trying to see if he can come to Q1 later on.
Yeah, Quiles said yesterday, here he is on your screens as Valentin Peroni gets a little bit busy with Zen Matani, I think that was, and Eddie O'Shea just behind as well. Quiles saying yesterday that he admits that he lacked a bit of feeling and he crashed because of that yesterday down at turn 6. He's inside the top 14, which is what he was hoping for, but he did admit that he isn't feeling as strong as he was in Jerez, of course, when he topped every session. You're not going to be able to do that every weekend, no matter how fast you are, and in the USA, but he feels fine. And he also mentioned that his teammate Marco Morelli's looking really good. Morelli up inside that top 3 so far this morning, was in the top 3 yesterday as well. Morelli less than a 10th away from Munoz and Almanza, the top 2 from yesterday. And Quiles did say that he's going to have to learn a thing or two from Morelli, which is understandable. He admits that he can also learn from Morelli. He's the championship leader, but we know, seeing this season, Morelli is well in the hunt for a race win or two this season, finishing P4 after a great comeback ride, Morelli, last time out in Jerez. So, yeah, Quiles isn't feeling as comfortable as he has done in the last couple of Grand Prix, which is why, for the likes of Carpe, it's so important to try and pounce when Quiles isn't feeling sort of 100%. Quiles is going to be in the podium fight, I've got no doubt about it, come Sunday. But when Quiles isn't red hot like he was in Jerez, so crucial for the riders just behind, like Carpe, Fernandez in P3 in the championship, Ferroni, Morelli, Pratama, Pini, Almanza in the top 8. But Carpe, second, 37 points down, and he's in Q1. He's not, so far this weekend, taking advantage of Quiles just being off the boil slightly. He's in P4 at the moment in time. He's not slow by any means, Quiles, but he said yesterday he's not feeling quite as comfortable in the last 2 Grand Prix. So crucial for Carpe and the others to try and strike while Quiles isn't 100%.
We've seen before as well, I mean, when Quiles has arguably been the strongest rider, I think back to Kota, and in the end he actually faded towards the end of the Grand Prix. Now obviously that's not going to happen every weekend, but he's not as dominant as perhaps we all think he has been. I mean, he's never had back-to-back wins in Moto3. He's obviously only been here a year, so you've got to take that statistic with a bit of a pinch of salt, but he is human, and you know, you're going to have your good days, you're going to have your bad days at the racetrack. Jerez was an absolute stunner, but he knows that place like the back of his hand. Le Mans, not so. He is still learning this place. He did come here last year, but that was a long, long time ago, and now he's got so much more experience. He will be riding in a different way than what he was a year ago.
Yeah, exactly. He's a changed character and a reformed rider this year, no question about it, Quiles. I think he came in last year wanting to finish P1 in every single session and made a couple of mistakes last year. We saw, especially at the beginning and sort of in the middle of his stint last season, where he was finishing outside the top 14 on a Friday. He sorted that out this year, but you know, he's the championship leader, he's the favourite for this title, and he's been spectacular so far this year, not finished outside the top 2 on a Sunday. A remarkable consistency, and that's exactly what a champion does, isn't it? But when the World Championship leader is saying these sorts of things, yeah, I admit, I'm not as strong, and I like the honest and sort of open approach that Quiles has this year as well. He's completely honest and says what he thinks, and which is great for us, obviously, and fans around the world as well. It's just crucial for the riders who are already playing a big catch-up game, well over a race worth of points behind is everyone. You've got to make him sweat a little bit, put a bit of pressure on, and start chipping away at that championship lead. He's up inside that top 5 though. This morning is Quiles. This is a rider, when we're saying he's not feeling comfortable, not comfortable going into turn 13, was hacking Denise, I think. Yep. That was going into Recordamon, just behind Joel Esteban. Not feeling comfortable for Quiles still means he's going to be, as I say, in that podium fight and probably challenging for the win come Sunday as well, depending on the conditions. But it is crucial that when Quiles isn't in red hot form, as I mentioned, the likes of Carpe and everyone else have got to try and take advantage and chip away at that championship lead.
We'll have to wait and see how it all evolves, of course, but Quiles is going to be right there. We know that for sure. Oh, yellow flags in sector 1. I wonder if that's up the chicane. It is. Oh, David Almanza has gone down. That looks like turn 3 to me, so that's the first part of the chicane. David Almanza had a crash yesterday, right at the end of practice. That was down at turn 8, so Almanza has found the gravel trap again. So that is over at turn... Oh, we've got more yellow flags. That's Casey O'Gorman now. He was another one who crashed yesterday. He had
turn 6.
That is down at La Chapelle, turn 6. So I believe these will be separate incidents. I'd be quite surprised if they are related in any which way. But both of those guys crashed yesterday in practice in the event of O'Gorman. And another one. Is that Denise? Yep. It is Denise. And now, has that gone down? He looks like he's trying to...
You see the fairing on the left-hand side, his right-hand side is just come off, yeah.
So that's obviously taken a beating as well, by the looks of it. Well, we've had a little bit of attrition going on here. I think we're going to get Almanza's first, so Almanza's going to check out now. That front is always going to go. He was well out of shape. Now, that was right in front of Casey O'Gorman. So O'Gorman's been given a bit of free space. And he's probably got a little bit carried away down in towards turn 6, I suppose. And Almanza, well, throws his hands in the air, but then I think he realises he's probably should try and get back on it. This is O'Gorman, loses the front, who's just done that in front of Denise, and Denise has done the same. So, well, thankfully, whoever was behind Denise looks like they were okay.
Yeah, it looks like all the riders are okay, and yeah, Danish. I was thinking the bike didn't look too damaged, and he just ran on. Does he have to just drop it before he gets to the wall? Well, drops it as he gets to the wall. Thankfully, Danish is all okay. As we've got another one down, that is Rico Salmela.
That's at turn 1 and 2. That is quick, and I tell you what, we may have a bit of a stoppage here because that bike is in a very, very difficult place for the marshals to retrieve it, and there is a load of stones all over the track. I tell you what, that bike has taken an absolute battering. What has gone on here? Has he been helped by his teammate? Oh, dearie me. Rico Salmela, well, he would have been expecting that, and that is so lucky that bike took off and went over him. Oh, dearie me, Rico Salmela. Well, baptism of fire in Moto3 for the young Finn in 2026, but I don't think even he would have expected that. Good to see him on his feet and walking away.
Yeah, thank goodness for that. It was Peroni coming up the inside of the very fast turn 1/turn 2, and Salmela just took to the front, maybe just got a little bit spooked, potentially grabbed a bit of front brake. Obviously can't quite tell at this stage. And another crash, that's Eddie O'Shea.
Turn 9, that's at the entry to the Shimano berth. So I tell you what, I wonder if everyone's just trying to go and put a lap time in here to suss out conditions. And they're just pushing on a little bit too much for what the track limits, what the track conditions allow, sorry. Oh, dear me. Well, that front folded like a deck chair. And as most deck chairs are, they end up in the beach, and that is exactly the same place for Eddie O'Shea. But number 8 is at least up and walking away. Thankfully, he ain't got to go out in Q1. He's already through to Q2, of course. So Eddie O'Shea, 15, 20 minutes or so more to get that bike sorted out. It shouldn't take him that long.
Yeah, so what's that? 4 crashes in the space of a couple of minutes towards the end of this session. 5 crashes, lost count, be it how many. We saw obviously Salmela, O'Gorman, Danish, Almanza, and then O'Shea. So 5 crashes within the space of a couple of minutes. Good to see O'Shea walking up, and that's good for Almanza that he's already back in the box. Of course, a pretty short journey back to the pit lane from turn 3. There's a service road that runs from all the way around the track, of course, but you can get to turn 3 and roll it down the hill back into pit lane. Good to see. All the riders were relatively okay, which is the main thing. But yeah, a little bit of drama then added into Moto3 FP2. Eddie O'Shea, as you mentioned, inside that top 14 yesterday, and he's sounding, I think, the most positive O'Shea has been in Moto3 so far. Having Joel Kelso next to him in the box is really helping Eddie O'Shea improve. He's also doing it himself as well. So yeah, not the morning O'Shea would have wanted, but as you mentioned, not got Q1 to worry about, and he'll be on the top 18 at least on the grid. But O'Shea just dampened his spirits slightly after a really promising weekend so far.
We're hoping that he doesn't have to, try and get around a bike that perhaps now won't work for him. A little crash can just knock a few things out. The setting, it's like, not so much Moto3, Moto2, because I've only got one bike, but in MotoGP you always have your preferred bike, and once you throw it down the road it's hard to get the exact same feeling back. So I just hope that Eddie O'Shea does have that feeling continuing on later on. Last year he was 26th on the grid and he didn't finish in the GP, so it's already going to be better than that later on. 1:40.483, Brian Uriarte with just 3 minutes to go on the clock has gone up into P1. Adrian Fernandez is on a good lap time as well. It's the halfway point. Who else? That's about it. We've got Max Keeler's on a personal best. We've got Alvaro Carpe on personal best. And it is Adrian Fernandez, who at the moment sitting in 11th place. Let's try and end this session P1L with just over 2.5 minutes to go.
Yeah, good lap time coming in from Adrian Fernandez. He was expecting a little bit more from yesterday, he admitted. It wasn't quite feeling how he would have wanted in the morning session, but got the job done in terms of getting into Q2. He's made a good step forward in Sector 3 there as well, and Carpe is on a slower lap time, but a decent lap time. Carpe down in P14, but it is his teammate Brian Uriarte. We've been waiting for Uriarte, really, haven't we, this year, to really make that step into the sort of top 3 section, and admitted yesterday, Uriarte, that he'd made good steps forward. Obviously in the test, Moto3 had a one-day test over in Jerez on the Tuesday post-Grand Prix, and he took another step yesterday as Adrian Fernandez rises to P1, and that's not far away from the fastest lap time of the weekend. 1:40.211 was Munoz yesterday. We're in the 1:40.2s again now.
Yeah, 44 thousandths of a second off that at the moment, but we are in the closing couple of minutes. I'm pretty sure we are having a time attack at the end of this, right across the board. Guido Pini lost a little bit of time in that third sector. That's where Fernandez was pretty strong. We're looking at Uriarte just coming through. Recordamon now squirts it to the line. Uriarte's lost a bit of time on this lap. He'll not improve. I think Uriarte was briefly up inside the body, but went provisional P1. I wonder if he's had that lap time cancelled for track limits.
Yeah.
Pini goes up to 5th, so that's 2 Hondas now up inside the top 5. Adrian Cruces for Alain Bronek's CIP Green Power team up there in 2nd place, so that's something for the home crowd to cheer about. Of course, Cruces is from Spain, but the team are French, so not bad stuff indeed up there in 2nd place. A second covers the top 15, and that 15th rider is Cormac Buchanan. Now that is a bit encouraging to see him doing that in the dry, Al, because normally we have to wait for a little bit of drizzle for Cormac to find his feet well.
Yeah, obviously struggling physically in the last couple of Grand Prix after that massive high side he suffered over in Brazil when he was really in form and finished 2nd on Friday in Brazil, and that crash and another one in Austin as well, didn't he, Buchanan? But he did say yesterday that it's the best he's felt since Brazil, which is good news for the New Zealander. Was focusing on his own and was happy with his potential this weekend. He's not showing too badly in this morning session as well. Has to go through Q1 later, does Cormac Buchanan, but good to hear that after 2 huge crashes there's going to be anyone up, let alone these guys who are fit as fiddles. They are going to be, they're going to be beaten up by that. But Buchanan sounding yesterday that he's feeling a lot better, which is good news after a tough couple of Grand Prix.
Coming to the line then, this is Max Keeles. He's going to get across to start a final flying up. He's in 8th place. He seems to be stuck in 8th place this weekend. Max Keeles was 8th all day yesterday. He's 8th again today on Saturday morning as he rockets up towards turn 1 and then up into the chicane. Across the line, Uriarte goes 4th. Pini just behind consolidates that top 6th place, and he's there in 6th. I'll remind you, Almanza crashed, so he's not back out on track yet. He's in 7th. Esteban is in the pit lane. He's in 8th place, so Keeles at the moment in 9th. Munoz 10th. Munoz your fastest yesterday. So like we said, right at the top of the show, FP2 doesn't really mean anything. The last thing you want to be doing is throwing it at the scenery, and unfortunately for a few riders, Eddie O'Shea included, that is not ideal. So they're going to have to rebuild the bikes, get them all dialed back in for qualifying later on. Talking of dialing in, Carpe, well, if any doubts were cast over him moving on through to Q2 later on via Q1, those doubts are diminishing because he's up inside the top 2 at the moment.
Yeah, an important session for Carpe to get the confidence back after what he lost yesterday inside that top 2, as you mentioned. A couple of tenths off Adrian Fernandez. A really good time that from Fernandez to be less than a tenth away from Munoz's time yesterday. Keeles, could he have a say at the final? On his final lap, I should say, in this session. Loses a lot of time, though, in that sector 3. But I think Keeles will be pretty pleased with how this session has gone. Kept his powder dry, didn't do yesterday, which is always important. The most important thing, really, for this session is to get mileage under your belt. It's all working towards the race tomorrow. You can't take a chance on it being wet. So yeah, these guys getting the laps in, getting some race rhythm under their belt before the race tomorrow. Keeles does improve, still 4 tenths away. Won't be pleased with being 4 tenths away, but I think when he's not feeling as comfortable, a P6 in FP2 ahead of qualifying, he won't be too disheartened by that.
Yeah, 6th, and he didn't crash, so he goes into qualifying pretty cleanly later on. Adrian Fernandez, though, he topped the opening day here last year. He's topped the start of the second day this year, 140.255. Not quite as quick as what we were able to see David Munoz do yesterday. We are only 4 tenths away from the all-time lap record. That was Joel Kelso last year. So I reckon we're going to be down towards the 39s later, Al, when we get going in qualifying.
Yeah, I'd imagine so, yeah. It's obviously very cold, as we mentioned. Track temperature, I'd be surprised if it's above 20 degrees. So tough conditions out there, and it's caught, obviously, a few riders out. But Fernandez, as I mentioned, said yesterday he wasn't quite feeling 100% on that Honda. So it looks like they've done some homework overnight, the Leopard Honda guys and girls down there, and made a good step forward. And the same can be said for Carpe as well.
Carpe in second place, and we should, if we're cycling in the correct order, get to 3rd place, and that will be one of his best sessions of the year for Adrian Cruces, the number 11, doing very, very well indeed. He's already back in the box. Here he is. Tell you what, that'll be getting the what is already a very, very busy weekend for the CIP Green Power team. That'll be getting them a little bit more attention if he can carry on like that in qualifying.
Yeah, P21 yesterday afternoon, which I don't think showed the true potential of Cruz, as we've just seen there. Scott Ogden obviously straight through inside that top 10 yesterday, so one half of the box was happy yesterday, the other half not so happy, but Cruz says it looks promising that yeah, the Spaniard will be hopping into Q2 later on, but obviously that is no guarantee.
Thing is, it's a power pack Q1 coming up. We've got Pini, Salmela, Carpe, Buchanan, Esteban, Yamanaka, Cruces, Moodley, O'Gorman, Ramastorfer, Carraro and Matani, all trying to get into those top 4 spots. Al, I tell you what, rather you picking them out than me. On that note, the free practice 2 results are all done and dusted. Adrian Fernandez, fine form, 3/10 or so of a second clear of Alvaro Carpe. Adrian Cruz says they're in 3rd, but he's going to be in Q1. Brian Uriarte, 4th place for him. Valentin Peroni had a championship leader, Max Quiles. Pini Almanza, the crasher, in 8th. 9th for Joel Esteban, and 10th for David Munoz, who was fastest yesterday. We look through onto the second page. Mark Morelli was in the top 3 yesterday. He's a slow start to Saturday for him. He's in 11th. Kelso is 12th. Eddie O'Shea crashed on his way to 19th, as did Salmela on his way to 17th. Hayes Rios with a technical problem over at turn 1. He completes the order. And that is all she wrote. I'm out of here. Lewis Sotheby has already moved in. Alongside Elliot York, your Moto2 session coming up next. FP2. Enjoy!
Good morning, everybody, from Le Mans. And we were expecting to be welcoming you to a rather overcast and potentially rain-sodden Le Mans this morning. Well, proof that even the French weather forecasters can get it wrong as often as our British weather forecasters back home, because it's beautiful blue sunshine so far today. We're not entirely sure how long it will last, but let's enjoy it while it does. It looks, though, as if we are in for a dry FP2 in Moto2. Of course, we are still around about an hour and a half away from Q1 in MotoGP getting underway, so still plenty of time for the weather to turn in time for that, but no imminent signs at the moment of the rain heading our way. Ethan Guevara certainly hopes it stays away after topping yesterday's practice. A Boscoscuro 1-2 yesterday. Look how close it was, though. 0.03 of a second covering the top 3. Ivan Ortola back on form in 4th, ahead of Alonso Lopez and Danny Holgado. Colin Vaya, our most recent pole sitter. Manu Gonzalez, the championship leader, and his title-chasing teammate, the informed Seneragius, were inside the top 10. So too Ayumu Sasaki. Philip Salat, who really did turn his day around to some tune after a disastrous morning, up in 11th and through to Q2, ahead of Aaron Canet. First automatic Q2 of the season for Canet, who has come through Q1 on 3 occasions already this season. Zonta van den Gorberg, likewise, first Q2 appearance of any sort for him this year. And Sergio Garcia, winner here a couple of years ago. He booked his place in qualifying 2 for the 4th time in the first 5 Grand Prix. Heading through qualifying 1 then this afternoon, we have, well, 4 of the top 10 in the World Championship. Danny Munoz, who's 7th in the World Championship. David Alonso, who's 6th in the points. Alex Escrich, who's 8th, and Tony Arbolino, who's 10th overall. They're all in qualifying 1 later on, alongside Joe Roberts, Tony Arbolino, another former Le Mans winner, Denison Chu, Marcos Ramirez, Jorge Navarro, Alberto Fernandez, Adrian Huertas, Mario Aggi, last year's Moto3 winner Jose Antonio Rueda, Tayo Furusato, and Speed RS's Luca Lanetta, who did crash in practice yesterday. But it is set up nicely for the rest of this Moto2 weekend. In fact, in all 3 classes here, it already feels like a weekend where we don't really need the rain to spice things up and jumble up the order, because it's pretty much been that way from the get-go. We might, though, not have a choice in terms of the weather. It is still forecast to be wet at some stage tomorrow. We're not quite sure yet at what point the rain's going to arrive. It now seems to suggest, the most recent forecast we've seen, that the rain might arrive slightly later tomorrow. We thought it was going to be wet for warm-up, so the warm-up might now dodge the weather tomorrow. Whether it comes in time for Moto3 and Moto2 we will have to see. MotoGP's Grand Prix tomorrow over 27 laps is still currently forecast to be wet. It's a very good morning to you, Lewis Sotheby, alongside Elliot York, who stayed put after covering, well, a practice session that was trying to break out in amongst all the crashes we saw late on in Moto3 FP2. 0.003 of a second, L, covering the top 3 yesterday. As I mentioned a moment ago, this Moto2 weekend doesn't need the rain, does it?
Yeah, good morning, mate. And certainly does not need the rain. No, it hasn't needed the rain all season long, and I don't think it will for the rest of the year as well. As mentioned a couple of times already, over the weekends, we do like a wet weather race every now and again. It's good to throw it in at some points during the season, but when the top 3, as you mentioned, are split by 0.003 of a second, the top 5 were split by less than a tenth. Holgado in 6th was only just over a tenth away, and less than 2/10 split the top 9 down to Senna Regis in P9, Manu Gonzalez, the championship leader, in P8. It does not get much closer than that, and this is going to provide us with a little bit of an insight into who's feeling good in the dry conditions anyway. It might render useless come tomorrow, but who's good in the dry conditions over race room. We didn't get that in Jerez, although we learned a lot on Friday, and it proved that the Friday pace setter Senna Regis went on to win the race on Sunday. Is that going to be the same for Ethan Guevara? He was sounding very confident yesterday afternoon, was Ethan Guevara, and we did see him basically not head out for the final 10 minutes of the session, and obviously we were questioning sort of why that was. Was there a problem? It's quite unusual, even though Guevara was top of the table. Very unusual to not see a rider sort of head out and try and improve his time and head out for a few laps. But he didn't mention any sort of issues with the machine. He was just feeling really good, very happy with the bike. He did mention that sectors 1 and 2 were where he was strongest, and he needs to work a little bit in sectors 3 and sector 4. We saw yesterday that Senna Regis especially was very, very good in that final split. Regis struggling a little bit with top speed is his main issue, and pretty much his only issue so far this season for the US Grand Prix and Spanish Grand Prix winner. But Ethan Guevara so far is the rider to beat. But this rider also, Lewis, is pretty much on a level par, just 0.003 of the way.
Yeah, so close between Guevara, Vietti and Baltus, the top 3 yesterday. Of course, closest, as we mentioned yesterday, to a home Grand Prix for the Belgian Barry Baltus. And much like he did on the Friday in Jerez, looked very strong over longer runs yesterday, which is what we're expecting to see in the upcoming 30 minutes. Baltus, for all the potential he displayed in Jerez, didn't pick up any points to show for it. He will not want to follow that particular pattern this weekend. Senna Regis there, calmly waiting for his morning to get underway. Regis 9th yesterday. He was 8th and 9th overall for the Luca Dynavolt Intact GP teammates, who sit 1st and 2nd in the World Championship. But given that the pair of them were within 0.2 of a second of this man, Ethan Guevara, I don't think there'll be anything resembling panic stations down there.
No, absolutely not. First and foremost, you want to be inside that top 14 on a Friday, which is exactly what they did. And like we mentioned with Quiles, when you're a little bit off the boil, let's say, getting inside that top 14 is all you need to do, and exactly, not going to be panicking, absolutely not. Gonzalez a 1.5 away, Regis just a little bit more, but as you rightly mentioned, both under 0.2 away. Regis said yesterday just needs to iron out a few things, and to be honest, you're not going to top every session, are you? And to be a couple of tenths away from the likes of Ethan Guevara and Vietti and Baltus, or Tola and Lopez, of course, within a 10th as well. It is definitely not a bad day at the office for the top 2 in the championship, and as we mentioned, this session provides them with a chance to make some improvements, make some changes, and see if they've worked or not ahead of qualifying and, of course, for the race tomorrow.
There was a rider on screen who's been in a bit of trouble already this weekend. Danny Munoz, for slow online during practice yesterday. He's picked up a 3-place grid penalty. Munoz, who we already know is going through qualifying 1 later on this afternoon, so a crucial Saturday afternoon to come for him. And Munoz, who sits 7th in the World Championship at the moment, 23.5 points behind points leader Manu Gonzalez. Now knows wherever he qualifies this afternoon, he will drop a row on the grid for tomorrow's 22-lap French Grand Prix. Celestino Vietti there, 2nd quickest yesterday. Somehow managed to slot himself in between, a 3,000th gap between Ethan Guevara and Barry Baltus. Very positive start, has to be said, for the new Speed RS configuration, I guess we can call it, with the WP suspension down there. But I think if one rider deserves a little bit of a doff of the cap this morning, I think it has to be this man, Filip Salac, who said yesterday that after the morning session mentally he was at his lowest point. Well, boy, did he turn things around to some tune in the afternoon.
Yeah, absolutely. Shout out to Filip Salac, because after some technical issues in the morning, followed by a big crash at turn 3, the bike spit him over the handlebars, didn't set a lap time in FP1. So to come out in practice in the afternoon and get inside that top 14, finishing 11th place and finishing just over 3 tenths away from the fastest riders. When you're finishing 3 tenths away and you're in P11, that shows how, first and foremost, tight and competitive Moto2 is, but also after missing pretty much an entire session in the morning, yeah, a really top job done from Filip Salac to get himself inside that top 14, because it was a big crash as well, a nasty one, and that can obviously knock your confidence, of course. And on the other side of the box, this is Joe Roberts we're honing in on. It wasn't quite the afternoon Roberts would have wanted as well. He's going through Q1 but just missed out in P16 after he also encountered some issues in the morning. So it didn't start very well for the OnlyFans American racing team. On the Czech rider side of the garage, it ended very well, and for Roberts, he's just got a little bit of time to make up, but he's only just over half a second away, so he's not a million miles off, is the American.
Here's David Alonso, who's going through qualifying 1, and we were posing a bit of a question ourselves yesterday as to what's going on with David Alonso. At what point do we begin to get a little concerned at his general lack of competitiveness? 18th at the end of play yesterday for David Alonso, although his relative lack of pace and performance yesterday has now been put in a bit of context, though.
Certainly has. Yeah, we learned yesterday that understandably that he was trying to keep it on the down low and waiting to see how he felt in Le Mans, but he did admit yesterday that he had a training crash ahead of the French Grand Prix which hurt his right shoulder, and Alonso said yesterday actually he was really happy, very content with how the day went yesterday, because coming into the weekend he admitted that he was unsure about what his performance would be, whether he could ride anywhere near 100%. So I think yesterday to get some good mileage under his belt, yes, okay, he's going through Q1, but to be 6 tenths away after really struggling with that shoulder injury, yeah, he was happy, and he's obviously going to continue riding throughout the weekend, which I think was a major doubt on that side of the box. And I can understand the team and Alonso wanting to keep it pretty hush before coming into the weekend, because they didn't want to make a big song and dance about it in case he came and was able to be at the front. But obviously, as we know, coming through Q1, when he misses out, Alonso, it's a big name going through Q1, and as we were saying yesterday, questions will be raised, and obviously we now have the answers. So fingers crossed for Alonso, he can get through first and foremost this session cleanly, get some good mileage under his belt ahead of qualifying later on this afternoon. And I think it's a case of damage limitation for Alonso this weekend, and potentially the wet weather might help him tomorrow. Obviously less demanding in the wet conditions, more risky of course though as well, so it's sort of a double-edged sword. It depends which way you want to look at it in the wet weather tomorrow. But Alonso, I don't think expectations now are on him to finish on the podium or fight for victory, but I think if Alonso is inside that top 10 and getting a good decent haul of points, considering how competitive it has been so far in Moto2 this weekend, I think that would be a job well done. So unfortunate for Alonso that he picked up that injury in training, but fortunate as well that he's actually be able to continue to ride this weekend. Yeah,
we did see on screen there dissipating out of the back of the Aspar box, but he wasn't his levels ready to go. He's not on track at the moment. The sole rider still in the pits, already sort of talking yesterday in terms of doing what he can this weekend, and already looking ahead to the Catalan Grand Prix next weekend. It's the 2026 season which threatens to get going, but never really has so far for poor David Alonso. All sorts of potential. Certainly had the speed to win the last 2 Grand Prix, but didn't ultimately win either of them. Took the checkered flag in both, 4th in the end. But had he had a better start in Spain, and had he not, in the case of the team, fallen foul of a tyre pressure regulation in qualifying, perhaps he might have picked up 50 points from the last 2 Grand Prix. And unfortunately for David Alonso, when you're coming into a Grand Prix with an injured right shoulder, 9 of the 14 corners around this Le Mans circuit, unfortunately, he'll be on that right shoulder. Yeah, it's very stop and go, isn't it, as well? So putting plenty of pressure through your arms and shoulders and your upper body here, as you do for most circuits, but especially here at Le Mans. And we were saying this yesterday, weren't we? He's just not strung a clean weekend together, really, this so far as Alonso this year. Sometimes through no fault of his own, of course. He had that big crash over in Thailand when Senna Regis had that technical issue right in front of him, so that caused Alonso to have a DNF. Brazil was a fairly straightforward weekend, finishing at P5 after qualifying on the front row, and then got that penalty, of course, after sticking it on pole position for the first time over in Austin. Had to come back from 17th on the grid, and then obviously made a mistake on the start line in the Jerez
a couple of weekends ago in the Spanish Grand Prix. Obviously, he had fantastic pace and rhythm, but that P4, as we saw at the end of the race, was a very disappointing result, as we just see him sitting patiently in the box, tyre warmers on that Kalex Triumph machine. So I think understandably, yes, they're obviously going to go out at some point in this session, but maybe just wait for the session to just build up and the other riders to get up to speed, get some more rubber laid down before Alonso pushes, maybe for the final 10 minutes. It's about getting warm and comfortable on that bike so far on Saturday for Alonso, but also probably saving energy for a big qualifying push later on. He did say that yesterday that's where he's struggling most, to come out and fire in a lap time straight away with that shoulder.
Yeah, I wonder whether his approach to this session changed when he saw the crash fest in the last 5 or 10 minutes of the Moto3 session. Track temperature is pretty cool. There is a little bit of a breeze out there as well. And of course, if you get a cold gust of wind hitting your front tyre when you're tipping it into one of the 14 corners around this circuit, then you're pretty much a passenger at that point, and you're heading to the scene of a crash as the Clint team look on. Perhaps not the heady heights of Jerez for them yesterday. Alex Escridge down in 19th place. Hopping Navarro 3 places behind him in 22nd. So both of the forwards going through qualifying 1. It's Baltus who leads in the very early stage of the session. He's immediately got down to 1:34.734, 3/10 ahead of Ethan Guevara, who set a new lap record yesterday, right at the, or very close to a new lap record, should I say. He was 300 short of Manu Gonzalez' mark from last year. And as Al mentioned at the start of the session, didn't feel the need to go out and try and beat it in the latter stages, which I guess as a result of that, Al, means we aren't really sure what Ethan Guevara's longer run pace looks like, as he kept his mileage to a minimum yesterday.
Yeah, exactly that. Completed 14 laps yesterday, just comparing it to Vietti. Vietti completed 20, Baltus 21, Ortola 20 as well. Alonso Lopez in 5th place completed 20 laps again. So yeah, Guevara, it was seemingly just all about confidence basically, and I mentioned struggling in sector 3 and 4. I say struggling, that's where he's feeling less comfortable compared to sectors 1 and sector 2. So if Guevara can hook up sectors 3 and sectors 4, which is what we'll be trying to do in this session, of course, out of qualifying, then he's going to be a hard rider to beat. We're just watching him at the bottom of the timing screens there. He's jumping on board with him now, Ethan Guevara, coming through the sectors that he said yesterday he wasn't feeling as comfortable as he would have liked. So we're going to get an early indication here. Lost a little bit of time as we saw in sector 3. This is sector 4. This is recorded on the final couple of corners before you fire it onto the famous start-finish straight here in Le Mans. Get him over the line and gains time in that final split. So if you continue on that route, obviously had Ivan Ortola, a quick rider ahead of him, then things are looking really promising so far this weekend for Guevara. And he was speaking afterwards yesterday, saying front row is the goal. I'll put my teeth in there, because he did say his Achilles heel this year so far has been qualifying. Obviously, he was on the front row over in Thailand, but was then 13th on the grid in Brazil, 7th in the United States, qualified 9th, and then got that 3-place grid penalty over in Jerez, which meant he started from P12. So he admitted yesterday, race rhythm, yes, I've been feeling really, really good so far this year, and that's obviously proven on a Sunday as well, but he does need to sort qualifying out, and he did say top 3 front row this afternoon has to be my target.
Yeah, he's only been on the front row 3 times in his Moto2 career, but each of those he has converted into podiums. We are yet to see Guevara on a pole position in Moto2, but he was on the front row in Indonesia last year. I think he ended up getting promoted to 2nd, didn't he, once Gonzalez got disqualified. He was on the front row 2nd on the grid in Valencia last year, went on to win the Grand Prix, and then of course 2nd on the grid in Buriram at the start of the year. And I don't think anyone in this Moto2 field is as good on the first lap and at starts normally than Ethan Guevara. He always launches himself up the order from wherever he qualifies. We've got a crash down at Garage Vert for what looks like a Grassini bike, as we see David Alonso for the first time this morning. Yellow flags out in that 3rd sector, which begins at around Garage Vert. We've got Alonso Lopez in that 3rd sector, and there he is. Having set 2 red sectors, he won't be setting a particularly fast sector 3 as a result of that.
No, so I believe that's the first time this weekend we've seen a rider down at Garage Vert, turn 8, tricky downhill braking zone, the double apex right-hander, of course. Alonso Lopez looks okay, the bike looks relatively okay as well, which is good. Hopefully Alonso Lopez can get that restarted on the service road. Of course, new rules mean you can't restart the bike on the edge of the circuit. You've got to go to the service road and try and restart it there. But yeah, Lopez looks all okay. Hopefully get a replay of what happened. Looks like it's a potential low side coming through turn turn 8. Lopez enjoyed himself yesterday, as mentioned. He was up inside that top 5, less than a tenth away, and I think from what he was saying, they found some changes to the setup, and he's made a step forward, Lopez. And so if he can get a good qualifying, he has done a couple of times this year. He was on the second row over in Jerez, was on the front row, of course, over in Austin as well. Just hasn't quite able to sort of make gains and make steps forward on a Sunday so far this year. But again, it's another promising weekend so far for Lopez.
And he was convinced that he was going to be in that podium battle late in the Grand Prix. He said I was going to have a bit more tire than them in the latter stages. Sadly, we'll never get to find out whether he was going to be right or not. Baltas down to a 34.3, which is half a tenth or so away from Guevara's best of yesterday. Holgado into second place. Elliott rightly pointing towards the rider in 8th place on our screens. 1:35.074 for the Moto3 World Champion, Jose Antonio Rueda, who's found a third of a second on what he did yesterday. Rueda, who has undergone arm pump surgery on his right arm since we last saw him at the Spanish Grand Prix, and he said already yesterday he felt a big step forward from that. Said he felt good physically, and he said for the first time in his Moto2 career, when he goes out doing lap after lap, he can actually set a consistent pace now on board that Moto2 Calyx, which we haven't been able to see from him so far.
Yeah, and how good is it to hear and see that from Jose Antonio Rueda? Of course, after what happened last year, it was always going to be a slower start to life as a Moto2 rider, reigning Moto3 champion, of course. But this is super promising to see the 98 up inside that top 10, which we've not seen all season long. As you mentioned, Lewis, arm pump surgery coming into this weekend. It's obviously a surgery that a lot of these riders are used to and will get over pretty quickly. But this is really good from Rueda. If he can score some more points, obviously got his first point on the board over in the United States, and then finished 20th last time out in Jerez. Slowly but surely getting there, Rueda, and he will absolutely get there. I don't think anyone has any doubts of that whatsoever. He's a special talent, is the reigning Moto3 world champion, and hopefully by the halfway stage of this season, the 98 on your screens now improves his lap time again, will be hopefully in that top 10 mix and maybe even further as well.
I think Aaron Canette's gone down in the second sector. He's now brought out the yellows. That turn 7 confirmation that he has. That is a new all-time lap record for Barry Baltas, a 1:34.268, as he was getting a little bit tripped up there through turns 1 and 2. There is Aaron Canette, who as mentioned, got his way automatically through to qualifying 2 yesterday for the first time in 2026, but he's not had a good start to his Saturday, and yeah, he's clearly lost it. Straight up and down under braking there, didn't make it even into the heart of the corner before his 44 Boscoscuro went for its own journey into the gravel track.
Yeah, classic front end washout at Museum Corner is what it looked like for Canette. Thankfully for the mechanics down there and for Canette, it didn't tumble roll into the gravel trap. But Canette had his, I think, best day on the Boscoscuro chassis so far this season. I think his words in the press release at the start were finally into Q2 Autobasley on a Friday, and he said he has to be happy with what unfolded. They've improved the package, and he's feeling here than he has done, feeling better here than he has done so far this season, which is good news for Canette. We want him back at the front. The 44 is a race-winning contender, a championship contender in his own right. So we want to see Canette and, of course, teammate Onshu as well back up at the front. And yeah, the grinding away. Canette's 6th in the session as well. So far this weekend, I know that crash has just dented hopes a little bit, but Canette feeling a lot more comfortable on that Boscoscuro, which is great news.
We were riding on board briefly there with Celestino Vietti as we cut back to Senna Agius on the 81 bike. It's worth touching on Vietti, who was second quickest yesterday. He's a former Moto3 winner around this place, although he's yet to have a Moto2 podium. And of course, it was the big talking point of yesterday, the Boscoscuros 1 and 2. Guevara on the Olin suspension, which has been the constant for Boscoscuro bikes in Moto2, but the Speed RS team of Celestino Vietti and Luca Lanetta, if you're just joining us for the first time this weekend, they've taken a different direction for this weekend. They've moved across now to the WP suspension, which we know is run by the Intact team. It's run by the Aspar team. It's also run by the Red Bull KTM IO team as well. They made that change about a year and a half or 2 years ago now. And it's heartening not only to see the lap times that Vietti was setting yesterday, but he also said, when he spoke to our colleague Kiko Giles, that he said the feeling was good immediately yesterday, immediately from going out there, which would have been the first time in anger that he'd ridden with those WP forks, certainly in any kind of competitive session. And given that they're only scratching the surface, as we said yesterday, of surely what they can do on that bike, it will behave slightly differently. Vietti off to a flyer.
Yeah, absolutely. And we saw yesterday in FP1 that he was just struggling to get going, wasn't he, Vietti? But clearly just made a couple of mistakes, and it wasn't anything to do with the changes made on the front end. Vietti, all season long, Vietti has been mentioning that he's been really happy with the step forward that they've made this year in pre-season and throughout this year as well. He was another rider, like fellow Boscoscuro rider Ethan Guevara, that qualifying is his weak link so far in 2026. But Vietti, was quite coy about the WP suspension that has been running so far this weekend. I'm going to be beelining for Luca Boscoscuro later on in qualifying to try and get an in-depth answer as to why they've made the switch. We sort of know why he made the switch. Speaking to Neil Morrison yesterday, I think he asked Luca Boscoscuro down in pit lane. I think his simple answer is, I want to win, and fair enough, there's no better reason for that to make the switch, but it is a big switch. I know it might sound boring to a few of you out there, but it's a massive switch to make during the season, and one that sent mini shockwaves through the Moto2 paddock. I think the other Boscoscuro teams are looking at that and thinking, okay, well, maybe we can make the switch as well, depending on what happens with Vietti, of course. But after what we saw yesterday and how Vietti was sounding on that Boscoscuro machine, it looks like so far that the gamble we were calling it yesterday, and it's obviously a huge gamble, you don't know if it's going to pay off, because it's not been a bad season so far for Vietti, has it? He's only 16.5 points away from the top of the championship, so it's not like Luca Boscoscuro and his team and the other Boscoscuros were really, really struggling. Ethan Guevara, of course, up inside that top three in the championship as well, but they're here to win. They've not won a race this year, and they've made the change, and so far, so good.
Yeah, if I was feeling particularly wicked and cynical, I would say that when your surname is on the chassis, you're probably going to look everywhere but the chassis to drive. It's clearly not my chassis, it's clearly the front suspension, or it's clearly the rider, it's clearly something else that's causing the problems. But in all seriousness, even in a spec class, as I was mentioning yesterday, Moto2, with everyone on the same Pirelli tyres, everyone with the same Triumph power in these bikes, it is very difficult to find any kind of difference maker, any kind of performance gain over the rest of the field. So you can't blame the Speed RS team for leaving no stone unturned to try and find that extra performance, and certainly from yesterday's evidence, it's not doing any harm to their potential, if not making it better for Celestino Vietti. Second quickest yesterday, and yeah, as he mentioned, and you brought attention to it as well, he really does need to improve his qualifying. Not only was he 13th on the grid in Jerez, but at the end of the first lap, he was down in 15th place before rallying back up the order to take a strong 5th in the end to keep him just in that World Championship conversation. So important this afternoon on what is such a close field. We say it every weekend in Moto2, but we was chatting to Zonta van den Gorberg on the way into the circuit this morning, and even he was amazed how, by Moto2 standards, how close it was. He said he was expecting it to be super close in Jerez, because they all tested there in pre-season. Everyone's got pretty much the ideal setup. They've done so many laps around there, but he expected it to be a little bit more strung out and a little bit more, I guess, a little easier to book your place in qualifying too, but it was super, super tight. Half a second covered the top 14, which Van den Gorberg to get himself into for the first time this season on a Friday, and a second covered 23 riders. In fact, if you scroll all the way down the order, take Paul Luca Lanetta out of the action, who of course did crash in practice, so didn't really set a responsible or representative time. The other 27 riders, from Ethan Guevara to Tayo Farasato, were covered by just under 1.1 seconds.
Pretty incredible, isn't it, for Asato, of course, a rookie in this class, to be just over a second away from pretty
Imagine
much.
That as a rookie, you're a second off the pace and you see your second last.
And obviously they'll have seen Moto2 in previous years and know what to expect, of course. But this year, I remember speaking to Madu Gonzalez earlier on in the season, and he's mentioned it a couple of times already, that this year is so much more competitive than it was last year, especially at the top end of the mix. Gonzalez was, you know, a front runner throughout the season, and then of course Diogo Moreira, the eventual world champion. You had 2 or 3 riders every single weekend. Barry Bowser was in the mix, Jake Dixon was in the mix, Canet was in the mix, but you had 2 or 3 riders who you knew were going to be P1, P2, or well inside that top 5 every weekend. Those two really being Gonzalez and Diogo Moreira for most of the season anyway. But he mentioned this year that has changed. There's a lot more riders, as we've seen so far this year. The top 8 in the championship, top 9 in the championship, are split by 30 points, and that includes Alexis Screech on the Clint Factory team, and the likes of Alonso and Holgado, who have had very mixed seasons so far. Vietti and Guevara haven't won a race so far this season, but they're under 17 points away from the top of the championship. We've had Senna Regis win the last 2 Grand Prix after a bit of a trickier time of things over in Thailand on Sunday anyway, and in Brazil. So when one of the championship contenders from last season is saying that there's a lot of riders this year who can win races and be up there on a regular basis, here he is now, who we're speaking about on board, chasing Celestino Vietti down into Garage Vert, I should say, of Turn 8. When they're saying there's a lot of riders this year who I need to worry about a lot more, and we're seeing it unfold in front of our eyes, it's a really, really tough class. I think Senna Regis, after his Grand Prix win last time out in Spain, was saying Moto2 by far and away is the toughest class in terms of competitiveness. Yes, okay, MotoGP is the pinnacle and very competitive as well, and Moto3 is an absolute jungle out there at times, but Moto2, in terms of the competitiveness and how many riders are in the mix on a regular basis, and half a tenth. I think Aegis said that if you're missing half a tenth in a couple of braking zones, that's maybe a tenth and a half to 2 tenths per lap, and that can be the difference on a Friday between getting into Q2 and missing out. So I do feel sorry for these guys out there, pouring their heart and soul into it, like Zonta van den Gorbo does. He's inside the top 14 yesterday, which is great to see from the Dutchman. It's a very difficult class and be very demoralising at times.
You make the slightest of mistakes in qualifying later on, it's going to cost you a row or two on the grid, and when Moto2 is so close, it's going to be very, very difficult to make those places up. In terms of the race pace that we were seeing yesterday, or the longer run pace in practice yesterday afternoon, to try and see which riders are standing out from that very close and competitive pack. These are, of course, in dry conditions. It might rain tomorrow, but humour me for the moment, and let's pretend that tomorrow's race is going to be dry, which it might still be, depending on the forecast. Difficult to really glean anything from Ethan Guevara, because he did relatively few laps, and he did 4 laps in the 1:34s overall yesterday. Ivan Artola, he did 5. Alonso Lopez and Danny Holgado both did 6. Senna Regis, he did 8. Celestino Vietti did 10. But 2 riders stood out. Manu Gonzalez, who did 11 laps in the 1:34, and Barry Baltus. We are including laps here that got cancelled for track limits and yellow flags, so a bit of a murky picture. But Barry Baltus did 13 laps in the 1:34s, and been glancing on the lap times they've been coming in on our screen on our commentary box. Baltus is consistently this morning lapping in the mid to high 1:34s. Manu Gonzalez, for some reason, had a bit of a slow lap last time around in the 1:37s, but I did see his previous lap to that was a 1:34.7. We've just had Garcia come over the line to do a 1:34.9. That's his best lap of the morning. But if we're trying to look for a clear favourite or pair of favourites in Moto2, if the race is dry tomorrow, I think the top 2 from last year's French Grand Prix just have that edge.
Yeah, I was going to say, who are the top 2 from last year? Manu Gonzalez and Barry Baltus, of course. A lot can change in a year, but it looks like the top 2 from last year have carried over that form into Le Mans this season.
The big unknown is Guevara, I guess.
Yeah, absolutely. I think we can sort of tell from the picture we're seeing in FP2 this morning, and just the confidence that Guevara has oozed all the way through this year, but especially yesterday, that Guevara is going to be in the mix as well. Just obviously, as we mentioned, qualifying is going to be crucial for Ethan Guevara later on this afternoon. But yeah, Baltus was also saying yesterday that since they'd figured out the problem that he was suffering in the first couple of rounds to do with the engine performance, he's not touched anything on the bike. Got a fantastic base setup on that Kalex Triumph. Here's Barry Baltus. He said yesterday the rhythm was amazing, as we've just mentioned. We are fast, and yeah, you absolutely are, Barry. And obviously sporting a special helmet design this weekend, referencing the great Barry Sheehan as well, who he is named after, and of course the famous number 7 as well. It feels like that race win is coming. We've said that for probably about a year now for Baltus. Of course, picked up that podium here last year as well. I think once he gets that win, that sort of chip off his shoulder, let's say, in Moto2, then I think we're going to see Barry Baltus soar. And it finally seems like, thankfully, in the United States, and he backed that up with a good performance in the ref until, of course, the crash on Sunday, and now here again, 3 completely different circuits. Baltus is now looking like he is back on form in 2026. 13th in the championship, Baltus 13 points on the board, so really needs a big weekend. Looking like he's gathering one up as well, which would be great to see. Yeah, strong dedication also to his father on the special helmet this weekend for Barry Baltus. It says family history on the back of his helmet, and certainly, as earlier mentioned, the family very strong fans of Barry Sheehan back in the day, which is why Barry Baltus is named as he is, and why, of course, he's so keen to
make a success and make his own name in this Moto2 World Championship. Of course, did tragically lose his mother at the early part of 2024 when he claimed his first podium in Moto2. He's now been a podium finisher on 8 occasions in this intermediate class. 6 of those have been second places. He's closing in on a century of Moto2 starts now. This is Grand Prix Moto2 start number 96 for Barry Baltus this weekend. It does feel at the moment as if this could be as big an opportunity as Barry is going to get, but as El rightly points out, qualifying is going to be so important for Barry Baltus to get himself much higher up on the grid than the 8th that he started from in Jerez. Of course, he crashed anyway, so it's a bit of a moot point, but I think there's every reason to suspect that Baltus could have gone with that front trio of Gonzalez, Aegis and Via last weekend had he not started 3 rows back.
Yeah, 100%. Going into Sunday, we were mentioning, weren't we, in the media centre, that there was 2 clear favourites. This rider on screen, Barry Baltus, and Senna Aegis for the race. Of course, throw the pole sitter Colin Via and Gonzalez in the mix, but on the pace all weekend, it was Baltus versus Aegis, and of course, Aegis went on to win. Baltus had some ground to make up in the Grand Prix on Sunday, and unfortunately pushing too hard, crashed at turn 6, but it's looking good again for Baltus this weekend. And he mentioned, of course, the fantastic support he's receiving here this weekend. It's not an official home Grand Prix for Baltus, but he's certainly feeling like it is. He said plenty of Belgian flags out and about, and he's feeling the love from the fans here in France. He'll take a victory anywhere, of course he would, but I think this weekend, more than any, would be extra special for Baltus, especially, of course, given he's not won in Moto2 so far.
And he's just ahead of Joe Roberts here on circuit as the 7 goes towards the line, the 16 up behind him. It's a positive session so far for Joe Roberts, who's up in 5th place. No improvement on that lap, a 34.7, 10 slower than he went a couple of laps prior. Baltus from Guevara at the moment. Baltus, Guevara, Gonzalez, the 1, 2, 3. And I think many might be predicting 1 or 2 combinations of that trio to be the podium. I'm not sure which order they'll be in, but they look the 3 classes of the field so far. Here comes Guevara back out on circuit next to his teammate just over to his right, Alberto Ferrandez. We've got Holgado 4th. He's flown under the radar a little bit so far this weekend as Holgado, but he's 4th on a 134.546. Spoke yesterday, feeling much more comfortable on board that Calyx. Comfort, not something we can really attribute to his teammates at the moment, who looks like he's decided to call that a session, having done, what has he done? 6 laps for David Alonso, so it certainly would appear as if the Aspar hopes are resting on the shoulders, no pun intended, of Danny Holgado, who's got 2 very well-functioning shoulders, 1 more than his teammate would appear.
Yeah, absolutely, yeah. I think that was Alonso just speaking to his physio there in the box. Alonso 3.2 seconds off down in P28. I don't think he'll be worried too much about that. It's all about saving your energy for qualifying later on, of course, going through Q1 and see if you can get into Q2. Qualifies high up on the grid, but yeah, Holgado said he found a step on the used tyre yesterday. Obviously had a tricky time of things over in Austin, and especially on Sunday over at his home Grand Prix in Jerez, suffered a little bit more than expected as well, finishing outside the top 10 on consecutive occasions for the first time since Aragon in Italy last year. It's been a great run of form for the rider on screen, the number 96, just got off the ball slightly in the last couple. Of course, he was leading the championship in the early part of the season, now finds himself 21.5 points down on Gonzalez. By no means a disaster, of course, it's a very long way to go in the season, but good to hear Holgado sounding a lot more positive than he was, especially last weekend and of course over in Austin as well.
Holgado won the Moto3 race here back in 2023, 1 year before his now teammate David Alonso won it in 2024. 3.5 minutes remaining then in this session. Keeping an eye on the lap times that are coming through. Barry Baltus is back in the 134s again. He's just done a 134.8, and I've not seen Barry head up into the pits at any stage in this session. He'll be on the same tyres he started the session with. So to be doing a 34.2 6 laps into the session, he's now done 16 laps, which is 6 short of the full race distance here at Le Mans for Barry Baltus. He's laying a bit of a marker down in this free practice 2 session at the moment. Trying to see if anyone else is setting similar lap times. Salach has just done a 34.4, but he has been in the pits during this session, so perhaps has put some fresh rubber in, like his teammate Joe Roberts, now 3rd and 6th for the American racing team. And Salach 34.425, that's within a 1/10 of a second of the old all-time lap record. Of course, Baltus has moved those goalposts ever so slightly with that 34.2 that he set earlier this morning.
Yeah, we pick Baltus back up here again then. It's more like it from Joe Roberts, isn't it? Good to see the American going strong in this session. P6, Baltus just keeps it inside track limits. What this lap time going to be? 1:34.817, so very, very consistent. And 34.7 for Joe Roberts, who's obviously just behind Baltus on the road. So promising signs for Roberts, very promising signs, of course, for Baltus, and of course for Salach as well. This is Colin Vire. Not seen too much of Vire this weekend. Obviously had a fantastic weekend last time out in Jerez, and was struggling with his shoulder after his crash over the America's Grand Prix, which then caused a bit of arm pump struggles on Sunday, which he was fully expecting. He admitted that, but was very happy to be on pole position, of course, and then back that up with the first podium of the season as well. But he's going decently so far this weekend is Colin Vire, up inside the top 10 yesterday, P7, just ahead of the Liquidly Molly Dynamo intact duo. So yeah, Colin Vire definitely in with the shout with another pole position. Potentially, he's not going to be the favourite heading in there, but who knows what can happen in qualifying. But Vire stringing together a nice weekend so far again.
And Vire felt much happier on the softer rubber in practice in the afternoon than he did in the morning. We once again have the SC1 and the SC2 front tyre options. That's the soft and the medium as they're denoted by Pirelli. In terms of the rear tyres, we have the SCX, once again, the super soft rear tyre. But we don't have that development super soft rear tyre that we had in Jerez last time out. We have the SC0, which is the soft tyre. Oh, that sounds confusing. The soft tyre is the harder of the two options. We have super soft and soft here on the rear from Pirelli. And if we get a dry Grand Prix tomorrow, expect most to go in the direction of that super soft. It does appear to give good consistency and longevity over the 22 laps. Of course, they might well be forced to go across to the wet tyres for tomorrow's Grand Prix, and I think most of this Moto2 field, if not everybody, will be very nervously going to sleep and just wondering what sort of scene awaits them when they open the curtains tomorrow morning. Is it going to be grey skies and rain, or is it going to be relatively calm? Certainly no calm in terms of Ethan Guevara at the moment, who's about to potentially set the first 1:33 lap of Le Mans on a Moto2 bike. Is this the first genuine time attack we've seen from Guevara in this Moto2 weekend? If it is, Guevara's got some serious pace. A 1:33.931. Seems to be basically setting lap times when he pleases, and when he does, they're faster than anybody.
Yeah, good lap time that from Guevara. Obviously, we saw him coming out of pit lane alongside teammate Alberto Ferrandez. So some fresh rubber slotted in there for Guevara. Didn't see him, as Lewis mentioned, do a time attack yesterday afternoon, but that's certainly a time attack, and a 1:33.931 is a fantastic lap time. Fantastic lap times coming in as well for Roberts, and the riders behind Colin Vire also set a personal best last time around as well. Roberts, this is a very consistent run on the number 16, which is fantastic. Following Barry Baltus, of course, and the last couple of laps, Roberts has been quicker in this sort of race rhythm that we're seeing here. So it's not going to be the time attack lap time we saw from Guevara. Half a second down is Roberts, but ignore that time for now. Roberts is on used tyres and has been out there for pretty much the entire session, if not the whole session. So this is really good stuff from the American, who we know loves it around Le Mans.
Baltus is now doing low 35s out there. He's got one more lap, or the lap he's on, to complete in the session. He's just completed it back into the 34s, 1:34.8, matched by Joe Roberts, who takes the checkered flag a couple of seconds behind him. So, in terms of race pace, Barry Baltus certainly looks the pick of the bunch in Moto2 at the moment, but I have to say, if we're making predictions for pole position at the moment, Guevara has to go in as the favourite.
Yeah, from what we've just seen, absolutely. Of course, conditions aren't as ideal in terms of temperatures anyway as they were yesterday afternoon, and finished top of the pile with a 34.3, and that was on his first flying lap yesterday afternoon for Ethan Guevara, and he's slotted in some fresh rubber as a sort of pre-qualifying attempt. Eaton Buckball and the American Racing Garage looking down there with positive thoughts, I imagine. Philip Salach in P3, Joe Roberts in P7. Good stuff from both of those guys. But this rider on your screen, Ethan Guevara, a nice little gauntlet laid down, and he's obviously pretty pleased with that new all-time lap record as well. He said he needed to work on qualifying. It's been his weakness so far. It looks like he's turned that around, but of course Q2 later on, who knows what the conditions might be as well. But Ethan Guevara, as you can see, very pleased with how he's feeling on that Bostascura.
Yeah, and Yamaha, of course, you can see the Yamaha logos all over the leathers. They are very pleased with Ethan too. This is 65th Moto2 appearance this weekend. Is this going to be the day when we see him on a Moto2 pole position for the very first time? Barry Baltus was his nearest challenger and certainly looked the strongest over race rhythm this morning. But it's so important for Baltus to get himself on the front two rows if not the front row, to challenge for victory. Tomorrow afternoon, the Moto2 Grand Prix gets underway at 12:15, just after midday local time here at Le Mans. Following Moto3, of course, the usual Sunday schedule, with the 2 p.m. start for the 27-lap French Grand Prix in MotoGP. And it feels like the biggest ingredient that has to be thrown into the mix, the determining factor in terms of what kind of race we're going to see tomorrow, is going to be the weather, which at the moment is on our side. It's smiling on us overhead with beautiful blue skies on this Super Saturday at the French Grand Prix. We already had a record Friday crowd yesterday here, with around 80,000 managed to pack themselves into this Bugatti circuit at Le Mans to watch the Friday action. So expect a bumper crowd here too on Super Saturday, with MotoGP FP2 and qualifying coming up. And a rather forlorn sight there, wasn't it, in the Aspar box for David Alonso, the number 80, which only completed 6 laps of Le Mans this morning. And whilst it wouldn't be a situation where we're questioning Alonso's participation in this French Grand Prix, certainly it's difficult to see how he's going to be any kind of factor at the front of the field tomorrow, unless of course we get some wet weather, which might just aid him physically. He goes through Q1 later on, don't forget, that comes up just before the Tissot sprint later on today. Ethan Guevara, though, with a new all-time lap record, the first 1:33 lap of Le Mans on a Moto2 bike, quickest by a third of a second from Barry Baltus. Philip Salac third, ahead of the points leader Manu Gonzalez. Celestino Vietti did sneak up to 5th late on, ahead of Danny Holgado, Joe Roberts, Senna Aegis, Colin Vaya and Danny Munoz, who has a 3-place grid penalty, remember, wherever he qualifies later. Lopez, Ortola, Canet and Ferrandez. Next up, Alonso Lopez we saw down at Garage Vert. Canet was down at Museum. Garcia in 15th, ahead of Rueda. Best session for him so far on a Moto2 bike. 16th, ahead of Unchu, Vanden Gulberg, Sasaki Puertas and Navarro. Arbolino 22nd. He won't complain if the rain arrives at some stage. Forosato next up from Escridge, Ramirez, Lunetta Aggi, and keeping his running to a minimum was David Alonso. But what strong morning that was. Lap record smashed by Ethan Guevara. Fastest yesterday afternoon and fastest this morning is he, the favourite for pole in Moto2 later on. We'll begin the countdown to qualifying in MotoGP with Free Practice 2 on the way next.
A loud and proud home crowd welcomes MotoGP to Le Mans for the 39th time as the historic Bugatti circuit Northwest France hosts round 5 in 2026. Racing has taken place in this part of France for over 100 years and over 100,000 fans are expected for Sunday's Grand Prix. Strap yourselves in for a sensational sprint Saturday. It's time for MotoGP. This morning. Good morning and welcome to what is once again, I'm so happy to say this, a beautiful morning here at Le Mans. Not a cloud in the sky. Blue skies then as we kick off our MotoGP coverage of Sprint Saturday number 5 of 22 in the 2026 MotoGP World Championship. And what a start we had to this Michelin Grand Prix of France here yesterday under some glorious sunshine. as the home crowd, a massive home crowd, a record Friday crowd in MotoGP. Just shy of 80,000 fans were packed into this Bugatti circuit, and most of them went home last night to their hotels and campsites in bullish mood because it was the home crowd hero Johann Zarco, 2025 French Grand Prix winner, who will never forget the dramatic race that he won here in a flag-to-flag battle 12 months ago. Well, Johann Zarco picking up where he left off in 2025 because he was the fastest rider here in Le Mans yesterday. A 1:29.907 saw Zarco sail into the Q2 session coming up later on this morning. Can he make it his first Le Mans pole since 2018? And we're going to get back-to-back French riders on pole position here in Le Mans after those fans witnessed Fabio Quartararo produce some magic 12 months ago on Saturday morning. Fabio Di Gianantonio, Pecco Bagnaia, Alex Marquez, our most recent winner in Jerez, Joan Mir, Jorge Martin, World Championship leader Marco Bezzecchi, Alex Rins impressing on the factory Yamaha in 8th, Ayagura and Pedro Acosta. Those are your 10 riders who've already booked their places in Q2 coming up later on this morning. So under blazing sunshine and with pressure on the shoulders of Johann Zarco and Fabio Quartararo as they get massive home crowd support here in Le Mans. Talking through all of this morning's FP2 action and through both of our 15-minute qualifying sessions, which produce drama as always, is Matt Burt and Lewis Sotheby in the commentary box. Jack Appleyard is down in pit lane. Johann Zarco, Lewis, pre-weekend was saying maybe his best chance of a repeat of his 2025 glory in Le Mans was going to be more rain. But in the dry yesterday, it was the ultimate flying Frenchman, Johann Zarco, P1. The French fans already delirious.
Well, it worked for Alex Marquez in Jerez, didn't it? Talking his chances down going into the weekend. He then went on to dominate that weekend. Johann Zarco, though, with a 1:29.907, quickest yesterday afternoon, quickest in the dry, and it doesn't look like he's going to be shaken off easily. That you can see on screen in the sprint era in MotoGP is the closest ever top 10. Less than 0.3 of a second covered the lot of them, with Zarco leading to Gianantonio. Bagnaia, as Matt mentioned, with his crash in third, which certainly affected his teammate Marc Marquez. Factory Honda team, Honda HRT Castrol, well, they have one rider through to Q2. Joan Mir in 5th. Luca Marini was down in 16th place, but only a quarter of a second away from the top 10. The Hondas looking very competitive so far at Le Mans. Let's get a word from Alberto Puig, who's down in pit lane with Jack.
Yeah, good morning to everybody. Good morning to Alberto. What a great opening day to the French Grand Prix it was. Hondas topping both sessions on a Friday for the first time since 2022. Of course, Johan fastest yesterday to keep the home fans happy, but Joan Mir looking pretty strong as well. I imagine you were pretty happy with what you saw yesterday, Alberto.
Well, yes, frankly speaking, it was a good day. I mean, we know Johan here, his level is really high. I mean, he's really motivated, but also he's fast, because if not, the lap time is not coming. And also Joan did a good pace, a good lap time, and yeah, I mean, I think we have to be happy with yesterday's performance of the bike and the riders, and let's see today, because today it will be more difficult and tomorrow it will be even more difficult. But the starting point, as you say, was good, and let's see now how they can qualify, and we go from there.
I think it's clear Honda have taken another step this season, but the timesheets yesterday were as positive as they have been all year. Have you got an understanding of what it was that allowed the Hondas to be as competitive as they were yesterday?
Well, it's not a click, you know. We've been working for many years, and now we get to a base bike that we could say that is working. Of course, we have some still missing points in the bike, but we improved the bike from last year. Let's say our areas a little bit, but yeah, I mean, as you know, everybody's thinking in the next year, the new bike. So what we have is what we have now, and I mean, the riders know, and they will try to do maximum with what we have, and yeah, let's see.
Whilst we have you, first opportunity to chat this year, so let's just cover off a couple of the talking points in the news. I spoke with Gunther Steiner yesterday. He admitted they are in talks with other manufacturers about potentially moving from KTM. I think it's widely known that manufacturer is Honda. how important would it be for Honda to have 6 bikes on the grid next year? And more importantly, do you think you can make it happen?
Well, this is something that it's not, it's complicated at this moment. I mean, normally to have 6 bikes is good because you have more possibilities, but I cannot tell you much about this matter because this is something that is not on the table right now. I mean, there are some talks going on, but I cannot confirm anything because I'm not the guy taking care of this, so I would never talk about something I'm not dealing with.
And just finally, a lot of talk that next year Honda potentially could have a bit of a dream team in Fabio Quartararo and David Alonso. I've asked you about Fabio before. In terms of David Alonso, is he someone that you would regard as one of those special talents that only come along every few years?
Well, there's a lot of good guys in Moto2. I mean, every year you can see guys showing up that did fantastic job. I mean, Moreira, Ogura, they step up and they do good. Alonso is one of the guys that is doing good, and like other guys in the class. So, I mean, there's a bunch of 4 or 5 riders in Moto2 that are really, that could have the chance to step up, but let's see, let's wait and wait.
Thanks, Alberto. Have a good day.
Thank you very much.
Thanks, Jack. Thanks to Honda boss Alberto Puig. Well, we know what Fermin Aldeguer is going to be doing in his motorhome later on. He's going to be playing the new MotoGP 26 game, which is out now for MotoGP fans all around the world. Looking forward to getting hold of a copy of that myself when I get back home. Try a little challenge with my son to see who can get around Silverstone, maybe the fastest. Not the best of Fridays, we have to say, as far as Fermin Aldeguer is concerned. A double podium here last year in the sprint and the Grand Prix. His worst ever Friday in MotoGP, Aldeguer, down in 21st place at the end of play. A contributing factor, that crash he had there going into the chicane turn 3 and 4. First time he's finished a Friday out of the top 20, Aldeguer. He'll be in Q1 coming up shortly. And of course, we saw it on screens while we were listening to Jack talking to Alberto Puig. A very dramatic end to practice yesterday, Lewis, for the factory Ducati team. Pecco Bagnaia safely through into Q2 in 3rd place when he crashed at turn 6 at La Chapelle. The yellow flags which came out for the Italian's crash proved very costly for his teammate Marc Marquez, who experienced a pretty average Friday. Marc finishing 13th on the standings, his lowest Friday since the Sachsenring in 2024. The last time Marc was low on a Friday.
Sneak himself into that particular group, but the fact that it all came down to that last lap, the fact that he was leaving it until the dying seconds of practice yesterday afternoon indicates that Marc Marquez is still not operating at the peak of his powers. Whether that's physical, he said on the eve of the Spanish Grand Prix that he was 100% or near enough 100%, so he wasn't going to use that as any kind of excuse. And of course, we saw a Ducati, the same Ducati that Marc Marquez is riding, although of course there have been some variations in aero setups on those bikes already this weekend. It won the race in the form of his younger brother Alex Marquez back at the Spanish Grand Prix. So Marc, who did admit he had a little lack of front feeling yesterday, has to find, I guess, a step forward in performance just to get into qualifying 2. You'd expect him on reputation and on general performance to get himself through to qualifying 2, but when you've got the likes of Enea Bastianini in that session, who nearly made Q2, you've got Brad Binder, Ralph Fernandez, who's come through Q1 already on a couple of occasions this season on the Trackhouse Aprilia, and Luca Marini on what we know is a very fast Honda. Marc Marquez will not just cruise through that Q1 session, he's going to have to work for it.
As always, the 93 being brutally honest, making no excuses whatsoever. He says, quite simply, I just don't have the speed. Not fast enough at the moment on the Ducati GP26. He did say missing that front feeling, which has kind of been a bugbear that he's had throughout winter testing and the early part of the 2026 campaign. And we know that Marc is a rider that really does push and abuse the Michelin front tyre. And if he's lacking trust, if he's lacking a bit of confidence in the front end, well, it really does take a sort of key weapon out of his arsenal away from Marc Marquez, doesn't it? He did win the sprint here in Le Mans last year, and you can never discount the 7 times world champion, can you? As Johan Zarco then, well, at the moment it looks like whether it's rain or shine in Le Mans, the Frenchman is going to be putting up a strong fight for back-to-back wins here in France. We just saw his compatriot Fabio Quartararo departing pit lane. Of course, it was this time 1 year ago where Fabio produced one of his all-time magic one laps to take pole position here in France, his third MotoGP pole position in front of his home crowd. A big ask for him to repeat that brilliance here this morning, with Fabio down in 17th yesterday. One of the laps of the weekend so far, one of the star performers of Friday without any question, Lewis, was the rider on screens, Alex Rins, 8th fastest. Awesome job.
Yeah, it was the turn of Quartararo's teammate to make some headlines yesterday. Of course, you do have to factor in the fact that he was following Jorge Martin on board the factory Aprilia, but it's all well and good getting up behind someone, but it's down to Alex Rins to do the lap himself. We've seen Yamaha struggle to keep up with Aprilias all through 2026, so for Alex Rins to do that lap, a 1:30.195 was an extraordinary effort, and if he could get himself any higher than the fourth row of the grid here this morning in qualifying, then he's done an incredible job, and demonstrating, as he mentioned to our colleague Elliot York yesterday, that he does still have plenty to offer on a MotoGP bike.
Best Friday since Phillip Island last year for the 30-year-old Spaniard. First time he's gone direct into Q2 since the Malaysian Grand Prix in Sepang. Aprilia's great season continues. One of 3 riders, Ayagura, to go directly to Q2 at every Grand Prix so far this season, alongside Alex Marquez and Jorge Martin. Alex Marquez's Q2 record is sensational, isn't it? I think Alex was the only rider last season that was in every single Q2 session, and he's pretty buoyant himself, the number 73, having won in Jerez last weekend. Big week this for Alex as well. Of course, we go to Barcelona next weekend, where he should have really done the sprint and the Grand Prix double 12 months ago.
Amazing, isn't it? After just 5 Grand Prix or 5 Fridays, that only 3 riders have made their way automatically through the Q2 at every Grand Prix. Of course, we saw Bezzecchi and Di Gianantonio both had to go to your Q1 back in Brazil, although they both did go on to qualify on the front row of the grid in fairness. Bagnaia, he's been in Q1 in the first round of the season in Buriram, and he currently leads this session, and he avoided the pitfall of qualifying one yesterday by taking 3rd place. And yeah, it was one of the stories of yesterday, the different directions that the factory Ducati riders, or the Ducati GP26 riders, if you include Alex Marquez and Fabio Di Gianantonio, went in terms of aerodynamic setup on their bikes. Something that ultimately, when you speak to the 4 riders, comes down purely and simply to rider preference and comfort.
Briefly looking now at the 94 Tech 3 KTM machine in the hands of, the more than capable hands of Jonas Folger, who this weekend is stepping in for the injured Spaniard Maverick Vinales. Jack spoke to Gunther Steiner, Tech 3 boss, yesterday. No guarantee that Maverick Vinales is going to be back on home turf in Barcelona next weekend. The message loud and clear to Vinales from the Tech 3 team: only come back when you are 100% fully fit. So more than likely, it seems, end of May, the Italian Grand Prix of Mugello is when we'll see Vinales back in action. Folger doing some pretty respectable mid-132s yesterday, only 2.5 seconds back of Johan Zarco. We're looking at the Frenchman right now. Let's go back down to Jack for a bit of a Ducati update in pit lane. Jack.
Yeah, just to cover off what Lewis was saying, we spoke at length yesterday about the new aerodynamic items that Ducati had introduced. Well, it's changed ever so slightly this morning, and the fact that Alex Marquez is running with the new 2026 items on both bikes, Marc Marquez on his new 2026 items. But then it gets interesting with Pecco Bagnaia having one of his old one of his new one, as he continues, I imagine, to try and dial it in. The most interesting one, quite similar to what we saw at Jerez, is Fabio Di Gianantonio, having tried it and done his fastest lap yesterday on the new aerodynamic items, has now reverted back to the one that he started the season with and has benched it on both motorcycles. We spoke about it in Jerez, and it seems to be the case once again that Didier, an incredibly sensitive rider, and given the feeling, given the pace that he was able to put down both yesterday morning and yesterday afternoon, he feels there is a big opportunity on offer both today and tomorrow, and I imagine that he would quite like just to focus on his job rather than trying to dial in these aero items to try and get to the feeling that he already has with the one that he started the year on. So again, Didier just showing that sensitivity that he's got and just wanting to keep things simple.
Thanks, Jack. As always, brilliant stuff from down in pit lane. Fabio Di Gianantonio going into this afternoon's 13-lap sprint as they lead the Ducati rider in the World Championship. He's been rapid out the gate all season so far, hasn't he, the 27-year-old Italian? He's been top 3 in 4 of our opening 5 Fridays this season. French fans are going to be liking what they're seeing right now, aren't they? Fabio Quartararo already leads this morning's FP2 session on the soft front, soft rear Michelin combination, and Fabio's going even quicker. A 1:30.619 from Quartararo. That's less than 2 tenths outside of his best time on the whole of Friday here yesterday. So a Frenchman led the way at the end of play on Friday, and a Frenchman leads so far this morning on Saturday. Is there something in the air again here in Le Mans?
There certainly is. I mean, Fabio Quartararo, when he looks into any grandstand around this circuit, I was going to say see a sea of blue. There's also a lot of pink and yellow, of course, as you can see from the special colour scheme that he has on his crash helmet. We're expecting something similar on the bike for tomorrow's French Grand Prix. And Quartararo, of course, having seen a Yamaha get into qualifying 2, will want to try and join Alex Rins in Q2 later on. He's going to have the weight of thick end of 100,000 French fans behind him later on. We wanted to make sure that it's not just Johann Zarco flying the flag in qualifying 2. Bagnaia here on screen comes through the picture. He's up into second place now in a 1:30.7. Acosta in third. We've got KTM's third and fourth, and it does appear as if we have genuinely 4 different manufacturers who are going to be in the hunt for a place on the front row of the grid later on. Yamaha look like they're perhaps going to struggle to join that group, but Ducati, Aprilia, KTM and Honda will all have very high hopes coming into this Q2 session.
And you want to get an idea of how popular Johann Zarco and Fabio Quartararo are here in Le Mans. And Lewis, I believe you went doing a bit of merch shopping here in Le Mans last night. And unfortunately, Fabio Quartararo's merchandise, or his T-shirts, save for a couple of small and large sizes, sold out, empty shelves, and this was on Friday afternoon.
You have to say, it was an absolute zoo when I went over into the fan zone yesterday to try and buy a gift for a special someone who hopefully isn't listening. And yeah, the merchandise, Fabio Quartararo's T-shirts, all gone, unless you are a 2 or 3 XL, which I'm heading in that direction. In fairness, yeah, you've got no chance. Only the caps and the flags are available, and that's on Friday. As you say, on Thursday, Fabio Quartararo released this new range for this weekend, which I have to say does look very, very good, and it sold like hotcakes. He is a genuine mega star. He's not just a motorcycle star here in America. He's not just a sporting star. He is a genuine celebrity in France. They adore Fabio Quartararo, their 2021 world champion, and this place will erupt. Of course, last year it erupted when he got pole position. It would erupt if he makes Q2 this morning.
Fashion icon as well, isn't he, Fabio Quartararo? He's going to unveil a very special livery here in front of his home crowd tomorrow, and he still does lead this morning's FP2 session, a third of the way through it. 20 minutes remaining as Johann Zarco's completed his initial stint on the LCR Honda. Zarco down in 15th place. Pecco Bagnaia is looking pretty racy, you have to say, so far this weekend. Third quickest yesterday, despite his late La Chapelle drama in practice. Second behind Fabio Quartararo. I'm getting 2022 flashbacks at the moment. Quartararo versus Bagnaia. Pedro Acosta, I have to say, he's been right in the mix for the top 3 for much of this weekend. Just by the skin of his teeth, didn't he, Acosta? Yesterday crept into the all-important top 10. He was only 0.07 of a second clear of Enea Bastianini, another KTM rider. Acosta's cause in that practice yesterday certainly not helped by a rather heavy tumble, losing the hard front tyre right here, actually, going into turn 13. So Acosta got away with a little bit yesterday.
Yeah, we saw several riders in practice yesterday needing 2, 3, 4 laps to really get that hard front tyre to really work and to really bite into the tarmac. Acosta perhaps going for a little bit too much too soon on board that KTM, and yeah, scraped through in 10th place by less than a tenth of a second in the end, a 1:30.196. And of course, Pedro Acosta's qualifying has been a bit of a mixed bag so far this season. Of course, was on the front row of the grid back in Austin, but hasn't qualified any higher than 6th in the 3 other Grand Prix we've had so far this season. And when we're expecting the qualifying session in around about an hour's time, Q2 to be so fiercely close, thousandths of a second are likely going to decide rows on the grid. Key session for Acosta. It's going to be tricky, but essential for Pedro to get himself minimum on the front 2 rows.
Yeah, Bastianini yesterday was ruining a lack of sort of stopping performance. on that KTM Tech 3 machine. Struggling with entry grip, he said, so he's losing a lot of time in the chicane, and he'd been able to sort of nail a bit more entry grip. Felt like he had something for a direct place in Q2. Joan Mir certainly did. As we saw on that graphic a few moments ago, Luca Marini second the best time in FP1, and then Johan Zarco backing it up with the best time in practice. The first time two Hondas have led both sessions on a Friday in, what, 4 long years. Luca Marini felt like he missed out big time yesterday afternoon, fastest yesterday morning, and then plummeting down to 16th on the order. Said he made, on his first time attack, just too many mistakes, didn't really nail a clean lap, and then yellow flags on his second run. That was the reason why Marini was not really able to capitalise on that stellar performance yesterday morning. And
when you look at the Honda riders, Marini looks like he's the one that's really struggling to exploit the benefit of a soft rear tyre in qualifying. We've not seen Marini qualify higher than the 9th in Austin yet. 3 times out of 4 he's been eliminated in qualifying 1. Of course, we saw Mir flirt with pole position briefly back in Austin, Texas, and Zarco, of course, fastest on Friday. So the Honda clearly can do a lap in qualifying on a soft rear tyre, but it feels like Marini can't at the moment.
Sometimes this season it's felt like the Aprilia factory team have been playing a little bit of catch-up after the opening day, a little bit behind the 8 ball on Fridays, but they crunch the numbers, they pour through the data, and they just get stronger and stronger as the weekend wears on. Getting that impression right now as well, with Bezzecchi up to 3rd, and now Martin up into 4th place. A 130.8 share between those two gets them right in the mix as we once again pick up Fabio Quartararo, already still at the front of this session. French fans will be loving this. They will be loving it if Fabio Quartararo can get himself into Q2, he'll be in the fight for pole. He does find more time, a 130.580. The French fans, quite rightly, they're on their feet. It might only be FP2, but they're still giving Fabio a rousing reception here. Brilliant stuff to see Fabio Quartararo rapid on that factory Yamaha.
Yeah, they are up on their feet. The 20 of El Diablo is littered all over this Le Mans circuit, and it's not like he's on any sort of tyre advantage. The rest of the field, every rider went out at the start of this session, this FP2 session, soft front, soft rear tyres. Of course, we have the sprint to come this afternoon in I guess weather conditions that we're not entirely certain what it's going to throw up. Much like tomorrow, we're still expecting a wet Grand Prix, as Pedro Acosta gets all sort of instability as he tries to shortcut that run through turn 5 down to La Chapelle of 6, gives his KTM a thump, and fortunately was able to stay on 2 wheels.
Well, we just talked about the factory Aprilia team once again getting their act together. After it wasn't a poor Friday at all, was it, with Martin 6th and Bezzecchi 7th? But you just know that the Nawali factory are going to get stronger and stronger throughout the weekend. Let's go and get the thoughts, though, of the boss, Paolo Bonora, who's for Jack.
Yeah, great to be with Paolo as ever. As the guys mentioned, a under-the-radar Friday, in both guys inside top the 10, job done, but not sort of the standout Fridays we've seen. How do you reflect on the performance of yesterday?
Yeah, you are used to good until now, no? We are used to see more in the front during the Friday, but by the way, no problem at all. We start in a slow way, I would like to say, but it's necessary to understand in a better way some place in the track, in particular the change direction in corner 9 to 10, and we're working on that, because in this track it's necessary to be very agile with the bike, but very stable during the wheelie as well. So it's necessary to find the correct balance. At the end, yesterday afternoon, they found something immediately when they jump on the soft on the rear and on the hard on the front. And yeah, during this morning we start from that point, when we are still working on the change in direction, to be honest with you, on the setup and on the electronic side.
Which, compared to years previous, that's almost the opposite to what we've seen from Aprilia. Looking at the times yesterday in the first 2 sectors, you could see on the fastest laps both Marco and Jorge fast through sectors 1 and 2. As soon as you get to sector 3 in that change of direction, you clearly in the first sectors, to stop the bike, to accelerate, you've got the performance. What is it that you're struggling in particular? Is it just the change from left to right in order to pick the bike up and move it across?
No, it is all the phase, because as you know, here when you force too much into the entry, you get delayed on the exit. So it's necessary to find the balance. As you know, our bike during the last part of the season, during this first part of the season, we work a lot on the stability, but now it's necessary to work in a little different way to find a more agile bike here in Le Mans. By the way, today is very good weather instead of the weather forecast of yesterday, and yeah, the expectation is to do our best. Absolutely, it is not a track where we had in the past very good result, but to be honest, it is a good layout.
Just finally, since we last saw you, you debuted your brand new 850 at Jerez. How did that go?
Yeah, very good start, to be honest. It is a clear shakedown of the bike, because the engine it was in the test bench since many months, so we understood very well, but the bike was the first time, and to be honest, it was a good test. Salvadori did a great job, and now it is necessary to work a lot, because the bike changed a little bit, because without the front and rear right device, it's necessary to find a different balance, different setup, and different setup also in the electronic side, because the wheel is different in the straight line. So it will be a very hard second part of the season, because it's necessary to keep the level high here in the 1000cc championship, and in the same way keep the working at home and with our test team in the other side in the 850.
Thanks, Paolo. Seems interesting. I saw yesterday that lap times on the 850s predicted to be about a second and a half from what we see on the thousands. Is that about accurate?
Difficult to say now, because the bike, it was the first time, and as I said to you before, it's necessary to work a lot to find a new working point for the bike.
Thanks, Paolo. Have a good day.
Thanks.
Great stuff, Jack. Always love listening to the thoughts and observations of Aprilia boss Paolo Bonora. If they can get that RSGP working around this Le Mans circuit, well, they've got two Le Mans experts. Marco Bezzecchi, a MotoGP winner here back in 2023. Jorge Martin did the double win here in 2024. So they've got the talent on top of the RSGP to get the job done here in France. Yeah, lots of factories now are ramping up their prep work on the 850s for 2027. Nicolo Bulega, runaway world superbike champion at the moment. What a start it's been to 2026 for Bulega on the factory Ducati. So far undefeated this year on the Panigale V4R. He had a bit of a play on Ducati's 850 in Mugello earlier on this week, and we understand from some close observers he was doing some pretty impressive lap times, Lewis.
Yes, it's a season where MotoGP, as we know it, is going to completely change next season. 850cc bikes, Pirelli tyres, replacing our event sponsors here and our proud partners for many years, Michelin in MotoGP. So the manufacturer that nails it, that gets it right, could have a big advantage at the start of next season. And it's why the rider market has been so, I guess, unpredictable and volatile so far this season, because teams, of course, want to make sure they've got the best possible rider lineup, but all the riders want to try and maneuver themselves into the best possible spot for next season, because they want to be part of the manufacturer that does ultimately nail it for next season. Of course, Yamaha will be working hard, of course, on their V4 configuration of 850 bike. The Honda has certainly been catching the eye. Aleix Espargaro, prior to his nasty injury at Sepang, has been doing plenty of mileage on their 850, and certainly all the whispers are that that is very, very quick too. So exciting times heading into the future of MotoGP, where of course aero will also be reduced, ride height devices will be a thing of the past, and as mentioned, the very face of MotoGP and the style of racing, the style of riding is going to change drastically.
Digi is cranking it up once again here on Saturday morning. Just got himself up into third place now with a 1:30.761. We just saw, didn't we, on screens inside the factory Ducati garage, while Jack was having that little natter with Paolo Bonora from Aprilia in pit lane. Marc Marquez leaning over his data engineers in the Ducati Lenovo garage, trying to find some answers, trying to find some pace. At the moment, Mark is down in 12th place. 131.247, the best we've seen from the reigning world champion. That time leaves Mark almost 0.7 of a second behind Fabio Quartararo, who's been cruising it so far this morning. What a session it has been for Quartararo on that Yamaha. No doubt he would have been, well, he said himself he was going to look at Alex Rins's data to find out how Alex delivered that lap that put him directly into Q2. It looks like at least they've got the Yamaha a little bit more planted to the tarmac around this Bugatti circuit. Fabio Quartararo saying yesterday, particularly in the faster corners when you're really seeking some confidence, the Yamaha gave him a bit of a floating sensation. Didn't feel like really that the Yamaha was stuck to the road at points around this Le Mans circuit yesterday, so they've obviously worked that out, worked a little bit of a treat this morning because Fabio doing mid-130s for fun right now.
Yeah, the acid test will come in qualifying 1, coming up in, what, around 20 minutes or so from now, which Quartararo will be a factor of, and to the point on Marc Marquez and his relative lack of performance. He's 0.6 off the pace at the moment in 12th place. You look at the riders ahead of him, you've got Moreira in 11th, Ralph Fernandez in 9th, Bastianini in 7th, and of course Quartararo, who leads the session, who will all join in that qualifying 1 session. And I can't believe I'm saying it, but it is by no means a foregone conclusion that Marc Marquez even gets through Q1.
He's in Q1 for the first time since that fateful Mandalika Grand Prix weekend last season. Well, unfortunately, just a week after Mark was crowned 7th time MotoGP World Champion. Of course, his season was ended prematurely after the contact with Marco Bezzecchi. Left him with a shoulder injury, which is still handicapping the 93, you have to say, at the moment. Ralph Fernandez, he's in P9, potential strong lap coming in from Fernandez. Yeah, he moves up 5 places, up into P4. So Fernandez now into the 130s himself.
Yeah, looking on the graphic at least, if that's correct, Ralph Fernandez has put a second brand new soft rear tyre in, along with the soft that he started the session with. We've got Pecco Bagnaia and Marco Bezzecchi also going pretty quickly in the first sector at the moment. This is Fabio Di Gianantonio through the Dunlop chicane, and it's this exact corner which is why it's so imperative for Marc Marquez and everybody who's in that qualifying 1 session to get through, whether it's dry or whether it's wet. This corner is an absolute nightmare at the start if you're in the midfield.
Nailed on, surgeon-like precision from Di Gianantonio, just clipping the white line on the inside of 3 and then 4. Textbook stuff that from Fabio Di Gianantonio. Clearly you can just see there, we said yesterday, rider and machine working together in perfect harmony. Great shot that to see Fabio Di Gianantonio flying. Well, there's Marc Marquez tucked in behind his teammate Bagnaia at the moment, just maybe trying to find some kind of a reference. Just trying to find maybe some answers to his ongoing problems. A lack of pace so far here this weekend as far as the 93 is concerned. Marc Marquez at the moment, well, he's been pushed back down to 14th now. Still nothing better than a 131.247, while his teammate Bagnaia is quite a long way up the road. 12 places higher up the order, and in terms of lap times, half a second quicker than Marc.
Yeah, Marc Marquez has also put in a second brand new soft rear tyre in this session. Which is why he's now setting personal best in the first sector. Bagnaia still on the exact same pair of soft front, soft rear that he started the session with. As we take a look at the S-Blur, we did see Ralph Fernandez lose a bit of time in the 3rd sector on a lap that was potentially going to put him ahead of Fabio Quartararo, and he joins a lengthy list of riders to get a little bit nonplussed with Frankie Morbidelli.
Yamaha grateful for the services of Fabio Quartararo at the moment. He still leads this session. You've got to go all the way down to top rank. Razgatlioglu in 19th for the next best Yamaha. Alex Rins, who's coming up in Q2, well, he's 20th. And Jack Miller's very, very tough start of 2026 rolls on. Still without a point finish in sprints or Grand Prix so far this year is the Australian. Miller down in 21st place at the moment, although we have to say there's not even a second. No, Johan Zarco. Well, now this is a bit of a blot on the copybook, and of course this could be costly in terms of Q2 and the 5 of pole position. Is he going to have 2 bikes available at his disposal? He's in the final sector, is Zarco.
He's down at the record him on, isn't he? So unfortunately he doesn't have far to go, and of course all these lap times you see come through will be cancelled due to the yellow flags, which is going to deny Ayagura the chance to go into the top 6. He doesn't go anyway, so Zarco down, and he'll be looking to try and wheel that bike very quickly into the pit lane so LCR can get both bikes ready for Q2.
Yeah, Marc Marquez had jumped into second place when he came through those yellow flags, so Marc Marquez came over line at a 1:34.720, which, as mentioned, did get him briefly up into second, but it was an illegal lap after the yellow flag offence. Johan Zarco, though, a bit of a wave to the crowd. He's A-OK. Let's have a listen. Real tricky turn 30. You can just hear him drop it back from second to first gear. Full lean angle on the right-hand side of that front tyre, and down he goes. Fabio Quartararo, just looking, there's a few riders actually who are having very, very strong first and second sectors. So parked on the outside of Recordamon then. Johan Zarco potentially fighting for a home pole position with just one Honda RC213V available.
Yeah, of course, on board we weren't able to see very clearly, but it didn't look as if there was an awful lot of damage done to that bike. So once this session's finished, I'm sure that bike will be very quickly driven up to the LCR Honda Castrol box to allow the team to give it a bit of a check-up. So Agura then enters a final sector which is now clear of yellow flags, and another rider who will be very much edgy and with the previous qualifying issues fresh in his mind as he gets set for qualifying 2, because he hasn't nailed qualifying so far this year, has Agura, up into 4th place now at a 1:30.7.
Been watching Agura all weekend in this particular part of the course, that rapid high-speed first sector, and he's been lethal. He's been so good, particularly in that first split on that Aprilia RSGP. So good this morning, and the French fans will be very happy about that. Is Fabio Quartararo, who with just 2 minutes of this FP2 session remaining, looks like he might well be cleaning up this morning. Pecco Bagnaia might have something to say about that. Bagnaia and Alex Marquez have just stepped fast first sector. We pick up Marc Marquez though, who without the Zarco yellow flag would have been up into P2. Yellow flags have been a bit of a pain so far this weekend as far as the world champion is concerned.
This will be the first session topped by a V4 Yamaha. If Quartararo does do this, can't think of many if there has been one. Here comes Marc Marquez then towards Shimano-Buff. Bagnaia, his teammate, has now dropped in behind him. He's decided to release his teammate. Marquez is now approaching the third sector. Bagnaia is now approaching that left-right flick of Shimano-Buff, and he's also in touch to potentially get ahead of the home favourite Quartararo.
Pecco, the party pooper, potentially here on Saturday morning in Le Mans. Don't know why, just visibly it just looks like Bagnaia looks a little bit more comfortable, a little bit more settled on top of that Ducati GP26. Into Recordamon we go. This is where Zarco took the front on the LCR Honda just a few moments ago. So is Pecco Bagnaia going to deny Quartararo top spot here in this FP2 session? No, he's not. A 1:30.646. He was a best time of the session as far as the Italian goes, but not enough to knock Quartararo off top spot.
Yeah, it's unusual to take a positive from a crash, but Bagnaia did say yesterday, he said, at least when I crashed this time, I knew why I'd crashed. A lot of the times, particularly if you go back to Jerez a couple of weeks ago, that crash into turn 1 in this very session, free practice 2, and Bagnaia was having all sorts of instability trying to get that Ducati stopped. He was crashing, but not really understanding why he was hitting the deck. That's clearly something that Pecco Bagnaia has got a bit more confidence, a bit more feedback from that Ducati. He's understanding what's underneath him a little bit better, and he's definitely in the frame to challenge for, at the very least, a place on the front row today.
He's looking good. He is looking right on the money here, is Pecco Bagnaia. Braking harder now down into Garage Fair, on course potentially for another strong lap here. Jack, back down to you.
Yeah, Bagnaia, one of only a handful of riders not to opt for a brand new soft rear tyre as well. He's doing this on used rubber. Bagnaia looks very impressive this morning.
He is indeed. Yesterday he was strong, his best Friday since the Portuguese Grand Prix in Portimao towards the tail end of 2025. What about Alex Marquez? Bit of a low-key weekend so far for Alex. He felt like he was missing rear grip, particularly in the hard acceleration zones around this Le Mans circuit yesterday. Chasing a bit more rear traction, a bit more drive grip was Alex. Still 4th fastest yesterday and comfortably into Q2. Strong in the first 2 sectors, as you can see on the graphic at the bottom of your screens. Alex out on a fresh rear tyre as well. He's taken the checkered flag. Pecco Bagnaia also has taken the checkered flag. He's not able to better Quartararo's 1:30.580. So a Frenchman led the way on Friday afternoon, and a Frenchman is going to lead the way on Saturday morning, which means we've got some very, very happy French fans here in Le Mans.
Yeah, is Fabio Quartararo potentially a contender for qualifying 2? He goes through qualifying 1 very, very shortly, and yeah, a major boost for Yamaha. Of course, they've been looking for any kind of crumbs of comfort they can find with this troublesome V4 process that they're in, trying to inject some performance into that bike. Any lift they can get, they'll quite happily grasp with both hands, and Fabio Quartararo has provided them and the thousands upon thousands of his compatriots with a lift this morning.
Poles here in Le Mans in 2020, 2021, and of course also here last year. He couldn't, could he? Could he pull off another miracle performance? I mean,
anybody could.
It would be sensational. It would be incredible if Fabio Quartararo could do it again. First, of course, he has to get himself out of what is always going to be a very tricky Q1 session. Marc Marquez himself saying yesterday, Q1 is the one session of the weekend you really don't want to be involved in. Pockets of Bagnaia fans, go on, give us a wave. You should be happy because the number 63 is shining in the Le Mans sunshine. Top 3 yesterday, despite the late crash at turn 6. And one place higher up this morning is Pecco Bagnaia. Bagnaia looking in the groove.
Yeah, I think she was a single Bagnaia fan there in a sea of pink and yellow of Fabio Quartararo support in that particular grandstand. But they are such a knowledgeable crowd here at the French Grand Prix. They just love the sport. They adore MotoGP. Even Prix, Quartararo and Zarco, it was always a great event to be a part of. But of course, with 2 French riders, one of course a world champion and one the most recent French Grand Prix winner, this has become an event now that just for French sports fans, you dare not miss the French Grand Prix.
Saturday mornings have been very, very kind so far this season to Fabio. The Gianantonio has not yet started lower than 4th place on the grid. He's on a great running Q2 of 3 successive front row starts, including poles in Brazil and in Texas. So you know that Fabio the Gianantonio is going to be a serious contender for the front row as well in Q2 coming up shortly. Once again find himself inside that top 3. The Ducati GP26s of Bagnaia and the Gianantonio inside that top 3. The Ducati GP26 of Marc Marquez down in 16th place at the end of that session. We should say that Martin did find a high 130, which briefly put him up into 2nd. That was immediately scrubbed off, though, after Johan Zarco's late crash at turn 13.
Yeah, to Jack's point, very good point that he made in pit lane, would have been barely faster than his teammate Bagnaia was going, and he didn't change tyres. Fabio Quartararo then, the other home favourite after Zarco stole the headlines yesterday. It's Quartararo quickest on Saturday morning in FP2. Bagnaia 2nd from Di Gianantonio. The Aprilias 4th, 5th, 6th and 7th with Agura leading them. Bastianini and Acosta for KTM 8th and 9th ahead of Zarco, who had that late fall. Recordamon, Mir 11th from Alex Marquez, Fermin Aldeguer and Frankie Morbidelli, who certainly didn't impress Raul Fernandez late in that session. Moreira 15th ahead of Marc Marquez for the 2nd day in a row. Coming unstuck with some ill-timed yellow flags. Brad Binder 17th ahead of Marini, Razgatlioglu, Rins Miller and Jonas Folger, as he was yesterday, around 2.5 seconds off the pace in 22nd.
What a time to be a MotoGP fan from France at the moment. Johan Zarco, strongest on Friday. Fabio Quartararo, another home crowd superstar, fastest on Saturday morning. He's got Q1 coming up next, which will also feature reigning world champion Marc Marquez. Welcome back to one of motorsport's most iconic and historic venues on planet Earth. We are in Le Mans. We are at the Michelin Grand Prix of France in 2026, and up next it's going to be MotoGP qualifying, a heavyweight Q1 session to kick off. Who was going to be our 5th pole sitter of 2026? Fabio Quartararo. Can he make it back-to-back poles here in front of his home crowd? He has just topped FP2, the 30-minute session to kick off our Sprint Saturday action in the Premier class. But he has got work to do to get himself out of Q1, a Q1 session which features Enea Bastianini, fellow KTM rider Brad Binder, and reigning world champion Marc Marquez in Q1 for the first time since the Indonesian Grand Prix last October. Ralph Fernandez, Jack Miller, Luca Marini was fastest on Friday morning. Quartararo, as mentioned, Morbidelli, Moreira, Razgatlioglu, Aldeguer and Jonas Folger replacing the injured Maverick Vinales. They are your riders coming up in Q1. As you can see on the graphic on the right-hand side of your picture, already safely through Zarco, 2025 French Grand Prix winner, who's just ended FP2 in the gravel. A crash for Zarco at turn 13, not the way that he would have wanted to have kicked off Sprint Saturday. The Gian Antonio, Bagnaia, Alex Marquez, Joan Mir, Martin, Bezzecchi, Rins, Agura and Acosta. Those are your 10 riders that don't have to worry about this upcoming Q1 session. And one is a beautiful Saturday morning here in this part of northwest France. And those home fans, well, they've already had some treats so far this weekend. As mentioned, Johann Zarco, fastest in the full dry conditions on Friday. Fabio Quartararo, dazzling this morning in FP2. How long will the sunshine last, though, for here in France, with tomorrow's forecast looking rather dodgy? Some rain potentially disrupting our 5th Grand Prix day of the campaign. Qualifying though, head of a 13-lap Tissot sprint this afternoon. Fabio Quartararo and Marc Marquez, two of MotoGP's modern-day superstars. Their first big mission is to get themselves out of this tricky Q1 session.
Uncharted territory for Marc Marquez in 2026. As you can see there, the last time he was in qualifying 1 was in Lombok last year, where he did go through to qualifying 2. Was just about the only thing that went right for Marc Marquez that weekend. Of course, picked up the injury on the Sunday, which really did change his 2025 and really his 2026. Has been working his way back up to 100% physical fitness since then. But with Marc Marquez in this session, you'd normally, just on pure reputation, expect him to cruise through this Q2 session, but we've not seen an awful lot of evidence so far this weekend that he is going to do that. He's certainly going to be in the frame to go through, but there are plenty of other contenders that could spoil his morning. Bastianini, Ralph Fernandez, who has already come through qualifying 1 to qualify in the front row in Buriram this season. Marini on a very fast Honda this weekend, and we have to now, after the events of Free Practice 2, throw Fabio Quartararo into the mix as well.
We certainly do. Fabio Quartararo was brilliant this morning, looking really sharp on Michelin's soft rubber. There is Ralph Fernandez, 14th fastest he was yesterday. Really, really close behind Pedro Acosta in 10th place, who just got into Q2 by the skin of his teeth. Not even a 10th behind him was Bastianini. Enea just 100th clear of Brad Binder, who was then in turn just 800ths clear of Marc Marquez. 400ths further back then was Ralph Fernandez. It was not much in it at all in terms of deciding those top 10 yesterday. Not in it was Toprak Razgatlioglu. A couple of Yamahas have been pretty quick so far here this weekend, with Alex Rins directly through to Q2 yesterday. He might be struggling at the moment at the wrong end of the leaderboard, but Toprak Razgatlioglu certainly not lacking support wherever he go in the world. The 3-times world superbike champion coming up in this opening Q1 session. He was 20th quickest on day 1.
Yeah, and he was kind of blaming himself yesterday for being as far as he was off the pace. Comparing to his teammate Jack Miller, Toprak was 9/10 of a second behind him, looking to close that gap in this qualifying session. Toprak actually does lead Jack Miller 3-1 in the qualifying head-to-head down at Pramac.
So here we go then, Marc Marquez for the first time in 2026, for the first time as the reigning MotoGP world champion this year, has to go into what Frankie Morbidelli so brilliantly described a couple of years ago, Q1, the jungle in a MotoGP weekend, but under beautiful clear blue skies. It's clear track ahead of the number 93 as he's keen to get on with business here, try and find an early lap. He's got Diogo Moreira for company. These two, of course, very close off-circuit training partners, away from the glare of the MotoGP field. What could Fermin Aldeguer deliver as well? It was a disappointing Friday for the number 54 BK8 Gresini racing rider, 21st at the end of play yesterday. As you saw from the replays this morning, FP2 certainly not helped Aldeguer by a front-end washout as he backed left through turn 3. And Fabio Quartararo then, there's going to be massive cheers, massive roars just for him leaving pit lane. So imagine what it's going to be like if he does make it back-to-back pole positions here in Le Mans. Huge 15 minutes though coming up for the number 20.
3 times in the past he has been on pole for the French Grand Prix. Q2 would be an achievement on board that factory Yamaha, where of course his teammate would await him. Alex Rins made his way into Q2 yesterday after tailing Jorge Martin to get himself a fast lap on the board. Can Fabio Quartararo book his place in the battle for pole position? As we mentioned at the end of free practice 2, if anyone is capable of producing a magic single lap to put themselves in the battle for pole position, you are looking at it.
He's only been in Q2 once so far this season as Fabio Quartararo. 4th he was on the grid on our first visit to Brazil in over 20 years. The Goiânia circuit. Followed that through to 6th in the sprint. So then Marc Marquez, as mentioned, he's pretty keen to get on with business here. He has got Diogo Moreira on the LCR Honda directly behind him. Marc was 16th in that earlier FP2 session, but as we did mention, he did find a high 130, which would have clearly put him very close to Fabio Quartararo in that 30-minute session. Unfortunately for Marc, there was more yellow flag troubles coming his way after the incident involving Pecco Bagnaia at La Chapelle yesterday, which is the reason why Marc's in this opening 15-minute qualifying session. It was Arco's crash at turn 13 this morning, which denied Marc a top 10.
Feels like it's going to take a 129 to get yourself into qualifying 2 in this session. Yesterday, 10th place, which got a Costa through, was a 130.196, and we already saw low to mid 130s from Quartararo in free practice 2. So expect low 30s, if not high 29s, to be the benchmark for a place in the battle for pole here.
Well, if fan power, if support's going to get Fabio Quartararo into Q1, well, there's an early mistake here for Enea Bastianini. He has gone down in that first chicane into turns 3 and 4. Such an easy mistake to make there on that RC16. You're just trail braking, scrubbing off so much speed. 310 kilometers an hour, you power through the long right-hander of turn 1, and then you're all the way back down to second gear for that first chicane, under 100 Ks. So this is where Marc's going to, I think, yellow flag's just about cleared. We have got a 129, and it's been fired in by the 93, a 129.988. And that's some opening salvo from Marc Marquez. That's 6.5 tenths faster than Raul Fernandez in second place. Marc did a 130.3 yesterday, so he's almost found pretty much half a second compared to his best pace on Friday.
That is the 3rd fastest lap time of the weekend. Only Zarco and Gian Antonio yesterday have been quicker than that so far this weekend. This is a slowish lap for Fabio Quartararo. I think he was behind Bastianini at the start of the lap. He was, so Quartararo will have been the first rider to hit those yellow flags down at the Dunlop chicane. Marc Marquez, he's now down at Garage Vert as the rest of the field, led by Raul Fernandez, tried to cut the gap to the reigning world champion.
Yeah, and it's a big gap, a really big gap at the moment, nearly 7/10 of a second. That was a brilliant start to this Q1 session for Marc Marquez. We follow him now, attacking hard on the factory Ducati, going to the Blur S's. It's a good lap coming in by Raul Fernandez, though. Fair play to the track out Aprilia rider. Hot off track yesterday when his RSGP caught fire. Hot on circuit at the moment is the Spaniard. What about Moreira? Just trying to use Marc as a reference a few yards further up the road. Marc Marquez over the line, a 130.020, so a 129.9 and a 130 flat from Marc Marquez as Marini goes up in the second. Raul Fernandez, though, could be finding his best time of the weekend, his first 129. He certainly does, a 129.972 from Raul Fernandez. A Spanish 1-2 now led by Fernandez.
And here comes Fabio Quartararo. He's now out of Garage Vert on the back straight down to Shimano-Boeuf. The first half of the lap, very good for Fabio Quartararo. It's this part of the lap with a straight down to the S's of Shimano-Boeuf, where he'll be praying that he gets every ounce of horsepower out of that V4 Yamaha. What kind of third sector has it been for Fabio Quartararo? He's lost a 10th of a half now, and he's going to need a magic final sector to get in amongst the Spaniards up at the top.
He's had 51 front row starts in his MotoGP career as Fabio Quartararo. He would love to be in the hunt for a 52nd a little bit later on this morning. Through Recordamont we go. 11th quickest at the moment is Quartararo. Powers the Yamaha out of the final corner. Oh, brilliant. What a last sector. What a last sector that was by Quartararo. He found a 1:29.967. 5 thousandths quicker than Ralph Fernandez. But of course, crucially, this is Marc Marquez out of the top two.
Well, I said it needed a magic final sector. That's exactly what Fabio Quartararo delivered. A 1:29.9 won't cut it for Marc Marquez, or certainly not a 29.988. It was super close yesterday. 21 thousandths of a second now cover the top three. And at the moment, in this game of musical chairs, the music's in danger of stopping with Marc Marquez on his feet.
Yeah, the last time Marc Marquez started the Grand Prix in 13th place, he was right here in Le Mans 2024. This could be costly for Enea Bastianini. We've heard so many riders talking about the difficulty in generating temperature in the left-hand side of that front tyre, and that just looked like there was not enough heat
on the
left-hand side for Enea. That could really, really prove costly for Tech 3 in their home Grand Prix. A graceful slide into the gravel trap as far as the Italian is concerned. Big huddle around Marc Marquez. An army of Ducati engineers listening to his every word. Marc Marquez, it's so close at the top. 200ths of a second covering your top three. But it's Marc that crucially at the moment is in P3, which is not going to cut it for Q2.
And there's a big gap behind then to Morbidelli fourth, the 1:30.5 for Frankie Morbidelli. That would still be his best qualifying since the season opener in Buriram. Marini fifth on the factory Honda from Moreira. Good luck from Moreira, that 30.7 to be just within a tenth of Marini. Then it's Miller and Binder. Binder will be expecting a lot better than a 30.8, given that he did a 30.2 yesterday. Then we've got Toprak, Folger, and Fermin Aldeguer, who hasn't said anything representative yet. He's done a 32.9. Of course, we're yet to see any kind of lap time from Enea Bastianini for the reasons you just saw.
Well, he's got the magic wand out once again here in Le Mans, hasn't he, Fabio Quartararo? Fastest this morning in FP2. That got the home crowd revved up on a bright Saturday morning. And they're singing themselves hoarse once again because Fabio Quartararo leads Q1. One more time attack left. Can he find an improvement on the 1:29.967? Some step forward that by Quartararo. Half a second quicker than the one he managed here yesterday. Great shot of him going through Recordamont. This is where he was utterly superb. That final sector was one of the best final sectors he's ever produced here at the Bugatti circuit. We could have both factory Yamahas in the Q2 session coming up shortly. Quartararo then is heading out for his second time attack. So too is Marc Marquez. 200ths splitting Quartararo, Fernandez and Marc Marquez, which two of those trio are going to find themselves in the hunt for pole here in France.
Yes, you're right. As it stands, we'd have half of the quartet of Yamahas in Q2, but we'd also, as it stands, only have half of the 6 Ducatis in qualifying 2. Of course, Gian Antonio Bagnaia and Alex Marquez, they're already safely through to qualifying 2, but at the moment, neither Marc Marquez, Frankie Morbidelli, nor Fermin Aldeguer are on course to join them.
Yeah, I've got to say, Aldeguer looks a bit lost so far this weekend. Just has not had the pace at all. 21st he was yesterday. At the moment, on that opening run in Q1, something happened to him. Maybe some yellow flag troubles, or just couldn't find a lap. But he's stands at the moment behind Jonas Folgeren, set to start the Grand Prix in last place.
Yeah, he's gone for a slightly different strategy to the rest of the group, who we all see together on the racetrack. Marc Marquez is trying to find himself a good spot on the racetrack. Up ahead now, Enea Bastianini. Moreira once again locked onto his rear tyre. Aldeguer, with no representative lap time on the board, can't afford to wait around. He's gone early to try and get himself a lap time on the board and lift himself off the back row.
Trying to avoid some yellow flag dramas late on. Quartararo then building up temperature in that new Michelin soft rear tyre. So good, as we saw previously in that final sector. As mentioned, if it's Van Pau that's going to get him into Q1, he's got no issues whatsoever, because the French fans are loving this. They are roaring, they are willing Quartararo onto a fight for a second pole position in 2 years here in Le Mans. What about Aldeguer then? Let's see what he can do. Moves up a couple of places, finds a high 1:30, 1:30.838 to be precise, as Fabio Quartararo is once again on the money. Fastest time of the weekend so far, a 1:29.907 from his fellow Frenchman Zarco. Well, that's coming on some threat here from Quartararo. Into the museum corner he goes.
Yeah, Marc Marquez looks like he's got a bit of clear tarmac. He's ahead of Moreira, but behind Jack Miller. Quartararo then into the second sector. Marc Marquez has had a huge first sector. The world champion is rising to a pretty steep challenge up ahead of him.
How many times have we said this down the years? You write him off at your peril. This could be a bit of a goalpost mover as far as the field is concerned if Marc can make this a clean lap, because he's absolutely destroyed that first sector. What a first sector that is by the world champion. It's getting better as well in the second split. Down into garage, there he goes. Look how hard he's pushing the front end of that factory Ducati. Missing front feeling? I don't think so.
He's not missing commitment, is he? No question about it. He's launching that Ducati into these braking zones. Quartararo's not going slowly, as you can see up ahead. He's going to move the goalpost down to a sort of mid to high 29, but Marc Marquez could be in danger of an all-time lap record. Here comes Quartararo down to a 29.7. Can Marc Marquez beat it? He's in danger of demolishing it.
Into the blur S's goes Marc then now through the left-hander of 12. We'll be back to the first gear double right-hander of record him on. Here he is then on the factory Ducati, full attack mode, full commitment this by the number 93. Over the line he will come shortly. 129.288, and out of absolutely nowhere, out of nowhere, Marc Marquez has just produced the fastest ever MotoGP lap of Le Mans. Look at Pecco Bagnaia and Davide Tardozzi on the other side of that factory Ducati garage. They can't quite believe what we have just witnessed. A special rider, a special talent, a special lap time.
Well, he was faced with a challenge which we weren't sure he had the answer to. Boy, has he provided an extraordinary, emphatic answer there. Faster than Fabio Quartararo's pole time of last year. He's 4/10 clear of the field now. Quartararo's lap was special enough to do a 29.7, and that has moved the goalpost into principally a different stadium from Marc Marquez. He is walking through to Q2 with that.
Brilliant. You just have to doff your cap and say chapeau to Marc Marquez. Looks like he's going to certainly be in the fight for a 76th MotoGP pole position coming up in Q2. What can Raul Fernandez do? Because he's got to make up a whole chunk of time to threaten Quartararo's second place. He's over a quarter of a second behind the Frenchman. A quarter of a second is adrift, as you can see at the moment on this current lap. Not out of it is Fernandez. We know how good the Aprili's been in the last sector, but unfortunately, it looks like this lap's going to go away for Fernandez. He's going to get one more. Comes through some pretty heavy traffic there in this final split too.
I have to give a shout out. Toprak's gone fourth on the Pramac Yamaha. He's done a 30.4. Toprak and Miller are fourth and fifth now on the Pramac Yamahas. Then it's Bastianini, Morbidelli and Marini. Moreira now goes fourth, splits the Pramac Yamahas. A personal best for Raul Fernandez, but he's still a 10.5 short, and that's looked like the end of his qualifying session.
I love that shot, that grin in the Ducati garage from Pecco Bagnaia. He knows how good that 129.288 was from Marc Marquez. Marquez, quite rightly so, probably feels like that's job done. He peels into pit lane. That's Q1 over as far as the 93 is concerned. Special lap, that. An all-time lap record then delivered by Marc Marquez. It looks like at the moment, with 60 seconds of the session remaining, it will be Fabio Quartararo going into Q2, which means, much to the delight of the home crowd, it will be Quartararo and Zarco, one or two of the 12 riders that will be in the hunt for our 5th pole position of the season. Marc Marquez, he was the first sector, but it was just absolutely out of this world, wasn't he? He was already up by almost 3.5 tenths in sector 1, and then just carried on that momentum. Still, Fabio Quartararo has the upper hand in the last sector.
Yeah, Quartararo is not going to be troubled, it wouldn't appear, certainly at the moment. The only rider improving and setting personal bests as it stands is Luca Marini, but he's already 3/4 of a second down, so it might move him up to 4th, up ahead of Morbidelli and Toprak, but Marini's not going to be threatening Q2 on this current lap. It's going to be, I guess, crucial to see if any riders get over the line in the next 10 seconds to have one more shot at this.
Marc Marquez explaining to his crew, you can see there with the headset to his left. On the right of our picture is his crew chief, Marco Rigamonte. Just down the bottom of your picture, the very distinctive grey mop of hair on top of Gigi Dall'Igna, as Marc just explains how he delivered that 129.288. The fastest ever lap around this 4.19 kilometre Le Mans circuit. He had to find something special, and when he needed it, boy, did he deliver something special.
Yeah, the two MotoGP world champions in this session, both explaining to the world why they're world champions. Marc Marquez and Fabio Quartararo look like they're the two riders to go through. And that reaction, the reaction from Pecco Bagnaia, who's just in amazement, but Davide Tardozzi, who has seen plenty in his long career as a team manager, even he is amazed by that.
Bagnaia looks across to Christian Gabberini, his crew chief, and just goes, has he really just done that? Has he just done that? For some context, Marc Marquez yesterday, 1:30.371. He's got about 1.1 seconds faster. Just amazing, amazing performance once again.
Yeah, as you said a moment ago, write him off at your peril. Marini did go fourth, by the way, on the factory Honda. He's 1.1 seconds, though, behind Marc Marquez, which tells you what kind of a special lap Marc did. We've got Bastianini currently out there setting personal best, but these French fans needn't worry about Bastianini threatening their home hero, Fabio Quartararo. Also, give a shout-out to him. As impressive as Marc was being, Quartararo, every bit as impressive. He does join his compatriot, Johann Zarco, in Q2.
Yeah, the riders 13th and 17th then on Practice Friday are the two riders that are going to be still in the hunt for pole position here in Le Mans. Fabio Quartararo, I don't know. Are we sensing that he's going to deliver something super special once again? The pole lap he produced here last year and the reception that he got from the French fans, well, it just put goosebumps all over your body. It was something super special, something it was a privilege to be part of. That pole lap he put together here last year. And thankfully for Quartararo fans, he's still in the hunt for what potentially would be his 22nd MotoGP pole position.
I wonder if he's looking at Marc Marquez's sector 1 time there on the screens, because that's where all the time was between Marc Marquez and Quartararo. It was a 4/10 gap. Marc won 3 of those over his fellow world champion in the first sector. And if you told Raul Fernandez when this session began that he'd do a 1:29.885, he'd have probably thought that was good enough for qualifying 2. In the end, it was a 10th and a half short.
And that was a big jump forward from Fernandez as well. He was 6/10 quicker than his time attack yesterday afternoon. I mean, what else could he really do? That's a big leap forward in terms of performance from the Trackhouse of Prix rider. But unfortunately, not good enough to get himself into that second qualifying session. So for the 3rd time in the opening 5 Grand Prix, Fernandez finds himself starting outside of the top 10. Work to do for him in the sprint and the Grand Prix tomorrow. Just a quick reminder, as always, the Tissot sprint over 13 laps. That'll be lights out, and we'll be racing over 13 laps. 27 laps will be the full distance French Grand Prix here tomorrow.
Yeah, both rookies doing pretty solid jobs, has to be said, in that Q1 session. Moreira here on screen 8th, so he'll start 18th on the grid for the sprint later on. And Toprak Razgatlioglu just ahead of him in 7th place. He out-qualifies his teammate Jack Miller for the 4th consecutive Grand Prix. But it is Marc Marquez who tops Q1 with a new all-time lap record. What on earth are we going to see in Q2 next? Quartararo also through in 2nd place. 2nd time this year we've seen him in Q2, joining his teammate Rins, of course. Raul Fernandez 3rd from Bastianini, who had that spill at the start of the session. Marini 5th from Morbidelli, Toprak and Moreira. Jack Miller 9th. Fermin Aldeguer's miserable weekend continues, 20th for him. Brad Binder is 2nd from the back. A 30.8 for him on the factory KTM. He's only got Jonas Folger on the 2nd Tech 3 KTM behind him.
Tough times right now for the South African. Fermin Aldeguer, a double podium finisher here last year. He's going to be starting the Grand Prix from 20th place. The Sprint 2, tough weekend here in France for the Gresini racing rider. A tough weekend so far for Marc Marquez, wasn't it? Pre that Q1 session, but he delivered something extra special. A new all-time lap record to cruise into Q2. Also going through the home crowd hero Fabio Quartararo, Marc Marquez, Fabio Quartararo into Q2. The mouth-watering fight for pole position is up next live here in Le Mans. Don't go anywhere, and we will find out who will be on pole position for the Michelin Grand Prix of France. Looking magnificent in the glorious Saturday morning sunshine is the Bugatti circuit here in Le Mans as we get set for qualifying Q2 over 15 minutes coming up shortly here to find out who will be on pole position in this year's Michelin Grand Prix of France. The action yesterday, which was topped by Johann Zarco, was played out in front of MotoGP's biggest ever Friday crowd. The French fans, they really do love their MotoGP, don't they? Almost 80,000 were trackside here yesterday, and they went home happy after Johann Zarco set the fastest time as he looks to make it back-to-back wins in the French Grand Prix. And coming up next, though, this should be spicy, this should be spectacular, shouldn't it? As Marc Marquez, the reigning world champion, and Fabio Quartararo have both just come through Q1, and they are in the hunt for pole position, which will also feature Johann Zarco, Fabio Di Gianantonio, Pecco Bagnaia, Alex Marquez, the Spanish Grand Prix winner, Joan Mir, Jorge Martin, Marco Bezzecchi, the World Championship leader, Alex Rins, both factory Yamahas in Q2 for the first time this season. Ayagura was 9th quickest yesterday, ahead of Pedro Acosta. So those are your 12, your dozen who are going to be fighting for pole position number 5 so far in 2026. Poles this season for Marco Bezzecchi, 2 poles for Fabio Di Gianantonio, and 1 for Marc Marquez in that dramatic damp qualifying session in Jerez a couple of weeks ago. Very, very different conditions here in Le Mans as the French fans soak up some beautiful Saturday morning sunshine. Perfect conditions, ideal conditions. The stage is set for what we hope is going to be some spectacle here in qualifying in MotoGP. Fabio Quartararo looking for his 4th MotoGP pole in front of his home crowd. The roofs on those grandstands will get lifted off if Quartararo or Zarco can get the job done in this upcoming Q2 session. Bit of drama, we have to say, at the end of FP2 this morning. Fabio Quartararo was fastest. It's been some Saturday so far for the factory Yamaha rider. Fastest in FP2, second to Marc Marquez in Q1. Johann Zarco was pretty strong in that FP2 session, but he did end it on the floor. A late crash at turn 13 for the LCR Honda rider. He knows what it takes to be on pole, though, in front of his home crowd. Pole position here back in 2018. He was the first French rider to start a MotoGP race on home soil from pole since Christian Sauron at Paul Ricard in 1988. Nearly 80,000 then French fans packed into Le Mans yesterday. I'd imagine it's going to be into, what, 6 figures for Saturday and Sunday. Are we going to get yet another all-time Le Mans record crowd? Can we beat the 311,797 fans that packed into Le Mans last year? Those that are here this morning have already seen something very, very special from both Marc Marquez and from Fabio Quartararo. Lewis, I think the best is still to come. This should be a mega Q2 session.
1:29.2 from Marc Marquez to break the lap record and book his place in the pole position shootout. Dare we even begin to suspect of a 1:28 in this Q2 session? I don't think we can really rule out anything after what we've seen in qualifying 1. I have to say, I haven't been this excited for a Q2 session in quite some time. The top 10 yesterday were covered by less than 0.3 of a second. In the sprint era of MotoGP, it was the closest ever Friday afternoon practice session. If we get anything close to that in Q2, this is going to be quite a session.
Fabio Di Gianantonio is having a bit of a qualifying purple patch so far in 2026. Pole position on our South and North American swing in Goiânia and Austin. And then he was on the front row of the grid last time out as well at the Spanish Grand Prix in Jerez. Has not yet started lower than 4th on the grid so far this year, Fabio Di Gianantonio. So he's been able to get some performance out of Michelin's soft rear tyre so far this season. And we know that this man can. 3 times already a pole starter in front of his home crowd. There have been a few concerned French fans last night when they saw Fabio stuck down in 17th place, but as he so often does all around the world, but particularly here in Le Mans, he has found some special laps so far this morning. And you just know, if anybody can come out of Q1, if anybody can come from 17th on a Friday and snatch pole position, Quartararo can.
Yeah, you saw that pole position time that he set back in 2021. That would put you at the back of the grid this year in MotoGP. Of course, the incredible rate of development. These motorcycles have moved on so much over the years. This, of course, the last year of the 1000cc era in MotoGP, and we are already talking in lap record terms. Marc Marquez breaking the lap record in qualifying 1. If he matches that in qualifying 2, will that be enough for another pole position? Back-to-back poles, of course, Marc Marquez is chasing, but he's got threats coming from 4 different manufacturers. Yamaha, of course, represented with Rins and Quartararo. Aprilia, of course, are going to be right in the mix. We've got Pedro Acosta there representing KTM, and of course Johann Zarco representing Honda.
No stranger to pole position in Le Mans himself. Busy the number 93, Marc Marquez. 4 times he's been on pole here in Le Mans. He took his first ever pole position in World Championship Racing all the way back in 2009 when he was a 125cc rider. Oh, that was tight.
Yeah, that was Acosta, I think, nearly running into the back of Gianantonio as they're jockeying for some space on this outlap. Marc and Alex Marquez together at the front of the field. It's Alex leading Marc, and as he did yesterday, Alex Rins has certainly been clever on this outlap. He's positioned himself right behind the new lap record holder. Yeah,
yesterday it was Martin that dragged Alex Rins around Le Mans into a direct spot in Q2 for the first time since the Malaysian Grand Prix in Sepang last year. So here we go then. Time attacks fully engaged. Who's hot and who's not this morning here in Le Mans in this Q2 session? There is Johann Zarco, LCR Honda star. If it is wet tomorrow, which it could well be if you believe the forecast, we might get a fair amount of rain hitting this part of northwest France tomorrow, which could play into the hands of Johann Zarco. So much expectation on the shoulders of the 35-year-old after his heroics here 1 year ago. We've already seen some heroics from Marc Marquez in Q1 this morning. Fabio Quartararo preferring to sort of sit back, wait for the field to enter the circuit and then just go about his business, make sure that there's going to be nobody impeding him as we pick up the Marquez brothers are now accelerating hard out of the Garage Vert corner.
Alex ever so slightly wide on the way out of Garage Vert, but it's all about getting the best possible run there down the straight to Chemin au Boeuf. Alex Rins is keeping touch. He's keeping up with the Marquez brothers up ahead of him. We know it's going to take something in the low 29s here to take a pole position, and it is Marc as this lap unfolds, just closing in on the back of his younger brother.
129.288 was Marc's all-time lap record in the earlier Q1 session. 2 corners remain. The double right-hander record him on. Let's see what the lap times are going to be recorded by both Alex and Marc Marquez. Here we go, and this is your reference straight away. Marc Marquez with a 130.760, bettered immediately by the Gianantonio. First ride then Didier in Q2 into the 29s.
Yeah, we'd have been super impressed by that about half an hour ago, but of course we've already seen the lap 6/10 quicker than that. But as it stands at the moment, as someone's gone straight on, I think in the gravel trap there at turn 2, we'll catch a glimpse hopefully soon of who that was, but we saw the dust being kicked up. It is the Gianantonio at the moment from Pedro Acosta. Mir, very early stages of this Q2 session, goes onto the front row of the grid in 3rd.
Was it Acosta who was off-roading? I think it might well have been. It certainly was. Yeah, there he goes. Now this is scary. You're coming through that first corner in Le Mans at over 300 kilometres now. He's done a real good job there, Acosta, making sure he stays on 2 wheels through that gravel, long gravel trap through that first corner. And you can see he was having a long look to his right-hand side just to make sure that he was returning to the track safely, not causing any sort of impeding to other riders in pursuit. As we have Alex versus Marc in this early battle for the front row. A front row which at the moment, very early stages, is the Gianantonio versus Acosta versus Mir. Look at this by Martin. Some lap that's been produced by the Aprilia star.
Alex Marquez also a very good 3rd sector for him. He's putting a bit of space between himself now and Marc Marquez. Bezzecchi has also mullered the 3rd sector. Bezzecchi's a quarter of a second up now on Fabio Gianantonio. The Aprilias are starting to nosy into the action now.
They are. Phillip Island 2024, Jorge Martin's last MotoGP pole position, of course, when he was on the Pramac Ducati on that particular occasion. Over the line he goes, up into 2nd. Bezzecchi, though, does lead. So 2 factory Aprilias then have jumped onto the front row. A 129.825 from Bez, the World Championship leader, of course, 11 points clear of Martin going into this afternoon sprint. That's Marco Bezzecchi's best time of the weekend so far, and it's put him on course potentially for what will be pole position number 11 in MotoGP.
And it's first since the opening weekend of the season in Buriram. There's still plenty of fireworks to come yet, though, in this Q2 session. Not only are they slower still than Mark was in Q1, but they're also still slower than Quartararo was, second quickest in qualifying one. So, understandably, I guess, every rider making sure that they get themselves a lap time on the board. We're going to see some serious risks taken in the second runs to come.
We talked about this Q2 purple patch that the Gian Antonio is currently on. It looks like he might be extending it as well. 3 successive front row starts for Digia. Although, as we heard from Pablo Nieto when he spoke to Jack yesterday down in pit lane, he's doing a phenomenal job in qualifying. That incident involving the Gian Antonio and Acosta, this was on the outlap. This is coming on the exit of Shimano Berth. There is Digia behind the 42 bike of Alex Rins.
I think Digia does the right thing here. He pulls off the line, and of course Acosta does the same and nearly runs into the back of him. They're on their outlaps there, so it would feel slightly harsh if they put in the sort of penalty in place. I guess Gian Antonio, you could argue he's still very much in the heart of the corner there at Shimano Berth, the right-hander of turn 10. And yeah, if Pedro Acosta runs into the back of him there, both of them could be in some serious issues with physicality. So you don't want to see any collisions at any stage of qualifying, much less on the outlap. So the stewards will have a close look at that and decide whether any penalties are required.
No problemo though for Marco Bezzecchi. His opening run delivers a 1:29.825, which sees him at the moment top of what is another supremely close front row. The times have been so tight throughout this French Grand Prix weekend so far. There are not even 0.06 of a second splitting Bez, the Gian Antonio and Martin. Bit of a gap then back to Joan Mir, who as it stands would head the second row in 4th place. Marc Marquez, after his utter brilliance in Q1, finds himself as it stands after the opening run in that Q2 session in 6th. No time registered so far by his factory Ducati teammate Pecco Bagnaia. We've seen nothing from the Italian at the moment.
Yeah, we've not had any yellow flags or anything out there, so clearly he just didn't get it right on his first run. He did a 35.5, which then got deleted. He clearly took a shortcut on that lap. And Johan Zarco is the rider next ahead of him in 11th place too. Zarco's only done a 31.0 so far on his first run, so clearly some time to be found if Zarco is going to match his exploits of yesterday.
Yeah, and if he's down on the 11th place, if he's outside the top 10, he's going to be doing a rain dance tonight, that's for sure. That's really tough, big ask for Zarco to be in the victory battle, in the podium battle, if he finds himself on that 4th row of the grid. A completely different race though, isn't it? If we are going to get the rain that has been predicted since we jumped off the plane here in France on Wednesday. The forecasts throughout have suggested some rain disruption here in Le Mans throughout the weekend. We're about 200 kilometres southwest of the beautiful capital city of Paris.
Although if you like omens, Johan Zarco did win from 11th on the grid last year.
Yeah, he's going to be playing the music. There's going to be some tunes in his motorhome tonight. There's going to be some serious rain dancing. Of course, he'll be trying to rectify it, that 4th row position as it stands at the moment. I'm sure it was just, of course, the last time Zarco was out on track, he did crash at the end of FP2, so he wasn't exactly going to go straight back out and go gung-ho. There's the message. Zarco did it. Boy, did he do it. Did he get the business done here last year? The race of 2025 for so many people. He says he gets stopped all around the world. It doesn't matter where he is. Sepang, Phillip Island, all over the world. Whenever a MotoGP fan claps eyes on Johan Zarco, the first thing that they mention to him is Le Mans 2025, and quite rightly so, because it was an occasion, not just a race. It was an occasion which, even just talking about it now, sort of sends shivers down the spine. We certainly hope we get just the same amount of drama here tomorrow.
Well, anytime we get the benefit of Q&As for some of our guests here at the circuit, or just general interviews, and we mention it to Johan, just a smile, a beaming smile just comes over his face at the very mention of Le Mans last year. A very tense Lucio Cecchinelli. Looks more nervous than he did on the last lap last year.
It's Saturday morning, Lucio. What's it going to be like this afternoon and in the Grand Prix here tomorrow? A lot of people are going to be keeping a close eye on Lucio Cecchinelli. He's a bit of a weather app specialist, isn't he? He was influential in making the right calls pre-Grand Prix here last year.
Yeah, gone are the days of putting a truckie in the nearest field a kilometre away and telling us when the rain is falling. It's much more sophisticated nowadays. No further action taken after reviewing the Gianantonio and Acosta incident, and given that it happened on an outlap at the start of qualifying, I think that's fair enough.
Once again, the Aprilias in Sector 1 are just lighting it up. Ayagura, I've lost count how many times I've seen a red sector next to Ayagura's name through that first split throughout this weekend. Good job so far by the Japanese rider, on course for a season best second as it stands right now, but just as he did in Q1, starting to pick up some serious pace, some serious speed right now is the 93 and Marc Marquez into the museum corner. Just what, 50, 70 yards up the road is his teammate Pecco Bagnaia. Martin also looking good on the factory Aprilia once again.
Overall best first sectors for Acosta, Gianantonio, Bagnaia, Agura, Martin and Marc Marquez. Marc Marquez the strongest though through the second sector. Is he threatening another low 129?
He's looking so good. Goes through the gearbox, you can see there with the left foot as he came out of garage there. The Ducati a little bit unsettled, sideways on the brakes, just an indicator of how hard Marc is pushing that GP26. Still keeping tabs here with Bagnaia ahead of him. This is going to be the first time we're going to see recorded by Pecco Bagnaia. Where will this take the Italian? Martin goes second. Jorge Martin's found another high 129. 129.847 has put Jorge Martin and an Aprilia 1-2 on the grid as he stands right now. But for how much longer? Over the line, Marc goes. Bagnaia is fourth. Marc Marquez back into P1, topping Q1, topping Q2.
Oh, super close. Gianantonio matches it on a 29.6. Alex Marquez, he's had a crash. Alex Marquez is somewhere in the first sector. Is it the Dunlop chicane where his teammate crashed yesterday? The answer is yes. Quartararo goes up to fourth on the factory Yamaha.
Which is brilliant. Here is Alex Marquez. This is Joy's
carbon copy.
Exactly. Just lay over the replay from his teammate Fermin Aldeguer yesterday. Yeah, you can just see Alex there. He's just concerned. He slides through the runoff area, lost it going through turn 3, and then came back onto the circuit at turn 4. Well, Fabio Di Giannantonio and Marc Marquez have got a bit of previous so far in 2026 in their battle to be top Ducati so far this season. And you know what, Fabio Di Giannantonio saying, I don't care who you are, 7 times world champion, I'm having this piece of tarmac.
Yeah, I'm coming through. And is Marc Marquez now just going to sit on his rear tyre and follow Di Giannantonio? No, he's going to try and come through. This is essentially slow laps that they're on. They're not really pushing. So here's Marc Marquez. This is through La Chapelle. Alex Marquez is on the right-hand side. And Di Giannantonio, he wants this piece of tarmac, as you mentioned, straight inside. Marc Marquez has to pick the Ducati up again.
Love it. Love it. This is what we want to see.
Digi's back ahead.
He is Fabio Di Giannantonio. He's gone toe-to-toe with Marc Marquez on so many occasions. Digi just rolled out of it there. Then he allowed Marc to sweep on through into turn 13.
Oh,
and now Marc in turn, he backs out of it, going through the final corner. So a little bit of mind games at play here as well. In terms of the games on circuit, it's Marc Marquez that is on course for the 76th career pole position. He's on course for back-to-back poles after his brilliance in Jerez. A 129.646. The Giannantonio in second, 500ths further back. Bezzecchi still on that front row, the world championship leader, of course.
Yeah, Giannantonio didn't nail the first sector and he's already rolled out of that one. He's now going to, I guess, reset and go for one more attempt. Here comes Ayagura, though, once again super fast in the first sector, but he's not able to sustain that. We're now into the fourth sector as he rounds the Esplanade. This could, though, put him onto the front row of the grid, which would be uncharted territory for Agura.
So good Agura, isn't he, in sector 1? Love to find out the tricks of his tray going through there, because he's just unrivaled. Is he going to be on the front row of the grid? This will be some story for Trackhouse Aprilia and for Ayagura. Over the line he goes, picks up a couple of places into 6. Back on that second row goes the former Moto2 world champion. He's found a 129, a 129.888.
Here come a pair of Italians who are threatening the front row of the grid. Of course, Bezzecchi's already there in third place. Can he cut the gap, or can he get ahead of Marc Marquez and Fabio Di Giannantonio? Bagnaia is also making a late dart for the front row of the grid. Bezzecchi does go up into second place. Can Bagnaia better that? Of course, he takes pole position.
Pecco Bagnaia out of absolutely nowhere. Well, we've got a factory Ducati 1-2 now. Pecco Bagnaia then on the front row, on pole position. Bagnaya's last pole was at the back end of 2025. The Malaysian Grand Prix in Sepang could be his 28th MotoGP pole.
Yeah, Marc Marquez isn't going to beat it. He's slowing, look, out of the final corner. So Marc Marquez and Fabio Di Giannantonio were busy playing games and watching each other on the previous lap. They've had their pocket picked by Pecco Bagnaia this morning.
129.634. We never really got anywhere close. We never really threatened, did we? The 129.288 that Marc delivered in Q1. So Marc Marquez was almost 0.4 of a second slower in Q2 than what he was in Q1. No major damage done though as far as Marc's concerned. Most importantly, as far as he's thinking, I'm on the front row of the grid. That's the most important factor, although it's Marco Bezzecchi. This could spell a bit of bother for the World Championship leader, because Fabio Di Giannantonio, at the moment 4th quickest, which has been his lowest qualifying position of the season so far. It might be a front row, it could be even better. Pecco Bagnaia loosening the Tissot watch of his wrist here.
John Zarco, by the way, did just set a personal best, but he, like last year, will start in 11th. But it's all down to 2 Italians. Is it going to be Bagnaia, or is it going to be Fabio Di Giannantonio, potentially on for a 3rd pole of the year?
This is going to be mighty, mighty close. Just 0.4 of a second between Bagnaia and Di Giannantonio as he comes into this 4th split. Out of the final corner goes Digia. Over the line, no, he lost it. Lost time in that 4th sector. So he's going to be 4th. He's taken the checker flag. Yeah, I think the VR46 Ducati crew were thinking like we were, that there might be a pole there for Fabio Di Giannantonio. Had to pick his way through some real heavy traffic here, didn't he, on the way on the exit of garage there, and a shake of the head there from Digia.
Didn't appear to slow him down though. He was still up at the 3rd sector. Maybe that was just in his mind and clouding his thoughts as he came into the final part of the lap. It was the final sector where Di Giannantonio lost it, and he ends up starting on the front of row 2. It's Bagnaia, Marc Marquez and Marco Bezzecchi who will be your front row. Bagnaia, his 1st pole position since Malaysia last year.
Somebody who did miss out big time late on in that session. Well, 2 Aprilia's missed out. Jorge Martin, with a couple of minutes left, was on the front row of the grid. He was as high as 2nd. Martin gets punted back down to 8th. So the 89, last time he raced in Le Mans, he was victorious in both the sprint and the Grand Prix. Martin then going away from 8th place on the grid. His worst qualifying of the season so far, has not yet started any higher than 5th. And Ayaguro, at one stage we thought was going to be in contention for the front row. Well, he's at the back of the 3rd row now, is Agura in 9th place.
It was as close as we forecast and hoped it would be. A 1/4 of a second covered the top 9 in that session, the front 3 rows of the grid. Big performances from Acosta in 5th and Quartararo 6th on the factory Yamaha. Mir is the leading Honda on the grid in 7th place, but it is a factory Ducati 1-2. They ended Super Saturday in Jerez 1 and 2. Bagnaia is under investigation for that little moment with Giannantonio last time, but as it stands, it's a 1-2 for Ducati. Davide Tardozzi with Jack.
Yeah, it is indeed. That feels like a massive session for your boys. You've been up against it so far this year, but 1st and 2nd on the grid, importantly for both Pecco and for Marc. Is today the day the speed returns for Ducati?
Yeah, it's been a while that we had no 2 riders in the 1st row, and we are very, very happy, because it seems even with the 4th place of Digia that the bike was good here in Le Mans. But yeah, it will be tough to fight with Bezzecchi and Aprilia's. But anyway, so far we are very happy, especially for Pecco, that he suffered a lot in the last couple of races and last year. And Marc.
Thanks, Davide. Thank you.
Pecco Bagnaia has suffered a lot, but he looks like he's getting back to his... Felt all weekend, said it in commentary a few times, he just looks like the old Pecco Bagnaia. And as Davide Tardozzi said, thanks very much for that little interview, Jack. Marc is Marc. No further action taken after reviewing this incident with Pecco Bagnaia and Fabio Di Giannantonio. This was on the exit of garage there. This was immediately after Bagnaia had found that 129.634 to put him on pole position. Fabio Di Giannantonio actually was super quick in this particular sector.
I feel like it's more Martin that's maybe in his way there, because he sat on the curb on the outside of the corner, but as we saw at the time, he was fastest through the 3rd sector was Di Giannantonio. It was in the 4th sector where he lost it and didn't lose it by much. Di Giannantonio was only 65 thousandths off pole, but he starts on the front of row 2.
Great to see Pecco Bagnaia firing on all cylinders once again. His 1st pole position since the Sepang Grand Prix in Malaysia. Pole position number 28 in MotoGP, 35th of his Grand Prix career. Rafa Fernandez will be kicking himself. His 1:29.885 would have actually qualified him ahead of his teammate Ayagura and put him on the third row of the grid on the track out of Aprilia. Unfortunately, he had just missed out. Well, there you go. Ducati crisis. What Ducati crisis? Ducati's first, second and fourth on the grid ahead of our French Grand Prix here. Marco Bezzecchi, the only non-Duke on the front row. Good job that by Bez. His fourth front row starting 5 so far this season. He wasn't even 300th of a second away from pole position as well. That was the 72.
Yeah, he's going to be right in the middle of the action, isn't he, this afternoon and tomorrow. Of course, the weather will play a role. What kind of role and how big a role, we have to wait and see. But I didn't think we'd be seeing a smile as big as that on the face of Marc Marquez when he went to bed last night, staring at qualifying 1. He's come into Saturday morning, he's broken the lap record, and he's on the front row of the grid. That's Marc Marquez for you.
Well, and his 1:29.646 in Q2 was snail's pace compared to his Q1 performance. I mean, Q1, the lap he produced in that opening 15-minute session, the 1:29.288, which smashed the all-time lap record, was brilliant. And I think a lot of people at that stage would have been thinking, well, looks like Marc's nailed on for pole position. Pecco Bagnaia, though, had other ideas, as the Ducati Lenovo team will be starting the French Grand Prix first and second on the grid. See there, Marc and Pecco just having a little chat with each other. They both produced 1:29.6s. In fact, the top 4 riders on that grid all delivering 1:29.6s. Super, super tight. Not even 700ths of a second divided Bagnaia, Marc, Bezzecchi and Di Gianantonio. Pedro Acosta, we know how good that KTM is launching off the line. A long, long run as well. Up the hill into the first braking zone for turn 2. Acosta 5th. Jorge Martin will feel like he probably had a little bit more to offer in that Q2 session. At one stage, he did get himself late on as well, up into P2. But Jorge Martin finds himself starting from his lowest grid position of the season so far. He will go in between Joan Mir and Ayagura. Your world championship leader, though, is Marco Bezzecchi on the front row here in Le Mans. Let's get his thoughts for Jack.
Well, Marco, it seems as though this weekend things haven't been coming that easy to you and the Aprilia guys. So how much of an effort was that to get it on the front row?
Yeah, it's been a tough weekend, of course, because this track is super tough, and the gap between the riders is always very small. So it wasn't easy, but today we improved a bit from yesterday. I felt better on the bike from this morning immediately, and the time attack was super fun, and I'm happy. Now we have to still make some progress because the race will be tough, but anyway, happy for this result, and now we stay focused for the sprint.
Good luck this afternoon.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, Marco Bezzecchi showing, as he has done so far in 2026, he is always right there. He's always in the mix when it really, really counts. Front row start then for the World Championship leader. 101 points he's collected so far this season. That will see him take an 11-point advantage over his teammate Jorge Martin going into this afternoon's sprint. And can he rectify what's been a very problematic Saturday afternoon so far this season for Marco Bezzecchi? What a Saturday morning. Davide Tardotti summed up perfectly. Marc is Marc, all-time lap record, and on the front row of the grid, let's get the thoughts of the world champion with Jack.
Well, Marc, I don't want to get carried away, but that feels like a pretty big morning. For the first time all year, to me, that looked like the real Marc Marquez out there. How important a morning was that? And please tell us, it's not pole position, but that lap record in Q1 was something quite special.
Yeah, you know, I'm in a moment that I don't understand many things. I mean, I need to understand the way I'm riding because it's true that I cannot be consistent, but when I have this extra adrenaline, I can do it because I know how to be fast in a bike, but I cannot be constant. So as we see in the Q1, I did that amazing lap that then I couldn't repeat in the Q2, but was enough. I mean, it's true that yeah, step by step, let's see if we can understand. We start to understand already what's going on, and and yeah, we will try to fix in the next weeks.
Great job, well done.
Thank you.
Thanks, Jack. Marc Marquez then on the front row of the grid after a stunning Saturday morning for the number 93. I'm not quite sure himself. Mark knows how he found that 1:29.288. It's not very often that you get a time in Q1 which is 3.5 tenths faster than the time that eventually claimed pole position, which is the scenario we have faced on yet another fantastic morning here at the French Grand Prix. All credit though to Pecco Bagnaia in that crucial Q2 session when the pole position was on the line. He delivered the best time in what was an ultra close session. 600ths of a second and a little bit more, splitting the top 4 riders on the grid. Fairly big gap then, you have to say, back to Pedro Acosta. Well, I say fairly big,
by
just over a 10.
Standards,
yeah. Well, yeah, by this weekend standards, that feels like a huge chasm, doesn't it, between Diggio in 4th and Acosta in 5th place. We know how aggressive Acosta's going to be, though, early on. But here he is, though. No wonder he's got a big, big smile on his face for the first time in 2026. Pecco Bagnaia on pole position. He's with Jack.
Well, Pecco, 2026 has been a challenge for you, a challenge for Ducati so far, but your pace this morning was excellent. You're on pole position. Does this weekend feel like the weekend where things are starting to click?
I hope. It's never easy to say it after also what was happening last year. So keep calm, feet on the ground, and working like we are doing. In the test, it's clear that we found something that is helping me. So we just need to continue like this and try to maintain the same level this afternoon.
Great lap, well done.
Grazie mille.
Yeah, that's a great point. Congratulations to our pole starter here in the Michelin Grand Prix of France, factory Ducati star Pecco Bagnaia. But as Jack just made a great point, because Bagnaia was flying this morning on used tyres in FP2. Has it clicked finally in 2026 for the double MotoGP World Champion, where we will find out, won't we, in the 13-lap sprint this afternoon. We'll find out over the full race distance of 27 laps tomorrow. Pecco Bagnaia certainly going to be hoping for a dry race tomorrow, because he's certainly one of the big contenders, one of the big favourites. What a sprint Saturday we have already had so far here in France. Pecco Bagnaia on pole, Marc Marquez with a new all-time lap record. A great day so far for the factory Ducati team.
First pole of 2026 for Pecco Bagnaia. It's a factory Ducati 1-2 as they look to end their barren run in 2026. Marc Marquez second, despite smashing the lap record in Q1, a time that would have easily put him on pole. Marco Bezzecchi third, Fabio Di Giannantonio are rather frustrated fourth. Pedro Acosta and Fabio Quartararo already standing up to take 5th and 6th ahead of Mir, Martin and Agura, who we thought was potentially going to go onto the front row at one point. Alex Marquez pays the price for his crash. He's down in 10th. Johann Zarco is 11th, where he started from last year when he won this Grand Prix. Rins next up from Fernandez, Bastianini, Marini, Morbidelli. Toprak in 17th ahead of Moreira, Miller. Aldeguer down in P20. Miserable morning for the Grassini team. Brad Binder and Jonas Folger completing the grid. What does that all mean for the BMW M Award? Well, Marco Bezzecchi takes the lead of it by 2 points from Fabio Di Giannantonio. Marc Marquez just a point further back. Pedro Acosta 4th. And Pecco Bagnaia launches himself up the order now into 5th with his first 25-point haul in the BMW M Award this season.
Well, hopefully that qualifying session has been a taste of what is to come for the remainder of our French Grand Prix here in Le Mans. With home fans have been treated to some spectacle already. Fabio Quartararo 6th on the grid. 2025 French Grand Prix winner Johann Zarco 11th on the grid. But it's Pecco Bagnaia for the first time this season that finds himself on pole position. The last time he was on pole over in Sepang in Malaysia, he won the sprint on that occasion. Can history repeat itself here today in France?
magic. This is as good as racing gets. Gladiators in the arena.
Oh, listen to the crowd. They are on their feet. All the blood, sweat and tears, all the surgeries, all the sacrifices.
The riders, the fans, they are a different breed.
Good morning, welcome to Spain, welcome to Jerez. It's lights out and we're racing in the sprint here. Bike is ready for rain conditions.
Toprak has gone down.
Oh, Mark's gone down. The reigning world champion on the deck. Alex Marquez ahead of him had a massive moment on the front. Marquez has crashed in this sprint here from pole position. Yes, Alex Marquez then crashes out of the lead. Here comes Didier into pit lane. Fermin Aldeguer is leading this sprint. Oh, now Bezzecchi, the World Championship leader's gone down. This now is a sprint of survival. Marc Marquez is going for the lead. Super aggressive by Marc on the inside of Bagnaia. He powers out the final corner to take victory in a truly sensational sprint here in Spain. MotoGP insanity here. The greatest motorsport show on earth has arrived at one of its greatest and most iconic venues. It is the Grand Prix of Spain, round 4 in the 2026 MotoGP World Championship. This is Jerez. It's lights out to a race to MotoGP here in the Spanish Grand Prix. What a start it is for Marc Marquez. Good start from the second row too from Alex Marquez. Aprilia is an absolute rocket off the line. Bezzecchi up in the second. Hoy Martins come from 10th to 5th. Has already gained 6 places on this first lap. What a start by the Martinator. Alex Marquez goes on the inside of Bezzecchi into the Angel Nieto corner. Alex Marquez is trying to get on with business here very rapidly. On the inside he goes, above the mark. Huge tumble, it's over. Marc Marquez then now is down DNF for the second time in 2026, a massive dent in his early championship challenge. Second year in a row on the factory Ducati here in Jerez. Marc Marquez catches out early of podium contention. The Gian Antonio then now, perfect time to ride on board with the Italian. That is the textbook move on the brakes of Martin down the hill into the Pedrosa corner. Digi then now up into P3. That's going to be close. That's going to be really close. Costa's suffering big time here, isn't he? Ducati's day is going from bad to worse. Pecco Bagnaia, it looks like there's clearly some kind of technical issue that has come the way of the Italian.
Into the stadium he comes. He knows that a second consecutive Spanish Grand Prix victory is his.
What a weekend it has been for Alex Marquez as he wins in style the Spanish Grand Prix for the second year in succession. Alex Marquez then takes the win by just under 2 seconds from Marco Bezzecchi. Fabio Di Gianantonio does complete the podium. Alex Marquez has done another number on the field here. He is your Grand Prix winner in Spain. Lights out and racing in the sprint here in Texas. Marquez gone down. It's Marco Bezzecchi down into turn 11. Wow, there's contact there. Jorge Martin is back on top, wins an epic sprint here. Absolute cinema. Green flag then has cleared at the back of the grid. Lights out, and we're racing here in MotoGP in Austin. It's a dynamic start on the factory KTM for Pedro Acosta. Bezzecchi's made a great start, middle up in the second place. Gianantonio's gone the wrong way from pole position, and Jorge Martin already up at the P3. A real poor start to this Grand Prix for Digia from pole to fifth.
Oh, Costa's wide.
How close was that? Marco Bezzecchi's put himself into P1 here, and it is game on for this leading laps record. It's the Gianantonio, that is payback, isn't it, from Digia on Marc Marquez.
Oh, Bagnaia at the inside now of Marc Marquez.
There's a Marc Marquez and does peel in to the long lap penalty loop. He was 7th when he came into the loop. He's just going to drop in here behind. Is that Ralph Fernandez on the 25 track house of Aprilia? There was a bit of damage to the rear seat unit of Marco Bezzecchi. Bezzecchi now is really starting to stretch Acosta and stretch Martin.
Oh! How did you say that?
Jorge Martin, massive scare. Agura is absolutely motoring right now on that Aprilia.
Straight up the inside of Pecco Bagnaia. Beautiful move from the 79.
Agura's coming from a long way back here in the turn 12, and he's going to pick off the Gianantonio. He's got the inside line. He squeezes Digia out to the paintwork on the outside, but Agura had the inside line, and now we have 3 Aprilias inside the top 4. Costa's obviously made a mistake. Martin through. We're on course for back-to-back factory Aprilia 1-2s.
And Marc Marquez showing no brotherly love to Alex there, is he?
On the inside of the beast goes Marc.
Agura's got a problem. Oh! Agura is out of this Grand Prix.
Oh, coming through. Oh, how hard is he pushing? It might only be at the moment for 5th place, but he's still going all in, isn't he, Marc Marquez? There's now Marc. Surely he's going to make that move. That was coming. That's been his favourite move in this Grand Prix. That's the 3rd time now. Oh, through 8 goes Bastianini.
Give me a reason, you're not the end. Look at your offer, got me offended. Not taking no from an answer, yeah, 'cause I want it all.
Who is going to stop Aprilia? Marco Bezzecchi crosses the line. The Bezzecchi blitz continues in MotoGP.
Perfecto.
It's another factory Aprilia 1-2. Pedro Acosta does take 3rd place, the final spot on the podium.
Marco Bezzecchi.
Simply the Bears. Another Hollywood blockbuster. Lights out, and we're racing in the sprint here in Guyana. The Gianantonio will lead from Marc Marquez. Fabio Quartararo, super aggressive. Marc Marquez now looking menacing up in the P2. side by side here now. There's a small mistake there, wasn't it? Marc Marquez wins the first MotoGP race action in Brazil. MotoGP is back in Brazil for the first time in 22 years. Nearly 150,000 fans have come to enjoy the show. Lights out to more racing in MotoGP here in Goiânia. Brilliant start in the middle of that front row by Marco Bezzecchi. He's got the drop of Fabio Di Giannantonio. Marc Marquez there in third place. He briefly lost that third, didn't he? But Marco Bezzecchi at the front once again. Oh, Di Giannantonio's gone wide, and Marc Marquez pounced on another Di Giannantonio mistake.
Acosta shaping for a move up the inside of Jorge Martin. Acosta up into fourth place. Martin now attacks Acosta. Fabio Di Giannantonio, who carves up the inside, and Jorge Martin says thank you very much.
Yeah, and we have now, and a Prix 1-2.
Pecco Bagnaia, unfortunately, he is now out of this Grand Prix. His miserable start to 2026 continues.
Oh, Tranmere, it's another double DNF.
Alex Marquez taking Pedro Acosta into turn one.
Pedro Acosta on the inside of Alex Marquez. Well, whatever room there was there, he decided to take it come what may, didn't he? Alex Marquez does dish out some instant retaliation and wrestles back P5.
Iagora now into the top six at the expense of Acosta.
Marco Bezzecchi in cruise control.
Marc Marquez, the king of Cota, is putting some manners on Fabio Di Giannantonio. This is a bit of a personal duel, isn't it? Back into third place.
Di Giannantonio, well, fair play to him. Fabio is fighting with fire here.
Jorge Martin makes a bit of a mistake into turn 11.
It has been an exhibition from Marco Bezzecchi. Catch me if you can's the message. Marco Bezzecchi was utterly brilliant in Buriram to start 2026, and there's been a repeat. He wins our first Brazilian Grand Prix in 22 years. He absolutely destroyed the field. Jorge Martin completes a fairy tale 1-2 for the factory of brilliant squad. Di Giannantonio holds on for the podium.
Bez bounces to the top of the MotoGP World Championship.
Welcome one and all to the 2026 MotoGP World Championship. It's lights out and we're racing in the sprint here in Buriram. Marco Bezzecchi's blown it here. Marquez comes from a long way back. Super aggressive on the inside. Marc Marquez has to drop one position. Pedro Acosta than it is that will take victory in our first sprint in 2026. We are back. It's first chapter of 2026. We are set for the 2026 MotoGP World Championship. It's lights out and we're racing in MotoGP here at the Chang International Circuit. Marco Bezzecchi's nailed that start from pole position here. He's going to get a drop on the third ahead of Marc Marquez on that run into the first corner as Martin tries to attack Fernandez.
Fernandez just carved through on Marc Marquez through the right-hander. Raul Fernandez straight through into second. Acosta certainly attacking. But Acosta clears Di Giannantonio for fifth.
Marc Marquez still stuck in those 131s. Jorge Martin on the inside of Marc Marquez. That's brilliant into turn 3. This is vintage Jorge Martin.
37 versus 93 for the second day in a row, and Pedro Acosta gets the better of Marc Marquez, who's now down into 5th position. Acosta attacks again on the inside into turn 3. He's just going to try and hang Martin out to dry, and now Marc Marquez is getting involved.
Oh, look at this now as they power through the gearbox. Marc Marquez went into turn 3, 5th. He's now in P3. Acosta goes earlier. He's not even waiting for turn 12. Immediately, he attacks Marc going through 8.
Bezzecchi leads from Raul Fernandez and Pedro Acosta.
Oh, what's happened here? Marc Marquez has run wide going into turn 4. He's got a problem.
He's got a puncture.
He's got a puncture.
The rim is damaged.
Wow, Marc Marquez then. What on earth? That is a catastrophic failure there.
Marc Marquez is out. Alex Marquez is down at turn 4.
This tight Grand Prix in some of the most demanding conditions of the entire season.
Oh, now Mir's slowing down.
Unbelievable. Here comes Acosta, then he's coming from a long, long way back on Raul Fernandez. Yeah, Raul Fernandez is really suffering. But Marco Bezzecchi bounces back quite brilliantly in Buriram. He does create history. Marco Bezzecchi, the first Prix rider in MotoGP to win 3 successive Grand Prix. Pedro Acosta caps off a stunning first Grand Prix weekend of the season for the Spaniard and KTM. Raul Fernandez does nurse himself back to the checkered flag in 3rd place.
Pedro Acosta leads the MotoGP World Championship for the first time in his career. The Shark has arrived.
We have been welcomed back with open arms to our season finale round in 2025. What a pleasure it is to be back here at the Ricardo Tormo circuit. Over 200,000 fans in Valencia. It's lights out, we're racing in our final sprint of 2025 here. Alex Marquez has got the drop briefly, has he? On Marco Bezzecchi. Acosta's been super aggressive. Through the final corner we go then. Alex Marquez finishes it on top of the sprint podium here in Valencia. Who will be the Grand Prix winner in the final showdown? Who is going to take the spoils? What's happened here?
Well, Vidali's dropped it before he's even got to his grid position. He's due to start from 7th. They might have to delay the start for this if they can't get him off the grid.
It's lights out and we are racing this final showdown here in Valencia. It's another brilliant start from pole position by the Aprilia of Marco Bezzecchi. Gian Antonio drops across the nose of Pedro Acosta, so did you head on a good start there?
Miller was launching it up the inside there of Joan Mir as we see contact there. That's Bagnaia and Zarco, and that really does cap off Pecco Bagnaia's miserable 2025.
Poor old Pecco Bagnaia.
Joan Zarco has a long lap penalty. Raul Fernandez has passed Fabio Di Gianantonio on this lap, up into 3rd place.
On board then now with Acosta. Now he's going to seize that inside line on the Gianantonio. Acosta now picks him off for fourth. This has been coming. Ralph Fernandez now up into second. The problem is, has he let Bezzecchi get too far up the road in terms of the victory?
Martin slowing down with Jorge Martin, retires from the Grand Prix, receives a round of applause from his team. Much more to come from Jorge Martin in 2026.
Acosta.
Clearly, he is a lot faster than the 73.
Through on the inside of Alex Marquez. There's more pain coming away here for Alex.
Didier's stuck up behind Alex Marquez. And he comes through, and Alex Marquez, who has to check up to avoid running into Fabio Di Giannantonio. That move was also coming, and Didier now takes fourth.
Bezzecchi just faultless and flawless at the front of this Grand Prix. Here comes the Giannantonio, here comes the move, into turn 4 we go. Acosta tries to lean on the Italian, no way back through into turn 5. The Giannantonio then trying to keep a Ducati on the podium for the 88th Grand Prix in a row. Bez wins the final Grand Prix of the season. Ralph Fernandez completes a brilliant Aprilia 1-2.
Fabio Di Giannantonio celebrates third place.
'25 then has ended. Nine record crowds, nearly 3.5 million fans. A title fight between two brothers for the first time ever in Grand Prix history. 6 different winners in a row. Returns to Hungary and to Czechia. And the greatest comeback of all, completed by Marc Marquez. That's been the story of the 2025 MotoGP World Championship.
We thank you for your company. See you in 2026.
Marquez once again. What a showstopper that was. And the best advert you'll see for MotoGP. Alex will win a classic sprint here in Portimao. Absolutely sensational. We race for the 21st time in the Grand Prix of Portugal. A very emotional day for Miguel Oliveira. The Portuguese fans say a special farewell to their home hero. Marco Bezzecchi from pole position. Race action underway in MotoGP. It's lights out, we're racing in MotoGP here in the Grand Prix of Portugal. Pedro Acosta on the KTM has made a lightning start. Bezzecchi, as he did yesterday in the sprint leads. It's another fast start again by Alex Marquez, who's gained 2 spots from 5th to 3rd. Contact.
Oh, Morbidelli
yeah, I was going to say, Morbidelli got it all out of shape on the brakes going into turn 5. So Frankie down and out at 5 on lap 1. And Alex Marquez goes side by side in this tricky downhill braking zone with Acosta. It's a lovely, lovely move. Bagnaia sends it on the inside of Quartararo. Acosta, this moment as he squeezed the brake going down into turn 5. A double DNF from the column, unfortunately for Mia.
Bastianini hasn't come across the line either.
Binder's gone the same way as Pedro Acosta, snapping sideways down the hill. Binder, though, still in 6th place. Aldeguer's coming from a long, long way back. He's going to have that inside line. It was a force move. It was an aggressive move, but Binder resisting Aldeguer. But for how much longer? Because down into 5 we go. Well, that was inevitable. That's more contact. I think somebody's lost some air. Aldeguer. That was a lovely move on the inside of Quattararo. Well, that's huge. Can you believe this? That is now a 4th consecutive Sunday DNF. Quattararo is still resisting this relentless attack from Binder behind him. Oh, blimey. And through on the inside goes Brad Binder.
That way, says Lucio Cecchinello. Push, Johan, push, because we wanted to try and keep that 7th place.
There's Agura finally get through on Johan Zarco.
Didier is going to just force this one to fit up the inside of Johan Zarco.
And this has been a demolition job here so far, a masterclass from Marco. Absolutely brilliant Bezzecchi. What a performance. Marco Bezzecchi wins the Grand Prix of Portugal in 2025. He won it from start to finish. Pedro Acosta on the podium for the 3rd time. Marquez then does indeed hold on to 2nd place. A standing ovation for Miguel Oliveira. Blasts the sprint here in Sepang as Alex Marquez crosses the line, and we do have history. It's a Mark and Alex 1-2 in the MotoGP World Championship.
Alex Marquez, the runner-up, and Fermin Aldeguer, the Rookie of the Year in 2025.
The Grand Prix of Malaysia is MotoGP's final flyaway race in 2025, and it comes from the spectacular Sepang International Circuit. Bagnaia once again from pole position. Fermin Aldeguer was 3rd over the line, but a tyre pressure penalty post sprint promoted Pedro Acosta inside the top 3. Alex Marquez goes from 2nd on the grid. It's Grand Prix glory on the line. Lights out, we're racing in MotoGP here then in Malaysia. Once again, he's nailed the start of pole position as the 63 bike of Bagnaia. Look at Pedro Acosta once again, capitalising on that missile. He gets the drop on Alex Marquez on the run down into the 1st corner. Quattararo going down the hill into turn 2.
Alex Marquez, if he wants to go after Pecco Bagnaia, needs to pass Acosta quickly.
Alex getting very aggressive early on here. Alex Marquez goes on the inside. Bagnaia, well, he was aggressive, but it's Alex Marquez that leads.
Acosta buzzing all over the rear tyre of Bagnaia's Ducati. He's not got the support he wants at the moment from that medium front.
Aldeguer versus Mir. They go side by side. This is a battle for 5th. Mir goes around the outside. They almost take each other out.
Once again, Bagnaia is fighting a rearguard action against the KTM of Acosta.
That's brilliant by Bagnaia. The crowd singing themselves hoarse in the main grandstand here. That's a lovely move. Is he going to run a little bit hot? Bagnaia will try and sweep around the outside. Mir attacking Quattararo. Look at that, he's pushing the front, sliding the rear.
Mir this time going to get the move done. Once again, he's sideways on the inside. Quattararo had his own moment. The 2020 World Champion is now up into 4th place. Ralph Fernandez has also gone down. There will be no back-to-back victories for the Trackhouse rider.
And, well, he was Frankie Morbidelli aggression. Alex Marquez is riding absolutely beautifully at the front of this Grand Prix.
Bagnaia is going slowly, and he is losing his grip.
He's going to go for the inside line now through 11, and Acosta then finally has retaliated on Bagnaia. Oh, fair play, Fermin. That was almost disaster.
Aldeguer.
Aldeguer crashes out. Well, it has been coming. He's had some big scares, hasn't he, on the front end of that Ducati. Oh, Bagnaya's gone in really hot into turn 4. Yeah, there's something happening to Bagnaia. He looks down to his left-hand side. So Pecco Bagnaya's Malaysian Grand Prix is over. This has pushed Mia onto the podium places.
Alex Marquez, who can't be caught.
Out of the final corner goes, and Alex Marquez has sprinkled some magic on the Malaysian Grand Prix.
Second place goes to Pedro Acosta. Third place then for Joan Mir. Gresini are now the top independent team of 2025.
Good morning and welcome back to Australia. Welcome back to Phillip Island. It's been a Bezzecchi blitz here though in Phillip Island. Despite the mid-sprint mistake, he wins for the third sprint in the last 4 Grand Prix in dominant fashion of Ralph Hernandez, who does make it back-to-back Sprint Saturday podiums for Trackhouse. Marco Bezzecchi, 3.1 seconds clear of Hernandez. He will serve a double long lap. It's lights out, we're racing in MotoGP here in Australia. It's a superb start from second place on the grid by sprint winner Marco Bezzecchi. Quattararo, like yesterday, is going the wrong way. Acosta is using that lightning speed of the KTM on the run down into the Doohan corner. Acosta immediately up into third place, but it's Bez that leads it, and Aprilia 1-2 once again.
Well, the poor start, as you said, for Quattararo, but he has at least limited the damage somewhat, and this is perfect for Marco Bezzecchi. That's exactly what he would have wanted to achieve on this first lap. Get out front, pull an advantage out, so the long lap's not going to cost you as much.
Acosta, brilliant. He's got the inside line there, using every single pony underneath him there. Acosta versus Fernandez behind him.
Zarco straight to the Belcher, and that will be a fast on crash at Doohan corner. Surely now he's going to go straight on into the long lap penalty loop. Ralph Hernandez then takes the lead of the Australian Grand Prix. Acosta will also go through into second place.
Oh, Jack Miller's gone down. Jack Miller has crashed out of podium contention here.
Here he comes into the long lap penalty loop. Bezzecchi then rejoins behind Digia in 6th place.
Well, that's easy as you like, isn't it, for Alex Marquez? No competition in terms of top speed there between Alex and Quattararo. Digia upwardly mobile in this Australian Grand Prix, now in P4. Gian Antonio might be one corner away from the podium here in Phillip Island. He certainly is. On the inside of Acosta he goes. Acosta's been pushed off the podium now, back into P4.
Look at the 37, just pulling up alongside him.
He's just running out a little bit hot. And that's allowed for Gian Antonio to come back through. Digia's taking second. I was going to say he's taking second on this lap. He takes it immediately.
Bagnaia with 4 laps to go. He was salvaging some pride from this Grand Prix, but he crashes with 4 laps to go.
Bezzecchi, he's coming down the hill into turn 10. There's nothing that Alex can do about that. This has been some salvage mission by Bez.
Few better places than Phillip Island to take any MotoGP victory, but the first MotoGP victory always the most special, and Ralph Hernandez can reach out and touch it.
First-time winner in MotoGP, and it is the phenomenal Ralph Hernandez in Phillip Island who wins the Australian Grand Prix. Gian Antonio fights his way through from 10th up into second place. Marco Bezzecchi, after his 2 long laps, does indeed rescue a podium. Marco Bezzecchi has delivered an incredible comeback here in Mandalika to take the sprint victory. Wow, what a sprint! From probably the best sprint we've seen of the season so far. And Aldeguer so near, yet so far. Lights out and we're racing here in Mandalika. Underway we go. The Marco Bezzecchi's gains from pole position. Another shocking side going backwards once again. But it's Pedro Acosta that leads from Luca Marini in second. Yes, that is it. It's Marc Marquez and Marco Bezzecchi. That's a massive, massive crash early on here. Bezzecchi and Marc Marquez out of contention. A jump start, and now Joan Mir has crashed out of contention as well after the contact at turn 10. Aldeguer goes on the inside of Marini. Aldeguer then now up into second place. Starts the pursuit of Acosta. Here is Aldeguer taking the lead of this Grand Prix for the first time. He's got the job done up at turn 10. Acosta now, what has he got in terms of retaliation on the factory KTM? It's Pecco Bagnaia down and well and truly out. Last and lost. Here comes Marini darting to the inside line there. Acosta immediately tries to fight. This battle raging at the moment between Acosta and Marini.
Acosta's going to come back at this surely up the inside of Marini, who has to try and jump out of the way. Marini knows he's faster here, but Acosta's just not letting it go.
You can just see Acosta there.
Ralf Fernandez, if Marini's not going to go on the attack, then Ralf Fernandez is more than happy to.
Yeah, he just parked in the middle of that turn 16. He's got the inside. Oh! Big rub there between Ralf Fernandez and Marini. That's allowed the door wide open for Alex Rins to move up into the podium places. Alex Marquez then now picks up Ralf Fernandez. Marini almost lost the front, didn't he? Going into the braking zone for the first corner. Alex Rins is getting better. Briefly through on Acosta into 12. We know how good Acosta's been on that left-hander through 13. Alex Marquez pings it on the inside of Acosta. Acosta desperately trying to fight back. Alex Marquez able to find a way through on Rins into second place. As Acosta then now goes back on the inside of Rins. I think Rins has just completely barbecued that soft rear tyre.
Pedro Acosta is just not letting him rest on this. He's definitely going to come on the inside. Of course he is. Acosta's not going to give this second place up.
A nod of the head, a nod of approval from Aldeguer as he comes out of the final corner. It has been, without question, phenomenal Fahmi Aldeguer here in the Grand Prix of Indonesia. What a performance, what a dominant victory by the rookie. Further back, huge credit goes to Pedro Acosta. Alex Marquez is on the podium despite the late charge from Binder and Marini. Second youngest ever MotoGP winner at the age of 20 years and 183 days is Fahmi Aldeguer. Lights out, we're racing here in Japan in the sprint. Oh, the drama further back. I think the two of Prix are down. Martin and Marco Bezzecchi has gone down. His fourth big injury, though, of the season. Jorge Martin suffered a fractured right collarbone after big contact with his teammate Marco Bezzecchi. Bagnaia is back. Pole position and sprint victory double. Pecco Bagnaia back in business. Today is the big one. The moment of truth has arrived for the 93 here in Japan. The comeback has been loading. Marc Marquez, just 24 laps away from being in seventh heaven. The green flag clears at the back. Lights out, and we're racing this potential title decider here in Matega. It's a great start from pole position by Pecco Bagnaia. Mir has a mistake on the factory Honda on the brakes into turn 1. Marc Marquez up into P3. Acosta's been rapid away from the second pro on the grid. He's up in a second.
Quartararo passed the 36.2, so the factory Yamaha start is up into 4th.
Bagnaia has had the dream start, hasn't he?
Mir now attacking on Quartararo. Mir goes through into 4th place.
Oh, Quartararo! He left the door open, I think, did Quartararo going into turn 5. Well, that mistake at turn 5 from Quartararo has seen him drop from 4th to 8th.
Quartararo had gone wide. Ralph Fernandez is piling on the pain for the 2021 World Champion.
Bezzecchi
coming through.
Launches it. Bezzecchi then finally has got through. Mir.
He's still in this run for the podium.
Acosta's really struggling. And Marc has made the move up into P2. Acosta looks like he's really struggling at the moment with grip on those Michelin tyres. What a weekend for Mir. He's going for it into 7 he goes. Joan Mir then does fight his way through up into 3rd place. Oh, what's going on with Bagnaia? Bagnaia's got smoke. A few gut-wrenching moments inside that factory Ducati garage. Now Bezzecchi goes on the inside of Acosta.
As Acosta sails way off the racetrack, just could not slow that KTM down. He's lost much more now than 6th place.
Well, that's clear. That's the biggest
plume we've seen so far.
We have seen. Are we going to get a dramatic late plot twist here in Motegi?
So clearly at this stage, it's only smoke, not fluids, coming out of the Ducati. If that changes, then Pecco Bagnaia might get pulled off the road.
No dramas at the moment for Bagnaia. A career reborn at Ducati. Resilience matched by pure brilliance. Pecco Bagnaia will win the Japanese Grand Prix, but from career-saving surgery in Minnesota back to the top step of the podium Motorland, the crowning glory here in Motegi is the comeback to top all comebacks. Marc Marquez is the 2025 MotoGP World Champion. Monday Sporting Titans who've been hailed for producing amazing comebacks. Now Marc Marquez surely has to be mentioned in the same breath and clinches his 7th MotoGP World Championship. The comeback king has taken the throne once again.
Was difficult, was super difficult, but now I'm in pace of myself.
Marquez is down at turn 15. His sprint run is over.
It is his first big Saturday slip-up of the season. Ducati's golden run in the sprint is over. Simply the best in San Marino. Marco Bezzecchi completes a sensational Saturday. Welcome one and all to Grand Prix of San Marino. All eyes on pole position.
The riders now get set for action here at Misano.
Lights out, and we're racing here at MotoGP in Misano. Great start from pole position of Marco Bezzecchi. Bez has made the perfect start. As Marc closes right onto the rear tyre of Bezzecchi. That's Acosta getting on the inside of the Gianantonio. Up now into 6th. Margot, I thought he was going to try and line up that move on Bezzecchi. Acosta now up into 5th.
Acosta's preferred passing point is coming up into Quechia.
Quartararo tries desperately to tough it out in the braking zone. With Acosta now up into 4th.
Pedro Acosta, he's going to think about a podium. Oh, he's broken down.
Been an embarrassing weekend for the factory KTM team.
So Brad Binder's problem on Friday has been repeated.
An absolute shocker for KTM.
As that's Pecco Bagnaia now on the floor. A home Grand Prix to forget for Pecco.
A 2025 to forget for Bagnaia. Marco Bezzecchi, he's under big pressure though right now, isn't he, from Marc? Oh, Bez has made a mistake. Marc Marquez make a move on Bez to take the lead here in Misano. More misery for Bagnaia. Marco Bezzecchi, absolutely phenomenal. A 1:31.357 from Bez, fastest lap of the Grand Prix. Marc just cannot shake him off.
Marc Marquez responds with one of his own.
It has been another Misano masterclass from Marc. He takes the checker flag, just over half a second clear of Bezzecchi. It is a very lonely and distant 3rd place for Alex. Comeback loading.
He gets a match point, and the Japanese Grand Prix are taking.
That is revenge. That is payback for his exit. Alex Marquez has dumped it out of the lead. Can you believe it? Alex was in cruise control. Your sprint winner here in Barcelona is Marc Marquez. 2025 MotoGP Constructor Champions once again are Ducati. Congratulations. Marc Marquez comes into our main race day in round 15 with a 185-point lead. He will go to Misano next weekend with a first match points. So Marc cannot lose 3 points or more to Alex in this upcoming 24-lap Grand Prix Catalonia. It's lights out of the race to give MotoGP here in Montmano. At the front though, it's Alex Marquez that leads the field down into the first corner. Marc trying to get aggressive on his inside in the braking zone for turn 1. Alex goes around the outside and Marc almost going through 2. They lean on each other, don't they, the brothers? But it's Marc that has the early advantage.
Pecco Bagnaia started this Grand Prix in the right vein of form. He's already up to 12th place. He's gained 9 places on lap 1. Oh, 3-2 riders, and that's Gianantonio at the back of the picture. The bike coming back onto the racetrack. He's crashed behind Marco Bezzecchi.
Then just finally get through on Quartararo. Nice move that, a really tidy move by the beast on the inside of Quartararo. As Alex goes side by side here with Marc, who's going to be the latest on the brakes into that first corner. Fair play to Alex, he really has toughed it out there, hasn't he, with Marc. Alex has made his move early on here. He leads at the start of lap 4.
It is Ducati, KTM in our top 4.
Can now Marc with some slipstream, make an instant revenge attack on Alex. He goes side by side, Alex. So good.
These KTMs are flying. How long will Pedro Acosta sit behind Marc Marquez?
Alex has opened up a gap of, what, about half dozen bike lengths back to Marc in second place. In fact, Marc's coming in a bit of pressure here. Acosta once again just letting him know he's right there, showing him his front wheel down the hill into 5. Alex, Marc, Acosta, Bastianini.
It's KTM versus KTM, and Bastianini's just going to park it on the inside of the 37. Can the 23 get it stopped just ahead of Pedro Acosta? Bastianini does, and he's now staring potentially at the first KTM podium. Could he improve on that yet?
That gap for the first time in an awful long time is down to under 0.3 of a second. We're coming to the phase of this Grand Prix where we know Marc is the master. It's Alex versus Marc.
To Marc really skipping the rear tyre. Is Alex finally starting to break the resistance of Big Brother here?
It has been a brilliant bounce back in Barcelona for Alex Marquez, who takes the victory here in the Catalonia Grand Prix. He wins by nearly 1.8 seconds ahead of brother Marc. Marc Marquez can now no longer clinch that 7th MotoGP World title in Misano next weekend. It's a brilliant first KTM Grand Prix podium for Enea Bastianini. This is going to be such a special moment for the Marquez brothers on a podium together in their backyard here in Barcelona. It does not get any better than this.
MotoGP has touched down in one of the world's true original motorsport hubs. We are combining the craziness from Jerez to the history of Le Mans as we ready for liftoff on Saturday afternoon with a raft of action to come. Welcome to Le Mans and France. Welcome to Sprint Saturday. Thailand, Brazil, the USA, Spain and now France. 5 different countries. We are now at round 5 of the 2026 MotoGP season, and what a year it has been so far, right the way through all of the categories, MotoGP, Moto2 and Moto3. Coming up this afternoon as we count down to the Tissot Sprint, Moto3 qualifying, and what a weekend it's been so far, and we have got a star-studded Q1 coming up. Guido Pini, your winner from Kota, he's in here again. Rico Salmela there as well. Alvaro Carpe is second in the championship, and they're joined by Cormac Buchanan, Joel Esteban, Ryusei Yamanaka, Adrian Cruces, who was fast this morning, Ruche Moodley, Casey O'Gorman, Leo Ramersdorfer, Nicola Carraro and Zen Matani. All of those riders looking to try and be the fastest 4 to join the pole battle. And what a battle we have got coming up, because conditions are pretty perfect to go racing, and perhaps they're going to be the best conditions we have for the remainder of the weekend, with tomorrow's weather looking damp to say the least. You're in the company of myself, Kiko Giles. Lewis Sotheby is alongside me, and down in pit lane, Elliot York is already grabbing the stories. We're going to come to him very, very soon. But Lewis, brilliant to be here. A motorsport mecca, Le Mans. It has the history, it has the atmosphere, and it always has good racing. Good afternoon, man.
Afternoon to you. Afternoon to everyone watching around the world. Yeah, this is a circuit that motorsport fans of 2 or 4 wheels dream of coming to. But it's funny how the French Motorcycle Grand Prix has become the premier motorsports event in France, it feels like. Record Friday crowd yesterday. We're expecting another bumper attendance today. It is sold out for tomorrow too for the French Grand Prix. As you mentioned, the forecast for tomorrow is looking decidedly iffy. So our French friends outside in the grandstands enjoying the sun while it lasts.
The weather may well be whetting appetites, but it will not dampen anyone's spirits, because Le Mans here for the French GP. Oh, if you have never been to a MotoGP event, please, this has got to be on your bucket list. Over 300,000 here last year, close to 80,000 here yesterday.
Unbelievable.
Lewis, as you say, it is a sellout. There isn't a ticket going spare at all, and if you do find one, you are one very, very lucky fan.
Yeah, hold on to it very tightly, because there are many, many people in this part of the world who would give their right arm to be part of the French Grand Prix. As we take a look at Guido Pini, 2 of the top 7 in the Moto3 World Championship, including a winner already this season in the form of Pini in this Q1 session. All 3 classes so far this weekend have been fiendishly close, thousandths of a second covering 2, 3, 4 riders, and Moto3 has not been immune to that. A second covered the top 20 yesterday.
It has caught big names out. Guido Pini is one of them. Alvaro Carpe, second in your championship standings, is another. And I can tell you, he did crash yesterday, but even with that crash, he can't have expected to have found himself down in Q1. El, what's the latest?
Yeah, good afternoon, gents, and hello to everyone watching along from a sunny Le Mans. Great to be down here with Nicky Io. Nicky, a bit of a shock actually to see Alvaro in Q1. I'm sure you were the same, but he did explain that the crash obviously hampered things a little bit. So how's he feeling now? He had a good session this morning. Is he feeling confident of getting into the top 4?
Yeah, I think definitely, you know, there's a good chance to get in good too, and also, you know, try to qualify as high as possible. But I think it's always a little bit the same when we come to Le Mans, you know, after Jerez, where the grip is really high, then we come here with lower grip, and then also the condition between morning and between the afternoon, it's quite different. So just somehow he was struggling a little bit more in the afternoon yesterday, and then especially after the crash he couldn't find the feeling. But anyway, as we saw this morning, he was already faster than yesterday and feeling a lot better, was able to do it alone, so I'm confident he can get back to where he is.
In general, Alvaro's looked pretty comfortable so far this year, very consistent. I think he's on a run of 8 consecutive top 5s. Still, that win is yet to come, but do you feel it's very soon that it's coming?
I think that it's coming very soon, because as we've all seen, he made good progress in the last races, but you know, I think the win comes if you don't look for it. I think you just have to keep on working, and you know, it comes if it's coming, so you know, he just has to be
So see the 51 in Q2 and looking more comfortable now so far this season.
I think he really has now made a massive step in the last few races, because I think it's a little bit the same with all the rookies when they come to World Championship, you know, after winning Rookies Cup, after winning in Team Junior. I feel that somehow they all expect that, you know, it's going to be as easy as it was the year before, but you know, the World Championship is very different. There's a lot less practice time on new tracks all the time, so it's a bit of a shock for the rookies, and you know, it takes some time to adapt, but as we've seen, he's been working a lot now alone, trying to focus on his pace, and then yes, as you said, we had a good test in Jerez, so I'm confident that he's now closer to, you know, also fight for those top fives and podium soon.
Thanks, Nicky. Have a good one.
Thank you.
Cheers, El. Cheers, Nicky. Yeah, on Alvaro Carpe, Lewis, he didn't particularly qualify well here last year. 13th, didn't stop him coming through to 4th, though, so he knows how to get past riders here at what is a really tight Le Mans. Qualifying important here, perhaps more important than other places.
Yeah, he set the fastest lap on the way to that 4th place here last year. It's funny with Carpe so far this season, qualifying hasn't really been the problem. Front row in 3 of the first 4 Grand Prix, but he's gone backwards on each of those 3 occasions when he started from the front row. But to Nicky Io's point in pit lane with El, he had made a big step forward this morning. He was 0.6 of a second quicker in free practice 2 this morning than he had been yesterday in what was, of course, a truncated session for him.
Of course, he is lacking a few kilometres out there in comparison to where everyone else is at. Alvaro Carpe is going to be your favourite to move through. You've got to think of that. Guido Pini likewise should be moving through, but he didn't do it last time out, Lewis. And as you point to the screen, this kind of dawdling group packs as well. This is going to be a really scratchy Q1 in terms of track position is going to be vital. And this track is so tight anyway, it's very easy to encounter problems around here.
Yeah, pointed to the screen too, because to underline your comment of Alvaro Carpe being the favourite for this session, the rest of the Moto3 field clearly agree with him, because they're all right behind him, with the exception of this young man, Guido Pini, and he's been brought back to earth with a savage bump, hasn't he, since that victory in Austin, Texas. Didn't have the speed at any stage, really, in the Jerez Grand Prix. Qualified, of course, down in 21st after fluffing his lines in this very session, qualifying 1, and Pini, to be fair, much closer to the pace. He was 0.8 of a second off the pace in the first rider outside the top 14 yesterday. Of course, it was a very Honda-heavy top 14 yesterday. 5 of them in total made their way automatically through to qualifying 2, so I guess a surprise that Pini wasn't among them.
Yeah, Pini, of course, is your winner from Cota, and you've got to say that Guido Pini finding himself in 2 consecutive Q1s would not have been what he was after at all. Just to go through his qualifying record so far this year, he's been 9th, then 16th, then he was as high as 5th and as low as 21st last time out. So at least, if the sequence is to complete itself, he should find himself on the front 3 rows of the grid. These guys just making their way down towards turn 9.
It is, or Pini off at the very least.
Pini's been off. He's going across that gravel and across the grass. So these guys are all coming through and having their first laps cancelled. We are hearing that Pini did indeed bin it down through turns 9 and turns 10. So Guido Pini, you can see all the scrape marks on the left-hand side of that bike. He's on the curbs as he comes through, but he gets it down into the apex at turn 9, hits the curb, and I think he just unsettles him and loses the front. And thankfully, because he was far enough ahead, he crashes and comes right back through on the racing line. But Guido Pini, fast reactions, fast thinking, up on his feet, up on his wheels, and safely back onto the racetrack, but not an ideal start.
Yeah, crucially kept the engine in, did Pini. If he hadn't, of course, that might well have been the end of his qualifying session. He's now back up pit lane, is Pini, so there'll be a hasty repair job taking place now down at Leopard Honda. Of course, the benefit, if you want to call it that, of his crash is that he's covered everybody else's opening lap.
And the other benefit is that, unfortunately for Guido Pini, his mechanics will be used to rebuilding a few bikes in their time, because he has had a few misdemeanors in 2026 thus far on board that Leopard Racing Honda. Pini gets back into the box, explains exactly where the damage is, and the Leopard mechanics, well, they've won a Grand Prix every single year since they've been in the paddock. They've won World Championships. They'll know exactly what to do.
Yeah, we're looking outside the commentary box window. We're directly above the Leopard box, and Mirdrag Couture, with his arms crossed, is looking decidedly nonplussed with life. He's stood just next to a former Moto3 winner, of course, in this class, Tatsuki Suzuki, of course, now has an alternative role within the Honda family, as we pick up Cormac Buchanan, one of 2 riders to actually get a lap in on that first sequence of running. He clearly did dodge the yellow flags, but a 141.9, not really representative at the moment. Buchanan was 0.7 quicker than that in practice yesterday.
I've been impressed with Cormac Buchanan of late, because he had a couple of big hits over in Brazil, and and Amerika, and by big hits I don't mean highlights or big songs to sing about. I mean, he had some big high sides. But since we've been back in Europe, we had a crash last time out in Jerez, very low, very slow front end one down at turn 2, and he's kept it wheels up. So Cormac Buchanan, hopefully dialing out the crashes a little bit, was up in 15th earlier on today as well this morning, so he's got potential to definitely be moving through. We get our first lap times from our meaningful riders. Alvaro Carpe, 41.3, 41.1 is your fastest though. From Adrian Cruces, of course, this is the CIB Green Power Team's home GP. Scott Ogden has already found himself up into Q2. Adrian Cruces is looking to put an extra smile on Alan Bronnec's face and get both of the Frenchman's bikes up into the Q2 placings for the team's home round.
Cruces was flying this morning. He was up in 3rd place. He was in the 140 to 140.5 for Cruces earlier on. The fastest lap of the weekend so far in this Moto3 class was set yesterday afternoon by David Munoz, a 140.211. If you're in the 140s in this Q1 session, you're surely in very, very good shape for a place in Q2.
Absolutely. The lap record is down in the 39s, but we haven't been troubling that too much yet. So we'll just have to wait and see how we go later on in Q2. I'll tell you what we've got to say. Good to see Rico Salmela back out there because he had a massive get-off this morning. Tucked the front. There was no contact in the end. Went back and had a good look at it frame by frame between him and his teammate Valentin Peroni, who was just perhaps the number 27 getting a little bit startled as Peroni charged under him. Salmela at the moment 9th, but of course this is his first real representative flying lap.
Yeah, he's a podium finisher here, though. The past in Red Bull rookies is Salmela, as Cruces takes the shortcut through the Shimano berth and needs to make sure he gets well out of the way of Joel Esteban. Of course, we've rightly drawn attention to Carpe and Pini, two of the big names in this session, but Esteban falls into that category too, of course. Very good qualifying record of late. Front 2 rows in the last 3, of course, including that pole back in Brazil.
Yeah, Esteban really, in qualifying this year, has been something a little bit special. Another rider who didn't really qualify well on his last appearance here, that was back in 2024, 16th on the grid, did come through for 4th.
Which is his equal best career result in the Moto3 class. He is into the 140s, 140.984 for Esteban. He did a 40.7 in free practice 2 earlier on today. So it's Esteban, Cruces, O'Gorman and Carpe currently your top 4. And that's a good rebound for the 67, just disappearing out of picture. Casey O'Gorman on the floor twice already this weekend.
Yeah, O'Gorman had a big one yesterday afternoon. He had another one this morning, not so big but still fast. So Casey O'Gorman has been flying in 2026. He's definitely hit the ground running, and unfortunately he's just hit the ground this weekend a couple of times too many, but at the moment he's up there in P3. As we look at Alvaro Carpe at the moment in 4th, I'll tell you what, less than 7 minutes on the clock. Alvaro Carpe, he is now relying on having to do a really, really strong lap time, and as is this rider, Guido Pini, who, as you can see, is about to make his way back out, and he has got to set a lap time still. So Guido Pini and Alvaro Carpe, you'd be surprised if both of them are caught out. Guido Pini's definitely up against it here, but Carpe, we've seen how quickly laps can go. Riders going through turn 9 and 10, off track, rejoining, of course, a little bit in the racing line. Yellow flags, track limits around here has been a problem. If I was Alvaro Carpe, I would be slightly concerned at the moment.
Yeah, he can't take too many liberties on this final run. Cormac Buchanan with a fist bump as he looks set. The Mac attack, as you can see on the back of his leathers. He's attacking the top 4 in this Q1 session. He's got to find a 10th of a second as it stands to get on terms with Carpe. We've got Moodley 6th. Of course, he topped Q1 a fortnight ago back in Jerez. Yamanaka down in 7th place. It has been a tough recent time for Yusei Yamanaka, who sadly lost his grandmother just before the Jerez Grand Prix and had to miss her funeral, so he was clearly not in the best frame of mind at the Spanish Grand Prix. Carraro 8th from Salmela, who we touched upon, who has been on the floor already today. Zenmatani 10th, and Leo Ramersdorfer, who, of course, we should remember, didn't even start the Spanish Grand Prix a fortnight ago. He's at the back of the field at the moment, with one 6:58 rider currently in and one out of Q2.
At the moment, let's see what changes in the final 5 minutes. Just for reference, lap records around here, 39.885. That was set by Joel Kelso last year. So just have that in mind, particularly when we get down towards the closing stages of this session, but more when we get into Q2 a little bit later on. Carpe and Pini, well, both of them really needed to do something special. I tell you what, Guido Pini could have done a lot worse than latching on the back of Carpe, because Carpe himself is going to need to be pushing on hard here.
Yeah, it's the second season for Pini, but he still strikes me as a rider who's super fast, but needs to be watched from behind the sofa because he's always on the absolute edge of the limit. And of course, we've already seen him this weekend go beyond that limit. It's a key session this for Pini because, as mentioned already, the Hondas are pretty competitive so far this weekend. Adrian Fernandez, the fastest Honda of practice yesterday and fastest rider of the session earlier on this morning. He put in a 140.2 earlier on, so the Hondas look like they've got a bit more of a fighting chance up against the KTMs than they did Jerez, even for allowing, of course, the fact that Fernandez was on the podium.
4.5 minutes to go then as we get into the business end of Q1. Carpe and Pini are going to come through and hopefully not be balked here as they come through turns 3 and 4, up under the Dunlop Bridge and down the other side into La Chapelle. And it is Carpe who's come through, but Guido Pini has been balked, and this time it's by Ryusei Yamanaka. He's going to have to carve his way under. That's really poor, I've got to say, from Yamanaka. He, I don't think, realised that there were 2 riders on a flying lap. Carpe's got through, but unfortunately, I think Guido Pini may not be setting the time and screens quite as fast as he would have liked to have been. He is under at the second checkpoint, but really, I think we're going to have to wait and see exactly what Pini's got in the locker here. But the 94 is through the traffic now and can focus again on Carpe, who likewise, halfway around this lap, 2 red crash helmets.
Yeah, certainly through the sector times didn't appear to slow Pini too much. It must have at the very least been a distraction for the young Italian. We had scenes, won't draw your attention or won't spoil things too much, but there were scenes in MotoGP qualifying earlier on when we saw a rider not getting slowed down by traffic, but it certainly affected his concentration because he was shaking his head. Pini now through Shimano Berth. Is he still on target? Buchanan going quickly, so we should keep an eye on him too. Carpe and Pini at the moment on course to get themselves into the 140s, and that could potentially bump the likes of O'Gorman out of the top 4.
They've just got to get through Recorder on these final 2 corners here, 13 and 14. It's already taken as one. They picked the bike up just ever so slightly before gassing it up to the line. And Carpe was 4th. This is going to move him up into P1, and it does. And Pini follows him into P2 and into the 140. So Guido Pini at least gets a banker in, and he's going to have a couple more laps just yet. This isn't over, but P1 and P2 for the riders who are most up against it and favourite to move through anyway. Esteban 3rd, Cruz says 4th, but this is a cracking lap incoming from Cormac Buchanan, the New Zealander, in the final sector and in touch.
Yeah, he's in the S Blur with the blue boots on the young Kiwi as he now tackles the Recordemont, where the Moto3 battle was decided here last year. 2 riders were battling for victory and both of them lost it to the eventual champion, Jose Antonio Rueda. No problems through turns 13 and 14 for Buchanan, and a 40.7 for the young Kiwi. Surely he's on course for Q2 with that.
Magnificent final sector for Mac Attack. It was more like Max Attack. 2 minutes to go then on the clock, and Cormac Buchanan has joined the party. Our timing screens are red sectors everywhere. Pini halfway round is half a tenth under. Cruz says he's looking to go to P1 as well. Casey O'Gorman, who's currently 6th, he's also in striking distance. I think they're all chasing Pini, who in turn is chasing Carpe on the road. This is them coming down now towards turns 9 and 10, and you can see O'Gorman has got Cruz right ahead of him. These 2 know each other very well from their Moto Junior days.
And some pressure building on Esteban now because his lap's gone away. He took a shortcut somewhere, has bailed out of it, so he's about to be turfed out of the top 4 here. It's not all coming together either for Sal Mella, who's also had his lap cancelled. He's still down in 10th on a 141.9. He's going to have one more shot to rescue his Saturday.
This is it, down towards Recordemont. Pini is still on a good lap here. Carpe ahead of him has bailed out, is now at the back of this group. So Guido Pini is looking to try and improve if he can. If he can hold it, he'll at least improve his time. And he does improve his time to go 2nd. Now it's 3rd because Cruz has gone in to take P1. So that has put Carpe, who bailed out of that last lap, in 4th. And I tell you what, with 1 minute on the clock, he's on his final flying lap. Alvaro Carpe is in very, very tricky territory here, and we've got yellow flags in sector 3, so that's going to do out Cormac Buchanan's lap time. I wonder who it is. We've got a white dot pause.
Is it
Zen Matani, who at the moment is going to be at the back of the grid, and indeed it was Zen Matani who's gone down, it looks like, between turns 9 and 10, and we've got the yellow flags now down at turn 6. That's La Chapelle. Cormac Buchanan comes across the line. He was grey all the way through the second half of that lap. He goes and stays in P2. Pini 3rd, Carpe 4th. Cruz is the rider who P2 is at the moment leading the way, and unfortunately Casey Gorman is not going to get into Q2. He has crashed out down there at turn 6, a third fall of the weekend for the young Irishman. He's 5th at best.
Yeah, I think Carpe might be safe anyway with the yellow flags out, but he will keep pushing to leave nothing to chance. He currently sits 4th. Is there anyone on screens at the moment likely to challenge him? Sal Mellor's on a decent first half of the lap. We now pick him up at the bottom of your screens. Yamanaka also not a bad first half of the lap, but he's down in 9th place at the moment. Carpe looking to end any sort of debate about his place as he looks to take top spot from Cruces. This would, of course, put Pini on the bubble.
Sal Mellor and Esteban were on laps halfway round, but it's just gone away from Sal Mellor, and Esteban as well has just dropped off a little bit more through that third sector. This is the finish rider, Sal Mellor, coming through 13 and 14. Carpe is who we need to be seeing, and he comes across the line. Alvaro Carpe goes P1 at 140.688. Fantastic stuff from Carpe. A big sigh of relief is breathed in the Redbull KTM IO camp, because that should see Alvaro Carpe join Brian Uriarte up there in Q2 later on. Cruces does indeed put a smile on Alain Bronek's face for P2. Buchanan fantastic in 3rd, and Guido Pini, well, doesn't face the wrath of Miodrag Couture like he did in Jerez, and does get it over the line in Q1. He will be out again in Q2.
Yeah, good lap that from Carpe. Good session overall, and fair play to Pini, given the way his session started. It's not about the journey, I guess, it's about the destination, and his destination is qualifying 2, and yeah, it will make a nice Hollywood story, won't it, if he goes on to qualify in the front 2 rows of the grid. Crisis averted for the 94.
Yeah, I think there's a little bit of experience there from Jerez. I think if he'd not gone through Q1 for a second week running, there would have been other problems. Further down, obviously, we saw Gorman crash at turn 6. He's obviously staying in 5th. Joel Esteban, a bit of a shock not to move through there in 6th place. Ryusei Yamanaka, well, his form has really not got going at all in 2026. He's there in 7th, Carraro 8th, Sal Mellor 9th, Moodley, Ramersdorfer and Zen Matani, who fell down there in 12th, is bringing up the rear of the Moto3 field, but they all chase Alvaro Carpe, who was fastest on Friday morning. He was up there in P2 this morning, and now he's going into Q2 this afternoon.
Yeah, still chasing a 4th front rider 5. He still has an opportunity to achieve that for Adrian Cruces. He ensures that CIP will have full representation from their 2 riders at their home Grand Prix in Q2. Cruces, 3rd consecutive Q2 appearance for him. Here he is on screens in the CIP Green Power Box. Buchanan, that's a 2nd Q2 appearance of the season for him. Remember in Brazil, the previous time he was in Q2, he was looking super quick before he had the high side, which really started the dip in form and dip in fitness that he's had in the last month or 2. And Pini, of course, keeps up a solid record for him. Of course, every time he's made Q2 this season, he has generally gone on to achieve through the weekend 5th in the end of Brazil after qualifying 16th. And of course, his best qualifying led to victory back in Austin.
And it's going to be interesting to see exactly what Pini can do now. He's going to work with Adrian Fernandez on track as well. I'm sure they'll do a little bit of work together. Likewise, this rider with his teammate Brian Uriarte. You've got both the CIP machines in there, as you say, Lewis. So Ogden's had a bit of pace this weekend. Adrian Cruces was very quick this morning. So there's going to be a little bit of teamwork, I'm sure, when we do get in to Q2 proper. Cormac Buchanan's going to have to do it all on his own because Ruche Moodley did not move through. But everyone else really is going to have a little bit of a playmate. Unfortunately, Matteo Batali, who's already moved on through, will not get any assistance of his teammate down there, Joel Esteban, and likewise Hakim Danish will not be able to rely on Ryusei Yamanaka. Yamanaka 7th. That is a real disaster for the Japanese rider.
Yeah, unfortunately, that's following a worrying recent trend for Yamanaka. 3rd consecutive Grand Prix. He's missed out in qualifying 1. Esteban, that's a bit of a surprise, I have to say, with his qualifying record lately, to be only 6th. It is Alvaro Carpe, though, who tops qualifying 1. Spaniards 1 and 2, with Cruces 2nd for CIP. Cormac Buchanan ensures he's in Q2 for the 2nd time this year in 3rd, ahead of Guido Pini despite his early spill. Casey O'Gorman bringing up an unwanted hat-trick, 3rd crash of the weekend. He was 5th ahead of Esteban, Yamanaka, Carraro and Sal Mellor. Ruche Moodley 10th ahead of Leo Ramersdorfer, and a late crash leaves Zen Matani right down at the back of the grid. So the 83 quickest in qualifying 1, Alvaro Carpe, 2nd in the World Championship, will be part of the battle for pole in Moto3. 18 riders will battle it out. Q2's up next.
Welcome back live trackside here at Le Mans. We are here for the French GP, and what a Grand Prix it's going to be. We are working our way through the schedule pretty nicely. Moto3 qualifying is half complete. We now have the business end to decide the grid. Q2 coming up next. Moto2 will follow in hot pursuit just after that. And then, of course, it is your big event of the day, the MotoGP Tissot Sprint, kicking off in just about 2 hours' time. Qualifying 2 then, David Munoz leads David Almanza ahead of Marco Morelli, Hakim Diniz, Brian Uriarte and Adrian Fernandez. They're joined by Scott Ogden, Max Keeles, Vedapratama, Valentin Peroni, Joel Kelso, Matteo Vitelli, Jesus Rios, Eddie O'Shea, Alvaro Carpe, Adrian Cruz, Cormac Buchanan and Guido Pini. The final 4 moving on through from Q1. Qualifying 2 is going to be an absolute showdown. Can't wait for this one. And I tell you what, we've had a really interesting opening day yesterday, a very interesting morning this morning, and that has been matched up with a perfect Q1. It's particularly perfect if you are in CIP green power colours. L, down in pit lane, who have you got for us?
Yeah, it certainly is perfect, with Adrian Cruzes joining Scott Ogden. Down here with team owner and team boss Alain Bronek. Alain, first and foremost, Adrian getting through Q1. We've just been speaking about it, such a stressful session for you guys. So what does that mean now you've got 2 riders in Q2?
No, you know, Q1 is every time very stressful, but finally this morning Adrian go very fast, and now we do nearly the same lap time. It's very interesting. We work well this morning, and finally Scott and Adrian are very good position now for find a good place, because for the weather next tomorrow can be very interesting to be on the good position on the grid.
It's obviously a home race for the team and for yourself. How brilliant is it to be in Le Mans? Obviously a capacity crowd as well. Just how special is it for you and CIP Green Power to come racing in France and obviously have both your riders in Q2?
Thank you very much.
How special is it in Le Mans?
No, in Le Mans it's so fantastic because we have many people, and you know, you can see here everybody watch Moto3, Moto2, MotoGP. Everybody come in the morning, and when we cross people in the paddock, everybody support motorcycle racing, and yeah, it's so fantastic. Now we need to do a good result or say thank you to everybody.
Absolutely, and just finally on Scott, he's had a mixed season so far. I know injury troubles in pre-season. How fit is Scott now? He's looking good so far this weekend, but how fully fit is he on that KTM?
Yeah, you know, start of season is not so fantastic because he have a big operation last year, and now he coming good. You know, Jerez is not so easy because Saturday morning we have rain and our plan is a little change, but here everything is good, and we hope to keep Scott in this way, and for sure Adrian grow up. We have to put the 2 riders in the good position.
Thank you, Alan. Have a great session and a good Sunday as well.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Elliot York. Merci beaucoup to Alain Bronek. A little bit premature now and handing back to us in comms, but fantastic work for El just to keep Alain Bronek in check down there in pit lane. Great news for CIP Green Power, Lewis. I want to touch on this if I can. They are a proper grafting team. They have had to work pretty hard. They're not perhaps one of the most well-funded teams in the paddock, unlike the Leopard Racing Squad, for example, who have a lot of resources, but they are making it work. And Adrian Cruzes coming through Q1 and Scott Ogden moving straight into Q2, that is going to encourage them, particularly in their home GP.
Thank you very much. No, only joking. Yeah, it's a good session so far, good day for the CIP team, and yeah, it would mean so much to them to get a result here this weekend. In the dry, it feels like they've got half a chance if it does rain. The interesting weather forecast that Alain Bronek drew attention to there, yeah, would that potentially play into the hands of someone like a Scott Ogden, who we know is very strong in wet conditions. Q2 coming up then, which is going to feature, as you can see there, both of the Grid MLAV riders. Joel Kelso, who we know has some success to draw upon around this circuit, but good to see Eddie O'Shea automatically through to qualifying 2. He's looked quick from the get-go so far this weekend.
We were talking about 2x2 and who can work together. Well, Eddie O'Shea and Joel Kelso, they didn't even need to go out in Q1. They were already straight through. A fantastic performance from both the Australian and the Brit. So keep an eye on Michael Laverty's Grid MLAV machines here. We know Joel Kelso's quick over one lap and quick over one lap here. The clock is ticking down as 15 minutes will soon kind of whittle away and really become a last-ditch attempt for anyone trying to get onto pole position. David Munoz was the rider of the day in Moto3 yesterday, and some might say rider of the weekend back at Jerez. He had an absolutely fantastic comeback from what seems like, or seemed like, a never-ending leg injury, but he's back. And Munoz, when he's back, he's normally quite quick, if not a little bit elbow happy at times.
Yeah, that's Moto3 in a nutshell for you, isn't it? Yeah, Munoz surprised himself with the level he was at in Jerez, so you can only assume that he's on a decent trajectory with his recovery from those 6 surgeries that he's had on that broken femur. Really difficult qualifying session to call this. When we came on air for qualifying 2 back in Jerez, I think we were all expecting, as the weekend unfolded, for Max Quiles, the world champion leader, to just run away and have his own race as the weekend unfolded. In the final few laps, that's ultimately what we got in Jerez, but we hadn't seen signs of the imperious points leader Quiles that we've seen in the first World War III.
Oh dear me, we've already got yellow flags. No, we don't. They've already moved on through, so I wonder if someone just had a little trip into the gravel. Yeah, on Quiles, actually, another thing, not only did he not really dominate the entirety of the Grand Prix, he was very, very close to not getting pole position. He was flush with the light panel as it went yellow over at, I think it was turn 7 in her, out of 7 into 8, because we had Adrian Fernandez in the gravel. And if he was 10 metres further behind, I think Max Quiles' lap would have gone away, would have been cancelled. So that would have left him down on the 3rd row, Lewis. So we know he's got pace. We know he's got pace on one lap as well. But you don't want to be leaving it late in these sessions, Lewis, because it's very, very easy to be caught out.
And he has been on the floor already this weekend, has Max Quiles. Pole here last year. Of course, that was his maiden pole in Moto3. He's gone on to take a further 2 since then, including last time out in Jerez. But it certainly feels as if the pack are much closer to him. They're snapping at Quiles' heels this weekend in a way that they weren't in Jerez.
Indeed. Don't forget, though, Quiles took his first pole here 12 months ago, so he definitely knows how to get it over the line here at Le Mans. At the moment, it is Adrian Fernandez who is your first rider out there on the track and setting his first flying lap time of the afternoon. Of course, these opening few laps in Moto3 Q2, it's all about getting a banker down. It's less so about going gung-ho and time attack mode, but you do need to be pushing on and you do need to get a lap time in, as you saw just how close it gets to not moving through. In the case of Q1 for Guido Pini, it can be very, very close to being mired down the field through not having pace, but just through bad luck.
Like Jerez, this is a circuit that the rookies in Moto3 know quite well. Redbull rookies do race here. This young man won here last year in the rookies, did Brian Uriarte, and he's had the kind of form of a rider who does enjoy this Le Mans Bugatti circuit so far this weekend. 5th overall yesterday was Uriarte on the 51 bike, and there's every reason to suspect that he could challenge the front row today. Yeah, 5th overall yesterday on a 140.598. I can tell you they're going to be going around that, if not quicker. I'm fairly sure the likes of Brian Uriarte we're going to get down towards the 139s today. 41.1 is Adrian Fernandez's opening gambit. Vedapratama 40.8. Pini of 41.3. As we take all the Hondas across the line, it seems Morelli there on the KTM 40.6, 40.4 for Joel Kelso, who's just behind Morelli on track. We pick up the number 66 Australian now, who is still looking for his first top 10 come Grand Prix Sunday. Quiles across the line, 40.7 for him. So our opening laps, maybe not representative of where we're going to be. 4/10 quicker that than anything Kelso had done so far this weekend, so he's found some big pace on that MLAV Honda. Of course, Kelso's had a pole position, but wrapping my brains, I don't think the MLAV team have.
No, they've had front rows. They've had front rows, haven't they? But they've not had any pole positions to my reckoning. They've not had a podium either. They've had very, very close results. I think back to Argentina a good few years ago. But I tell you what, they're flying this weekend. Obviously, it's a really tricky track that does actually bring everyone a little bit more together because it's got so many different dynamics to it. It's got a massive, great big front straight, but the rider really can make a difference to the rest of it because it's the kind of place you've got to get on with.
Yeah, you need good trust in your front end. You need a bike that's very stable under braking, good acceleration too out of a lot of these slower hairpins. We're into the twistier section, the S Blur on the final part of the lap. We're on board with the Leopard Honda of Adrian Fernandez, and up ahead of us is the Recordemont, the double right-hander. Straight up ahead of us is where the Circuit de la Sarthe, the 24-hour four-wheel circuit, rejoins the Bugatti layout. And Adrian Fernandez on the 31 is targeting P1.
Worth noting that's not the long lap this weekend. Long laps down at turns 7 and 8. Garage Vert. So no need to peel off to the left as we head down towards La Chapelle. Marco Morelli across the line, fantastic lap from him of 140.280. Not quite as quick as Munoz yesterday. That is Max Quiles on a 140.184. That's a fantastic lap from Quiles, and that is the fastest lap of the weekend thus far.
Aspar 1 and 2 then. Good lap from Vedapratama too at 40.3. The Indonesian currently on the front row of the grid. Of course, he's been a very strong qualifier so far this season, but yet to start on the front row of the grid is the Indonesian.
Down towards La Chapelle. Cormac Buchanan hasn't gone out just yet. Any news down there?
Yeah, don't worry if you're a New Zealander or Cormac Buchanan fan. He was out on the used rubber that he used in Q1. He's pitting now for fresh rubber on the rear and on the front, and he's just waiting for a little bit of a gap to head out, so he will be setting a lap time. No need to worry about it.
Cheers, Elf. Thanks for that. And let's hope to see Cormac Buchanan in amongst this pole shootout as we pick up David Almanza, who we normally talk about in terms of one-lap pace, it's got to be said, but he's down there in 11th place at the moment. He is coming back from that elbow injury, and he's had a couple of crashes as well, Lewis. One down into Garage Vert, that was yesterday, and the other one up at turn 3 today. So David Almanza definitely back, and back with a bit more of a bang than he'd have liked.
Yeah, because of the injury that he sustained to his elbow, it is sort of inhibiting him a little bit as he's riding the bike. He did say in Jerez that he couldn't pull the clutch lever fast enough as he was out there on the racetrack, so he's certainly having some issues to try and overcome, which unfortunately he can't fast track. He's just got to wait for his body to ultimately heal up and to build the strength again. Fernandez once again up onto the front row of the grid. He splits the Aspar riders of Quiles and Morelli. At the moment, the top end of the standings is looking fairly similar to the end of the Spanish Grand Prix a fortnight ago.
Yeah, not too dissimilar at all. We just need Munoz to elevate himself out of that provisional third row start in place in 7th. You can see him there leading the group around. Valentin Peroni, we pick him up down in 14th place. He's going to need something here. It's got to be said, Valentin Peroni has not hit the ground running as he would have liked to in Europe, it's got to be said. He seems to always be tripping up over Alvaro Carpe in Grand Prix at the minute, so that was the problem last time out in Jerez. He had a little bit of time on track with Carpe this morning as well. Valentin Peroni at the moment down in 14th and now enters the pit lane, so it's going to be one final push late on in this Q2 session for the number 73 to try and put himself at least on the front 2 rows for his team's home GP.
Yeah, home Grand Prix, as you mentioned, for both CIP and for Tech 3. Well, it's Max Quiles just been keeping his powder dry so far in this weekend. Has been hanging around the lower end of the top 10 for much of this French Grand Prix so far, but when the crucial moment of Q2 has come about, Quiles has delivered that 140.184, and with 6 minutes to go and one more run remaining, surely we're going to get laps in the 130s, but as it stands, Quiles is on course for back-to-back Le Mans poles.
Yeah, which will be fine for him if Alvaro Carpe is mired down on the third row of the grid and half a second off the pace. So Carpe at the minute in 9th place, 2 places behind this rider here, David Munoz, who was on the podium last time out at home in Jerez. Just behind Carpe is Pini, your COTA winner, and then Almanza, your Thai GP winner, down there in 11th. So it's a real cluster of riders who you'd expect to be a little bit further up. At least Adrian Fernandez was second last time out, and he's trying his best to keep Max Quiles honest here. 1, 2 and 3, Quiles, Fernandez, Morelli, 6 minutes on the clock, and Fernandez, as we see so often, is your first one out to start his final time attack run.
Yeah, if you like your symmetry and you like your sequences, we currently have KTM Honda, KTM Honda, KTM Honda on your front 2 rows of the grid. Quiles, Fernandez, Morelli, Pratama, Uriarte and Kelso. Here is Valentin Peroni, who really paid the price for qualifying poorly in Jerez, got himself stuck in some mid-packs and groups that he really shouldn't have been in, had some contact midway through the race as well with Jesus Rios. So crucial, particularly with this first chicane here, Kiki, Kiko, at the start of the lap, that run down to the Dunlop chicane, it is a pain in the backside if you're starting anywhere away from the front two rows of the grid.
It is a big problem, and going back through Grand Prix history, how many times have we seen riders trip up over each other across all classes? It's not a Moto3 related problem, it's Moto2, MotoGP, I think back a few years as well, even last year when we had Pecco being skittled by an Air Bastianini down there at the first chicane. So it's tricky. Throw in a bit of rain and a bit of moisture, it gets a lot worse. So keep an eye out tomorrow. This is the part of the track we're talking about because it's such a big, fast sweep in, and the actual width of the track is quite big at that point, and it's very easy to rush up the inside. So just keep an eye out tomorrow. It is the first of many pinch points around this Le Mans Bugatti circuit.
Yeah, it's not an easy circuit to escape in either, with the many straights that can bring the pack back towards you if you're trying to make an escape back to the front of the field. Here is Guido Pini still wearing some of the battle scars from his spill in qualifying one, as he currently sits, where does Pini sit? 10th at the moment, front of row 4.
Probably run out of clean leathers. The amount of times he's been on the deck this year, Guido Pini must have rubbed a few leathers up the wrong way, as well as, it's got to be said, a lot of fairings. But at the moment, he's faring not so badly in the top 10, which at least keeps up his record of when he's gone through Q1 to get to Q2, he does at least get it in the top 10.
Conrad Buchanan's on his first official, I guess, representative time lap of the Q2 session. Buchanan did a 140.734 in qualifying one. If he can replicate that now, that would put him up into the top 10. But I guess given that he's just got the one fresh tyre available to him in this Q2 session, perhaps exercising a bit of caution on this first lap. He needs to be there at the checkered flag to try and get the best of the track conditions in what are fairly hot conditions now. When they were out on track this morning in Moto3, track temperature was down in the teens. It's now up into the 30s.
Yeah, perfect for setting a time attack lap as well, I've got to say. It's not too hot, everything's performing in its optimum range. It's got to be... Oh dear me, he's taken the tyre warmer. Jesus Rios is going to hit the track with a tyre warmer. I don't know if he knows. Guido Pini's trying to tell him here. He nods in acknowledgement. He's saying, I think he's saying, I know, mate, I know. But I don't think he does. Jesus Rios then is taking a tyre warmer out on the track. Now he sees it. And we've got a blue flag, of course, for slow traffic.
That's not going to be easy to dislodge that, Kiko.
That is going to be a real pain. He's got to do it with one hand as well. He's got to keep the clutch pulled in. He can't allow that to die on him. So, oh, dearie me, what a mess this is for the Riva Cold Snipers team. And they've got it done.
Oh, now he's lost the engine.
I think he stalled it. So, problem after problem for the number 54 of Jesus Rios.
They're going to have to take that bike now behind the wall and restart it from there. Of course, new rule for 2026, if you lose the engine, you've got to go behind the wall onto the service road and restart from there. We've only got 2.5 minutes remaining.
And I'm not sure there's an easy access point now. I think you've got to go out towards the right-hand side, but like past the gravel. Past the gravel. So I think Jesus Rios, well, what a pickle he's ended up in. I'm talking of pickles. Look at this lot. All they stalled in. How many times have we seen this in years gone by? Moto3, they just never learn.
Yeah, well, Joel Kelso's kept himself clear of all of that, and he might be rewarded here with a pole position at Le Mans. He's got Morelli as a bit of a reference, a corner up the road, and at the moment Kelso looking to try and lift himself from what would already be a fine 6th on that MLAV Honda. He's targeting the front row.
This is going to be a heck of a lap if he can hold this all together. He's dropped a little bit of time in that third sector as the team watch on. The grid MLAV team are pushing on for a front row. It's been the first front row in a long, long time, Lewis, and I can't remember many that have come in dry conditions. So coming through Recordamon, Morelli's across the line first. He's not going to improve, but where is this going to put the number 66 of Joel Kelso into P2?
I think that was Pini down at the back of the picture. It looked like a Leopard Honda, and Fernandez is in the second sector. It is a second crash of the afternoon for Pini.
Disaster. Another crash for Guido Pini. We're just saying about his leathers and his fairing. Guido Pini's gone down. That'll be yellow flags for a few of them. At least he's got him back up on his wheels. And well, I think that's it. There's no way he's going to improve from there because he's already lost all his momentum going on to the front stroke. So 11th at best for Guido Pini, who once again manages to find the gravel trap in in Le Mans. So disaster for Pini. On the other side of this Leopard Honda box, though, Fernandez is charging through this third sector now. Comes across the line, he's in touch, but he's not going to go P1 if he holds that, but he's good in that last sector. Carpe, likewise on it. Quiles, not a personal best or session best, but 15,000's out and in touch.
Our fans in Southeast Asia might be getting excited because Hakim Danish and Vedapratama are both up at the halfway stage. Keep an eye on that particular pair as Fernandez now attacks the line. He will get one more shot at this, and he needs it because he didn't improve. At the moment, we've got Hondas 2 and 3.
Munoz and Carpe on great laps. Carpe's in the third sector. I think Munoz's following him, so Carpe is going to be coming through turns 9 and 10 very soon. Indeed, he is. He's just getting under Scott Ogden, so that's fantastic stuff from Carpe. Oh, he went on the green, and that's going to be cancelled, I'm sure. Alvaro Carpe, well, down in 9th, not great.
Yeah, that's the end of his lap as we've got Danish attacking, and for good reason, because Danish at the moment is on course to potentially get himself onto the front 2 rows of the grid. Danish currently sits down in 13th place. Munoz is getting bumped there. He's trying to get underneath Peroni, of course. We know Munoz has got history of attacking to that final corner, and Scott Ogden just about saves it. It's all going on.
What a save. That front end was under him for a calendar month. Scott Ogden, fantastic stuff. Munoz moves up to 5th. Carpe goes in. Uriarte! Brian Uriarte, out of shot, has somehow managed to go P1. Fantastic. The number 51. Fantastic stuff by 30 thousandths of a second.
Not over yet, though. His lap time's been cancelled. His lap time's been cancelled. He's clearly exceeded track with this. So Uriarte back down to 7th place. And that doesn't mean that Max Quiles is guaranteed pole position, because Adrian Fernandez hasn't taken the checker flag. Remember, he got over with 20 seconds to spare, and he's under Quiles' time.
And just to talk about Uriarte, if I can, for a moment, Lewis, before Fernandez gets through this final sector, he had a lot of lap times cancelled for track limits. That's such a shame for the 51, but the 31 is charging through here. Leopard Racing, well, it's been a contrasting Q2. Guido Pini's hit the deck already, but is it going to be P1 for Adrian Fernandez, who now lights it up to go to the line? P1 and pole! Adrian Fernandez gets Mildred Couture's team celebrating. It is going to be a French GP pole for Adrian Fernandez, who denies Max Quiles at the death of the session. Fantastic stuff, and a big shout out as well in 3rd. Michael Laverty's team have representation on the front row. Joel Kelso, the number 66, is going to complete that front row in 3rd. He's going to go up towards turn 1, 2, and that big braking area tomorrow with the opportunity to perhaps lead on that Grid M Lavonda.
Pole number 4, though, for Adrian Fernandez. Of course, first pole since he was on pole for the final race of last season in Valencia, and we know what happened there for the number 31. Quiles second, and as mentioned, a brilliant front row for Kelso. Morelli, Munoz and Pratama on the second row. Just didn't come together in the final sector for Pratama. And of course, Uriarte paying the price for playing a few too many liberties with track limits. His punishment is 6 places. He goes from pole back to 7th.
Unbelievable. What a flurry of action right at the end of that session. Brian Uriarte, such a shame for him to lose that lap. I've got to say, brilliant stuff for Britain's P10 in Eddie O'Shea. The number 8 has done a cracking job. Double top 10 on the grid for Michael Laverty. Well, I'll tell you what, we know where the beers are going to be on tonight, aren't we?
Yeah, and if it does rain tomorrow, without stereotyping too much, the Brits do know a bit of wet weather riding, don't they? So Eddie O'Shea might well fancy his chances in that kind of scenario. His best qualifying was a 9th place, 1 place higher in his qualifying today, but that was in a rain-affected qualifying back in Germany last year. It was at the very last corner, so he was literally meters away from a maiden pole position before Brian Uriarte lost it all.
Meters away, but centimeters over onto the green. I tell you, he's over it. You can see it clearly. They wouldn't have docked his lap time if he wasn't. So was Pratama. Pratama starts 6th for tomorrow's game. That's a bit more like it after the disappointment in Jerez. But Brian Uriarte, well, he rode it like he stole it coming out the final corner, and he almost did steal pole, but in the end, it is that 3rd row start. He will be alongside his teammate, Alvaro Carpe, who will probably be thanking that Adrian Fernandez at least doesn't see Quiles, doesn't allow Quiles to see a clear view up towards turns 2 and 3, because Quiles on pole and Carpe down on the 3rd row. That bodes very, very poorly for the 82, but Fernandez just ruins Quiles' party.
Yeah, it could have been a lot worse, couldn't it, for Carpe, of course, starting the afternoon in qualifying 1, so he's rescued it to a certain extent, starting on the middle of that 3rd row. O'Shea, Pini, Danish is the 4th row of the grid. Danish looked like he was threatening a front row bid late on before he lost time in the second half of the lap. Alonso, we didn't see a great deal of him in that Q2 session in the end. 13th for the 22 ahead of Perone, who's 14th on the grid once again after starting 14th in the season opener in Thailand. Buchanan 15th. Rios did eventually dislodge that tyre warmer, but didn't get a lap in at the end. He's stuck back in 16th ahead of the CIP pair.
That's a real problem for Jesus Rios, because he's got good pace. He looked pretty decent yesterday. He looked very, very good in Jerez, but that's a bit of an error normally you don't see for a Moto3 World Championship team. But anyway, they'll move on from that. Cruces and Ogden, bit of a shame in the end for Alain Bronextein. There is no fairy tale here at Le Mans yet. Let's see what the weather does tomorrow.
Yeah, it could all turn around tomorrow morning. Of course, Moto3, 11 a.m. local time. Moto3 gets underway. The forecast has been evolving and changing through the weekend. They might get away with it in Moto3 before the rain arrives. We're expecting rain potentially around midday tomorrow, as Mirdad Couture, who's been through the emotional roller coaster with his two riders in that qualifying session. Raul Fernandez there just off to the right of picture, congratulating his younger brother. As mentioned, that is a 4th career pole for Adrian Fernandez.
You mentioned David Almanza down there in 13th, uncharacteristically poor qualifying from him, his worst since he was 13th at Misano last year. So a little bit of work to do perhaps for David Almanza, but not so much for his former teammate Adrian Fernandez, that 4th career pole. What a lap! El, take it away with him.
Adrian, you left it late, but after the podium in Jerez and now first pole position of the season, you must be really confident heading into the French Grand Prix tomorrow. Talk us through that brilliant lap.
Yeah, yesterday I speak with the team because here I can go really fast, but the bike is not, I like the feeling. Yesterday were the team in the bike, and today I say thank you for all the team because work a lot.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Great job from Adrian Fernandez, I've got to say. That is going to be a very popular pole position on the Moto2 field. Just to touch on, just correct myself as we're just talking off air there for a moment. Of course, David Almanza was 14th on the grid in Brazil, as Lewis did point out to me in my headset. So,
although he did lead after a couple of laps, didn't he, in the end, so it didn't inconvenience him too much.
Exactly, my lack of data for that round, I'll put it down to that. But never mind. What a performance in Moto3. I'll tell you what, we've got Moto2 coming up next, but that was absolutely stunning. And I can't, do you know what? I can't wait for tomorrow now. If we've got a wet GP tomorrow, you look at that grid, particularly with Joel Kelso on the front row, Vedapratama starting 6th, you've got Britain's Eddie O'Shea there in 10th place, Bertelli's decent as well in the wet, Danish in 12th. Oh, where do you look?
Yeah, it feels like a weekend. I said this this morning in MotoGP. It feels like a weekend that doesn't really need the rain to provide excitement, because all 3 classes have been super close and super exciting, and Moto3 no different. And to see 3 Hondas and 3 KTMs on the front 2 rows of the grid is good for the class as well, good for the competitiveness. What was Matteo Bertelli up to in the latter stages of Q2?
Ah. Oh, dear me. Well, I'll tell you what, the front door was open, he stuck his head out and came back in. Fantastic save from Matteo Bertelli. Ha, he's still smiling. I think he's just seen it on the big screen. Brilliant stuff from Matteo Bertelli. I wondered where the bike was. There's no bike in there. That's Joel Esteban's on the right-hand side of the shot. So he saved it, but where's the bike ended up?
Did he lose the engine or something in amongst all of that? And one thing's for sure, the debrief with the MTA squad will be in a slightly higher pitch of voice after that for Matteo Bertelli.
Yeah, absolutely, and it might be with some fresh undergarments on as well, as we get the picture for the front row. It is your championship leader, Max Kielers, who's closest to the camera. He'll start 2nd. Adrian Fernandez is back on pole, as you say, Lewis, the first time since Valencia, and we all know what happened then. And then it is Joel Kelso, the Australian, with his with a front row there. Fantastic front row, but they are all chasing Adrian Fernandez. Fantastic from the 31, who snatches pole at Le Mans.
Yeah, it was super close in the end, from Quiles in 2nd down to Pratama in 6th, just over a 10th of a second. But it was Fernandez on the 140 flat who takes pole position, his first of the year. and that keeps up an incredible record. 5 different pole sitters in the first 5 Grand Prix of the year. Fernandez, Quiles, Kelso, the front row. Kelso for MLAV third. Brilliant show for that particular team. Morelli, Munoz and Pratama, an exciting second row ahead of Uriarte, who lost pole due to track limits on his last corner on his last flying lap. Carpe Batelli, Eddie O'Shea, best dry qualifying for him. Pini 11th ahead of Danish, Almanza, Perrone and Buchanan, who came through Q1. Rios, who had too much trouble with his tyre warmer late on to get a final lap in. He was 16th ahead of Truset, Ogden. O'Gorman, who fell for the 3rd time this weekend in Q1, 19th ahead of Esteban, Yamanaka and Carraro. Rico Salmella, 23rd at Tech 3's home Grand Prix. Moodley, Ramastorfer and Zen Matani complete our grid. Matani, of course, crashed in Q1, but it is pole for the first time this season. 5 different pole sitters in the first 5 Grand Prix of the year in Moto3. The latest is Adrian Fernandez. Moto2 is up next.
We've just about got our breath back here at Le Mans from Moto3's qualifying. But next up, Moto2. We are just under an hour and a half away from MotoGP's Tissot sprints, but in the meantime, we are going to have Moto2 action. First up, Q1, and what a Q1 session it is going to be. I can tell you there are some pretty big names in this one, and we're going to take you through them very, very soon. But clap your eyes on what is an absolute full house here this weekend at Le Mans. Packed out grandstands. It is an atmosphere to savour, and believe me, if MotoGP is going to throw up the kind of result we expect it to do later on in the sprint, and likewise tomorrow, particularly in the rain, who knows what may well just happen for this capacity crowd. We are going to see very, very close to up to 300,000 people, maybe even more here across the race week here at Le Mans, and of course only Le Mans can provide that kind of atmosphere. You're in the company of myself, Kiko, Giles Lewis. Sotheby is next to me here. Elliot York is down there in pit lane. But these are your stars of the Qualifying 1 show. Danny Munoz, Joe Roberts, Tony Arbolino, David Alonso. We're going to talk a bit more about him coming up very soon. Alex Escridge, Dennis Onchu, Marcos Ramirez, Jorge Navarro, Alberto Ferrandez, Adrian Huertas, Mario Aggi, Jose Antonio Rueda, who was quick this morning, Tyro Furusato and Luca Lunetta. They are the riders who are going to be moving through, or trying to move through, into Q2. The first 4 will get that spot to go for pole. Lewis, breathless action in Moto3. Moto2, I've got to say, looking at that, could be more of the same.
Yeah, given that yesterday in practice, save for Luca Lunetta, who crashed in practice, the rest of the field were covered by 1.1 seconds. So Moto2, by even its very competitive standards, is cutthroat this weekend. One mistake could cost you 2 or 3 rows on the grid. We have altogether 4 of the top 10 in the Moto2 World Championship in this Q1 session. Alonso, Munoz, Arbolino and Escridge all in this session. Munoz, whatever he does in this afternoon session, will take a 3-place grid penalty for being slow online in practice. But it's going to be a competitive session. There's so many big hitters in it, but perfectly dry conditions for this Q1 session, and the pace has been fast so far this weekend too in Moto2.
It really has, and I've got to say the Boscoscuros look very, very decent around here at Le Mans. I always think back to when a long time ago, Simone Corsi on a speed up could always get around here pretty quickly. So obviously Le Mans just lends itself to the Boscoscuro chassis. But David Alonso, let's pick up on him, Lewis. He is just a little bit injured here this weekend, and the Colombian rider going to be feeling the effects. It's a physical track, this one, hence why he's down there in Q1.
Yes, caught up with the team yesterday. We're hoping to hear from Nico Tirol, the team manager, very, very soon, but caught up with the team yesterday, and as recently as Thursday, they weren't sure whether Alonso would actually be fit enough to take part in this weekend. They were trying to keep the situation fairly close to their chest. I think partly not to try and make any sort of excuses, but also maybe to not have to put David Alonso through a pre-weekend medical check. I don't think they were too convinced that he'd pass it. But he has been building up through this weekend so far. Was down in 18th in practice yesterday, only 0.6 of a second off the pace, but he is certainly riding far from naturally on board that bike. And perhaps worryingly too, he did limit his mileage to just 6 laps in FP2 this morning.
Who are we expecting to move through on this one, Lewis? Because I've got to say, it isn't clear-cut. I've got to go Danny Munoz, David Alonso, yes. Alex Screech, whatever's going on with the forward team this weekend, he's not been able to make the difference at all. Dennis Onju, well, that's perhaps not the biggest surprise down there in 20th. Who are the big names who are going to be looking to go through?
Yeah, I think he named a couple of them there. Arbolino, I think, will fancy his chances too. The Fantic team have been going pretty well this weekend, or certainly his teammate Barry Baltas has. He's looked one of the standout riders so far in this weekend. And Tony Arbolino, of course, on a Calex, did win at the French Grand Prix back in 2023 when he was battling for the World Championship with Pedro Acosta. So he's certainly a name to keep an eye out for too. But it is going to be super competitive, because I think Alonso might well be up against it in this session. And we're going to find out truly how David Alonso is feeling physically in this session, because it's in this kind of scenario where you really have to take the ultimate risks to get yourself into qualifying 2. Here he comes out of pit lane, just going through the bottom of your picture on the number 80. If he is a little bit inhibited, if he is riding within himself or just unable to truly express himself with that injured right shoulder on board that Calex, then Alonso could be a rider under pressure. Let's put some further meat on the bones with Elliot in pit lane.
Yeah, down here with Nico Zerol, gents. Good afternoon to everyone just tuning in from Moto2. Nico, obviously bad news for David Alonso, slightly injured after a training crash, which we weren't aware about pre-weekend. Just talk to us how he is feeling on the bike. We know that 1 lap pace and going for that with the shoulder he's struggling with. How's he feeling after this morning session?
Yeah, for sure, after this incident is not the best way to start this weekend, but sometimes happens. This is the life of riders, and we need to learn about that. But anyway, he had a very good day yesterday. He finished at 0.6, and that this morning he said he had not bad feeling, but he said only I want to warm up my shoulder because I want to put all my effort in my qualifying. I'm okay, he say. But anyway, I say to David, his feeling is the most important thing, and we will see what he do in this qualifying. But no stress after that, because the festival is he need to be safety, because we have a lot of races in front of us.
What's the target for this weekend for David? I guess expectations are now obviously lower than they were before the injury. So what would you and David be happy with coming out of today and tomorrow?
Yeah, I think the most important thing is to see his feeling in this qualifying, and then we will see what is the target for tomorrow. But the most important thing is step by step, training by training or practice by practice, to understand what is the feeling of David in that moment.
Just on Danny as well, he seems to have found a bit more of a feeling so far this weekend after 2 difficult races. How's Danny on the other side of the box feeling?
Yeah, in the Danny side, we are super happy, because after 2 racing that he struggled a lot, now he started to have another time his feeling, and also in that track that last year he struggled also. He also, and we are super happy, because he sees something with his feeling in his riding style and with bike, that now I think we are in a very good moment also to build in the season.
Thank you, Nico.
Thank you.
Cheers, Nico. Cheers, L down there in pit lane as we
Boscoscuro, a 1:33. 0.931, so that tells you just how quick Alonso's going, given his far from 100% physical state.
I'll say, David Alonso, that lap time would have been good enough for 5th yesterday, so absolutely no slouch at all. David Alonso, that's a heck of a benchmark to get on with. He's just ahead of Danny Munoz, and it's this rider here on your screens, Tony Arbolino on the Reds Fantic machine, and then Mario Aggi. At the moment, it is Alex Escudero, who is just 0.04 of a second out at the moment. He's there in 5th, ahead of Alberto Fernandez, Dennis Onju, Jorge Navarro, Huertas, Furusato, Ramirez, Lanetta, Jose Antonio Rueda and Joe Roberts. But of course, I think we're still lacking a real representative lap time from the Americans thus far.
Yeah, reminder, Ramirez in for the injured Angel Piqueras at the MSI team. We're not expecting Piqueras back in time for the Grand Prix of Catalonia next weekend. We're more thinking about a month or so's time, maybe sort of Assen time, maybe to get Piqueras back. But of course, with Ramirez double booked, he's in World Supersport action at Moss next weekend. MSI going to have to look elsewhere for Piqueras' replacement in Barcelona.
Yeah, and we are going to find out very soon, because this time next week we'll be qualifying in Barcelona. The back-to-back tour of Europe starts in earnest, and this is the first of the back-to-back with Barcelona. Then we're a week off, we head over to Mugello, then it's straight to Balaton Park, another week off, Brno and Assen, and then a week off, and then we're in Germany, and then we're all sat at home watching the World Cup, Lewis. So lots of sport in action, just not much on the track in July.
Yeah, let's hope in a couple of months' time it will truly be coming home, but we'll wait for the action to get underway to truly begin to get excited about the World Cup, which I'm sure many in this Moto2 field, a very international Moto2 field, have their eyes on.
I bet none of them are watching Millwall Hull on Monday, though, like we will be.
No, they're not a glutton for punishment like we are. The first leg last night certainly was a cure for insomnia at times, as Danny Munoz then attacks the Shimano Berg. Key afternoon, of course, for Munoz, although he does take the wrong route down through the path of beef, as I enjoy calling it, with its English translation. Reminder, Munoz drops 3 places wherever he qualifies, so essential that he gets himself into Q2.
Yeah, and Huertas just up ahead of him. We're looking at him now, also just getting it all a little bit wrong as well. So both the little trans machines probably just struggling a little bit there. In fact, it's Munoz who's already ahead of him. Both of them coming into the pits as we have a look at. I'll tell you what, let's have a look at Jose Antonio Rueda if we can. He's in the final sector, 2/10 off wall, right on cue. Thank you very much, Mr. TV Director. Out onto the edge of the curve. Jose Antonio Rueda is a bit of a believer this weekend and goes up into P3 halfway through this session. This is by far the best we've seen of the reigning Moto3 world champion.
Yeah, he's looked much more on it this weekend, Rueda. Of course, with time, he's just going to get stronger and stronger. He did a 35.0 in free practice 2 earlier on today, so that's a quarter of a second inside the fastest thing he'd done so far this weekend. We should also remind ourselves, Rueda did undergo arm pump surgery following the Spanish Grand Prix. It is a bit of a rite of passage for a Moto2 rookie coming out of Moto3. They all end up at some stage or another undergoing arm pump surgery. It really did keep Rueda back in the latter stages of his home Grand Prix in Spain. But yeah, we are starting to finally see signs of the class rider that we know he is.
And of course, he is still getting up to speed with that Moto2 machine and still healing a little bit from that big crash from the Sepang sighting lap in the Moto3 Grand Prix last year. At the moment, he's 4th. He was briefly 3rd, but Dennis Onju moved on through for the Elfmark VDS team. His teammate Aaron Canet is already up in the Q2 echelons already. He was 12th in practice yesterday, so perhaps it's going to be a bit of a Boscoscuro fest later on, because they've been going well so far.
Yeah, Boscoscuro, they are a bit of a story this weekend. We'll perhaps cover it in more detail when we get to qualifying 2, but the Speed RS team have made a pretty fundamental and dramatic switch in terms of the makeup of their motorcycle. They've gone from Öhlins across to WP suspension for this weekend, so that of course affects Luca Lanetta, who's 13th in this session, Celestino Vietti, who we'll be seeing in qualifying 2 a little bit later on, and so far it seems it's going pretty well in that particular camp. They've gone for the same suspension setup as the Aspar, IO and Intact teams, who of course have done all the winning so far this year.
Yeah, if you can't beat them, join them, and that's exactly what the Speed RS team are doing with regards to suspension. Gotta say, Joe Roberts at the moment there in 14th place, hasn't gone back out, so obviously just waiting to hit the track for a one final time attack. You can see here, 3-time World Superbike champion and current MotoGP Prima Pramac Yamaha MotoGP rider Toprak Razgatlioglu, just to the left and on our right of Dennis Oncu. Obviously both of them hailing from Turkey, and great relationship, all managed by the same people, of course, in terms of Kina Sofwoglu. So the Turkish contingency is growing in presence in the MotoGP paddock.
It certainly is. One thing I noticed a moment ago in the pit lane when we saw David Alonso in the box, I was heartened to see the conversations he was having in pit lane were with his team technicians and his WP suspension technician, because in Free Practice 2 this morning, all of his conversations when he came to the pits were with his physio in terms of how physically he was feeling. So certainly at this stage, whether he's taking any painkillers or not for this session, we don't know, but certainly at the moment Alonso's focus is on the job at hand and not his right shoulder.
Yeah, I'm not going to say he could probably get away with not going back out, but David Alonso's lap time is a very, very strong opening gambit. So Alonso there in P1 at the moment. He is back out on the track. Munoz second at the moment. He's on track now. Onchu is leaving the pit lane. Jose Antonio Ryder is likewise on track. Only Marcos Ramirez and Luca Lanetta at the moment in pit lane, but you can expect all of that to change very, very soon. The final 5 minutes of Moto2 Q1, and at the moment David Alonso, the Colombian, is going to have to do a little bit more work as he looks to try and get to Q2, but at the moment he's done enough.
Yeah, 1:34.4 coming into this weekend would have been just a 10th away from the all-time lap record. Once again, Moto2 taking a giant leap forward in performance year on year. Here is the pack, which includes a couple of rookies, 2 of them in your picture there. The 54 Ferrandez, who at least knows that he'll start where he qualifies this year after going into the pit lane in Jerez. And up behind him was Tayo Furusato on the 72. Furusato at the moment down in 12th position. Best qualifying so far for him was 20th back in Brazil. We are yet to see the young Japanese in a Q2 session in Moto2.
Yeah, gotta say that it's going to be interesting all the way through this, because all the riders are out there on the track. A lot of them are together. Mario Aggi's tucked up right behind Tony Arbolino, and they're right together going for the same spots, 5th and 6th at the moment, trying to get into the top 4. And I see Joe Roberts just up the road ahead of them. So we'll have to wait and see exactly how this one is all going to shake out as they make a big break down up towards turn 3, across the curve at 4, and now up over the other side under the bridge and down to La Chapelle. Tony Arbolino has got the first sector sorted at least, but there's a lot of riders who have done the exact same. Red sectors everywhere on our timing monitor at the moment, including for Joe Roberts, who is just in the middle of this group. He's just right in your screen now behind David Alonso.
Yeah, 5 of them in total have set fastest first sectors. The hard work, though, is done in this sort of midfield, infield section of the lap. That first sector takes you just through turns 1 and 2, and then through the Dunlop chicane. Roberts with, some would say, the ideal mark ahead of him, although he was screening at the front end to cooperate with him there in the middle of Garage Vert, and that might well have cost him a little bit of ground relative to Alonso up ahead.
He's 2/10 up at the halfway point. The third timing beam is on the exit of turn 10, the braking zone ready for turn 11, so we'll have to wait and see how the OnlyFans American racing outfit is going to get through here. It looks a little bit rough coming through 9 and 10, likewise for a Scridge at the moment. Yeah, Roberts did lose 0.3 of a second in that third sector, so at least it's on course to be a personal best, but is it going to be an ideal time? I'm not quite sure.
Yeah, he almost had his arms crossed in the middle of Garage Vert trying to get that Calyx hooked up into the corner. If he gets himself into the mid-34s, this might well be enough though still, because of course Alonso's going to move the goalpost. He's up ahead, a 34.3 now for Alonso, and Roberts does move himself nicely into second place. Arbolino's in that train too, he takes third, and Munoz is now right on the precipice of being eliminated.
Got to say, if Roberts had hooked up that third sector, you've got to think he would have been on for P1 now at the moment. So Joe Roberts is going to try and go again. He's got David Alonso as a good reference up ahead of him, and he can keep it clean through the third sector next time around. You wouldn't be too surprised to see Roberts' name move into P1. This is Jose Antonio Rueda. Now he's out of the top 4. He's there in 7th place, and he's not on course to improve this lap around. He's going to get another one at the end of the one he's now just started. So 2 laps left for Jose Antonio Rueda to try and get into Q2.
And he's all on his own. Deliberate strategy, it would appear, from the IO squad. Just send Jose Antonio out there and just go out there and learn. He's clearly making steps forward. And I think by the time we get to the summer break, I wouldn't be at all surprised to see Rueda becoming a permanent fixture in qualifying 2. Here's Alex's Scridge, who of course qualified a career best second for the Spanish Grand Prix last time out. It's fair to say that we haven't seen any signs of a repeat from the forwards so far here in Le Mans.
No, not at all. I've got to say, Alex Scridge even I had to scroll a little bit further down than I originally thought to find his name yesterday. Alex Escridge, we've been so accustomed now to seeing him at the other end of the timing screen to his teammate, Jorge Navarro, who, let's be honest, has not gelled well back into Moto2 life with the forward machine over the last couple of years. But Alex Escridge has got on with it, so a bit of a shame to see Escridge struggling here at Le Mans. Danny Munoz goes up to P1 then and gets into provisional Q2. Arbolino goes up into third place and across the line. Escridge can't capitalise. There in fifth. Alonso and Roberts second and fourth. Final flying lap started.
Yeah, I was going to say the top four are looking fairly comfortable, but I think Jose Antonio Rueda has already made me revise that with his third sector. A quarter of a second is the gap from Roberts back to Escridge, which by the standards of this Moto2 weekend is a bastioning chasm. But the Moto3 world champion who clinched victory in that race right here last year, is he about to earn a first Q2 appearance?
Let's see what he's got. Oh, a little bit of lift as he comes down, and I think that just cost him there in fifth place, but it's nothing between them. 16,000ths of a second. Jose Antonio Rueda is away from Joe Roberts, so his last flying lap is going to have to be a good one.
He's getting there though, isn't he? This is much more like it from the Moto3 world champion. Here is Denis Onchu, who is not particularly enjoying the Boscoscuro life at the moment down there at Marc VDS. He was quick for much of the weekend here last year, set the lap record in Prix Practice 2, and he's all sorts of shapes coming on the final corner on the 53. He takes the checker flag, first rider to hit it. Onchu 7th, that will be 21st on the grid, and that's a third consecutive Q1 exit.
It's a disaster for Denis Onchu. He's probably in one of the best teams in the paddock, but unfortunately that Boscoscuro project has not really taken off in 2026. Aaron Connect's starting to work it out. Let's see what he can do later on in the session, in the qualifying. Danny Munoz is going to come to the line as he moved the goalpost, as he does another 10th quicker, a 34.2 for the number 17, so he's going to be comfortably through. I've got to say, can't see too many riders elsewhere who are lighting up our timing screens. This is going to be close for Jose Antonio Rueda if he can hold that.
Would get him in.
But he can't lose time through this third sector, so let's take him through. This is turn 12. Jose Antonio Rueda looking to try and move through into Q2. Double right-hander to end the lap, 13 into 14. Let's see if he keeps it grounded coming out. It's a bit better than last time, but is it good enough? Not this time. But Jose Antonio Rueda, 5th in this session. That will be one of his better showings across the course of this year.
Yeah, it is his best Moto2 qualifying so far by some 5 places, actually, for Rueda. So, yes, it's not Q2, but I think he, Nicky Io, and the whole squad down there can take a lot of promise from that. I think we all thought at the start of the season Rueda was going to need time, not just as the fact he's a Moto2 rookie, but because of his physical issues and his injuries coming into this season. That is much more like it.
Absolutely, but at the moment we'll have to wait and see what he's got in store next time out in Barcelona, if he is to get through into Q2 for the first time. Danny Munoz leads that charge into Q2 today as he tops Q1. Then it's David Alonso there in second. Third for Tony Arbolino, and Joe Roberts, well, he was at the bottom of the pile for much of that session, but he got the job done when push came to shove, and just in the end denies Jose Antonio Rueda by those 16,000ths of a second, which I was talking about just a few moments ago. Rueda is there in 5th ahead of Alex Escridge. Denis Onchu, 21st on the grid for tomorrow. That is far from ideal from him. And then behind, Ramirez, Adji, Furasato, Ferrandez, Navarro, Huertas down there in 13th in the session. That is a little bit of a surprise for Adrian Huertas, who is back in Le Mans. He knows this place from last year, so I'm quite surprised to see the number 99 languishing so much. And then just over a 10th behind Luca Lunetta, who is obviously still getting up to fitness and trying to work out life on a 765cc Triumph from Boscoscuro machinery. Quite different to a Honda in Moto3.
Yeah, and having spent the first couple of Grand Prix that he's competed in, of course, having missed a couple as well on board a Boscoscuro with Olin suspension. He's now on a Boscoscuro with WP and did have a crash at Museum Corner yesterday afternoon as well, so he is also a little short of mileage this weekend. But that's a good recovery for Joe Roberts. A pat on the shoulder there from his crew chief, Luciano Castro, just in the top left of picture. It has been an eventful weekend on both sides of the American racing box this weekend so far, but they do have both riders in Q2.
There's Massimo Capana just trying to talk to Denis Onchu, try and relax Denis Onchu. Far from ideal qualifying. Probably wouldn't go and ask for an autograph immediately after this session if I was a fan for Denis Alonso. He's not going to be happy with that one down there in 21st place, as you say, Lewis, but at the end of the day, we've almost become accustomed to it this year.
Yeah, in Q1, eliminated for the 3rd Grand Prix in a row and hasn't qualified any higher than 17th so far. He won't better that today. Dani Munoz might, though. He's through to Q2. Reminder, he drops 3 places whenever he qualifies, so imperative that he got through to Q2. He did it. Alonso, Arbolino and Roberts joined in. Rueda 5th out of a Skridge, Unchu, Ramirez, Aggi and Ferrosato. Aggi will be disappointed with that. That is by far his lowest qualifying of 2026. Alberto Ferrandez 11th in that session. That'll be 25th on the grid ahead of Jorge Navarro, Adrian Huertas and Luca Lanetta. So a good news, bad news session for Ital Trans. So the 17 through to Q2. Dani Munoz won't start on pole, but he might still take pole. He's through to qualifying 2 alongside Alonso, Arbolino and Roberts. The battle for pole in Moto2 is on the way next.
Welcome back live and trackside. We are just 1 hour away from lights out in the Tissot sprint for MotoGP. Oh, I can't wait for this. And neither can the massive crowd that has already got here. They've got their tickets well in advance and they are packing out this wonderful Le Mans Bugatti circuit. It might be tight, it might be a little bit small from the grander scheme of things, particularly from the kind of tracks we're used to race at, such as Kota, thinking in Qatar, but wow, because it is so small, it does create such a special atmosphere. You join us in the middle of Moto2 qualifying. Myself, Kiko Giles, up here in commentary. Lewis Sotheby is next to me. Elliot York is down there in pit lane, and we are about to see who is going to take pole position for Moto2. The sun is blazing down. A little bit of cloud has just come over the track, but not too much. It's absolutely beautiful out there for Moto2 qualifying and, of course, the Tissot sprint. We are here at historic Le Mans. Historic for the 24-hour car race, the 24-hour motorcycle race, but, of course, the classic French GP. This has been our home since 2000. Moto2 Qualifying 2. Here are the stars of the show. Ethan Guevara, Celestino Vietti, Barry Baltus, Ivan Ortola, Alonso Lopez, Danny Holgado, Colin Vire, Manu Gonzalez, Senna Agius, Ayuma Sasaki, Philip Salach, Aaron Canet, Zonta van den Goorberg, finally into Q2 for the first time this year, along with Sergio Garcia, and then joining them up through the order, fantastic stuff from David Alonso, likewise from Joe Roberts, and we are going to be able to see plenty more of that coming up here. Dani Munoz it was who led the way, though. Tony Arbolino likewise sneaked in, and Lewis, as you say, Dani Munoz may well still be able to take pole, but he won't be starting from there. That little penalty may have well come back to bite him on his backside. Good afternoon.
Afternoon to you, afternoon to everyone watching around the world. Yeah, Dani Munoz, it was so crucial that he got through that session, given the penalty he was carrying. Of course, if he missed out on this session, he'd have been starting at the very best 21st on the grid. He could still get himself up size 4th, of course, if he tops this Q2 session, and certainly looked like he might be in the mood for that in that Q1 session. Crucial, the 4 riders that came through, of course, included David Alonso, who's up in 6th in the World Championship, and I think the Aspar team also will have taken a lot of promise and a lot of positivity from Alonso showing, given his physical limitations here.
Yeah, word up as well from pit lane. It seems like Alonso is going to go out on a bit of used rubber at the start of this session, and then it's going to be time attack mode activated and engaged at the end of it. So David Alonso, if you see him down the time order a little bit too far for where we've become accustomed to seeing him, don't worry. That's all part of the strategy. Tell you what, we don't have any French representation in this one, Lewis, but I've got to say we have got the biggest Belgian flag with a big fat number 7 in the middle of it.
Yeah.
That is because Barry Baltus has been flying this weekend. 4th, 3rd and 2nd have been his sessions so far. He's looking to try and put it on pole. It is as close to home as he's going to get.
Yeah, it's directly opposite our coverage box, which is right there in the top left corner of your TV screens above the Clint Racing box. Yeah, Barry Baltus has looked super quick so far this weekend. He's got a lovely special crash helmet this weekend as well. You can just see it there. It says on the back in the black text on the green background, family history. It's a special helmet design dedicated to his father. And Barry Baltus, well, he's, of course, chasing a maiden Moto2 victory. Has been on pole position, of course, already this season as recently as Austin. If it's going to be Baltus pole, you feel the biggest threat to him in this session is going to come from Ifan Guevara, who we saw shortly before Baltus. Guevara set a new lap record this morning at 1:33.9, fastest on Friday and fastest on Saturday morning on board his Boscoscuro.
Worth noting that Barry Baltus did make his Moto2 debut here back in 2021, and he was second on the grid and on the podium last year as well. So he's been second quite a few times, it's got to be said. 6 times. Surely the number 7 won't allow it to get to 7 before a victory. Celestino Vietti, likewise, in mighty form. Very, very fast yesterday, and goes pretty well around here too, Lewis.
Former Moto3 winner here back in 2020 was Chile, of course, 4th in the World Championship, 16.5 points behind this man who were riding on board with the World Championship leader, Manu Gonzalez. And if you weren't with us in Q1, worth reiterating that Speed RS team, the Boscoscuro of Celestino Vietti, is on different suspension than it was in the first 4 Grand Prix of the season. They switched from Olin to the WP suspension that Intact, Aspar and Red Bull KTM IO have been running.
And it's not been too bad for those teams thus far this season, of course. Worth noting for Celestino Vietti, 43 points after the first 4 GPs. That's his best first 4 GPs since he scored 70, and when he was P1 in the standings, that was back in 2022. Keeping with the Celestino Vietti theme and, of course, the Boscoscuro theme, I think El's dugout down there in the box. Who have you got, El?
Yeah, I certainly have. Luca Boscoscuro, great to chat for the first time this year, I think, Luca, and big news coming into this weekend, as I'm sure you know, the change in front suspension manufacturer for WP from Olin. So just talk to us about that decision sort of midway through the season as well.
I make this decision because my competitor have to buy the bike with the Olins with the WP, and I think it's better to take one bike with one Boscoscuro with this suspension. The other team want to continue with Olins, and I try with that because I think there's more information, and I see they go well, and I try.
Celestino had a great day yesterday. He said he felt really comfortable straight away. What was his feedback to you guys about the front feeling and the bike in general?
No, not too bad because, okay, fast all both to practice, but in the final, here is the all weekend to change the setting every time. But I hope now the qualifying go well, and tomorrow the correct setting for the race.
Is this something, if it goes well for your team, the Speed RS team, that it can be passed on to other Boscoscuro bikes, or is it something for your team only?
For now, only my team, but in the future, I don't know, because you know, when one is more fast, I won't take. This year, then in that moment, the first 2 bike in the World Championship is the 2 WP, but the first and the second only is my bike. Only for that, I want to understand what is the difference.
Just finally on Luca Nanetta, obviously returning from injury. How is Luca getting on with the injury, and obviously his debut year in Moto2? How's he feeling on the bike?
The problem is the big crash yesterday, and today is not well, really bad, because yesterday morning with the first practice is 0.9 to the first is good, but in the afternoon crash, and today have the problem yesterday.
Thank you, Luca. Have a great session.
Thank you.
Thank you, Luca. Couldn't have said any of that better myself. Thank you very much to Elliot York down there in pit lane, grabbing all the stories. All the riders now out on their first real flying laps as they get themselves dialed in here to go for pole. Really interesting what Luca's saying about the other Boscoscuro teams wanting to stick around with Öhlins, and that's obviously brilliant for Boscoscuro because they're getting data, they're harnessing data, they're acquiring data from not just their clients that use their own brands, but also from Boscoscuro, the factory team, say, that have elected to make this change to WP.
Yeah, and the fastest rider of the weekend has been on a Boscoscuro with Öhlins suspension in the form of Ethan Guevara. It's very easy to spot the Öhlins folks because they're bright gold. You can see them there on the Fantic Calyx of Barry Baltus. The black with the WP logo on them is the easier way to spot those running that particular brand of front forks, which haven't been discussed as much in a Grand Prix weekend for quite some time, as Philippe Salac, who was on the floor in dramatic fashion in free practice yesterday morning, he takes the early benchmark on a 1:34.1, but Ethan Guevara, the new lap record holder, he's in the mood to take his first Moto2 pole.
Let's see what Guevara's got, a 33.9. That's another new lap record. That is 4/10 quicker than what he was able to do yesterday. And look who has gone up into second place. Well, we had a good look inside the OnlyFans American racing team, and Ethan Bootball there down there in the camp. Well, these riders are P2 and P3 at the moment, a quarter of a second off Guevara's pace, but both of them on the front row. That would be some achievement for them.
Yeah, Joe Roberts, his best yesterday was a 34.9. He's now knocked 8/10 off that to take second place. We've had a lap time cancelled for the in-form Aussie, Senna Aegis, winner of the last 2 Grand Prix, of course. He exceeded track limits on that first lap, which initially put him 4th, so he now drops to the back of the picture. And he had to give a shout-out, too, for David Alonso. If he's on used tyres at the moment for his first run of Q2, to put it 5th on a 1:34.3 is a special old lap.
Joe Roberts has only had 1 top 10 this year, and that was a couple of rounds ago in America, and he was 10th on the grid. Everything else has been really nothing to write home about. So if he can whack that on the front row, I make that'll be his first front row since his pole in Brno last year.
There's more chatter than in his commentary box there for Barry Baltus coming through the final corner as he goes up into second place, a 34 flat for the Belgian.
Yeah, no tyre pressure problems in there, though. Hot air issues in here as he comes across the line. Barry Baltus was second. Now Danny Holgado moves in to take that second. David Alonso, fantastic from the Colombian, who's got Senna Aegis right up in front of him. For David Alonso to move through into 4th there with the kind of pain that he's seemingly in, that's a rather impressive stuff indeed. Aegis has come through to go 7th, in fact, on that note. And Celestino Vietti there in 8th place as well. Well, we're looking to try and move through ahead of that. I've got to say, just distracted for a moment. Danny Munoz was on the inside at turn 5 on the grass. I've got to say, they like to chop the curb there. So Danny Munoz got away with it this time around. He's down there in 14th place, just under 3/4 of a second of what Guevara was able to do.
Yeah, confirmation, if I heard correctly, from Al in pit lane that Alonso has put the fresh rubber on for this first run of qualifying 2, as he very nearly made that tyre look a little bit second-hand by running up the back of Senna Aegis, who has got himself on the board, as Kiko mentioned, in 7th. The World Championship leader, though, who now watching, Manu Gonzalez, hasn't been able to maximise his first run yet. He's currently sitting in the middle of row 4 in P11.
And likewise, Colin Vire, who was on pole last time out for only the second intermediate class pole by a Dutchman. So Colin Vire down in 17th place, but he's on a good lap here. He's only a couple of tenths off halfway round as we take them through the S Blur. This is Manu Gonzalez, who I've got to say, he'll be wincing at tomorrow's forecast. He is rather lacking in performance in the wet weather. He will not be looking forward to rain clouds tomorrow, and that kind of makes it imperative that he gets himself as far up the field as possible on the grid today.
Yeah, he draws the line at humidity, any rain, and he's not particularly happy in these kind of conditions. You just have to think back to Austin last year, where he was had such a lack of confidence in the wet conditions that he put slicks on, hoping that it would dry out in the latter stages, and his luck, unfortunately, didn't come in. So Gonzalez at the moment 11th on a 1:34.477. Which is a 10th of a second off the lap record that he set prior to this Grand Prix weekend. Of course, the goalposts have moved significantly, and the rider that's been moving them all weekend has been Ethan Guevara.
Colin Vire moving up onto that 3rd row of the grid. Good stuff indeed from Colin Vire, who I've got to say has really impressed us all, really since the second half of last year. To be fair to say, I think it was Hungary was one of his big breakthrough rides, but this year so far, his qualifying has been something to really note. 6th, 6th, 8th and pole. So always on the front 3 rows of the grid, and that streak looks set to continue. He's there in 7th at the moment. We have a look at Ethan Guevara, who has only had 1 valid lap at the moment, but it's the 1 valid lap he needed. A 33.910 puts him at 10th, clear of Danny Holgado. We're in the second half of Q2.
17 of the 18 riders have set a lap time. The one that hasn't is another of those graduates from qualifying 1. So so clearly the strategy for Tony Arbolino is to save his one remaining fresh, super soft SCX rear tyre for the latter stages of this Q2 session. That's Senna over to the left, his father just over to the right as we look. And if Aegis is going to go for a third consecutive Moto2 victory, it would probably be in his best interest to get himself a little higher than 8th on the grid.
Looking to try and match Remy Gardner's streak of 3 wins from 2021 in terms of the Australian win streak record. So Senna Aegis it's the most Senna Aegis kind of season. He has been very up and down before. 2 DNFs to start the year, or 2 no-point finishes, and then followed up by 2 wins. So Senna Aegis, he is probably, it's a little bit nearer to where he's been in the last couple of rounds. It was a bit of bad luck in Thailand, and then of course that side of the box had a lot of personal dramas and sadness going on with the passing of one of his mechanics when we got to Brazil. So it's fair to say that Senna Aegis is absolutely back to his best over the last couple of GPs, and there's no reason why it shouldn't really continue here in France.
Yeah, to argue with myself a bit, which admittedly is something I do quite often, he does his 2 previous wins in Moto2 this year, neither of those have come from the front row of the grid, from 5th in Austin and from 4th in Jerez. The major problem though here would be starting 8th would be that first chicane. We mentioned it in Moto3 qualifying, into that Dunlop chicane. If you're 3rd row backwards, you could find yourself in the middle of all sorts of traffic, particularly if it's wet tomorrow.
At least you're arguing with yourself and not me. That's a painful experience for anyone.
Give it time.
5 minutes to go then here in Moto2 as the field roll out to see what they indeed can have in a final roll of the dice. 5 minutes on the clock. Let's nip back down to pit lane. El, what you got?
Yeah, just confirming that David Alonso has 2 pairs of fresh rubber to stick in the rear end of his motorcycle. Went out for a couple of laps at the end of Q1 on the used rubber, so does have a fresh set on now to try and go for pole position.
Yeah, and I can imagine that David Alonso is going to be in this pole shootout. We are still awaiting that pole position for him, but of course it would be very David Alonso that he's got to have an injury to get it over the line this time.
Yeah, in fairness, thinking back to obviously only doing 6 laps this morning, he probably did save an SCX, a soft rear tyre, earlier on today by doing so little running in free practice too. So yeah, Alonso does have the same opportunity as everyone else, as Ivan Guevara plays a bit of after you, bit of a dummy there. Initially looks to set up out of pit lane and decides, you know what, I'll let you all go out ahead of me. Joe Roberts wasn't falling for that particular trick though, given that the first part of the session for Joe worked out so well. He's currently sitting 5th on the grid. American Racing both on row 2 as it stands.
Yeah, looking very, very strong indeed, isn't it, for the American Racing team? 5th and 6th. That would be their best qualifying of the year by a country mile, even for Joe Roberts as well. We said he's only had 1 top 10. It was a P10. So by far, Joe Roberts really, really enjoying, it seems, time here in Le Mans in 2026. I'm just looking at Joe Roberts' notes. His first top 10 on the grid last time out since Brno. That was, of course, from Cota. So Joe Roberts has got a little bit of work to do in qualifying. Not a bad place to get cracking and get started, because back-to-backs mean momentum, and Joe Roberts is going to need to carry some of that in.
He is a former pole sitter here in the past, although those who with a good memory might recall he didn't end up starting from the pole that he took back in 2020 after some problems on the grid when the rain started to land and the start got delayed. But at the moment, Joe Roberts 5th on the grid, Salach in 6th. We pick up Aaron Canet then in 17th place. Of course, another rider with pedigree around this circuit, albeit none of that was on a Boscoscuro.
Yeah, he did come through to finish 6th though in that GP where we had a load of dramas, and he
started behind the medical car.
Yeah, he did indeed, and he was on the front row the following year. So maybe Le Mans is. I'm not drawing many conclusions between how similar Le Mans and Brno are, but that's another one of Joe Roberts' special circuits. So I don't know, whatever Joe Roberts likes about Le Mans likes him too, and that's why he's up there in the top 5 at the moment. This is Aaron Canet down there in 17th at the moment, but at least he is the giving Mark VDS something to look at today on the telly, because Dennis Onju couldn't come through into Q2 at all.
Yeah, up ahead of him is Munoz, who's currently in 15th place. Reminder that would become 18th if he doesn't improve upon that in the remainder of this qualifying session, but he is about a couple of corners away from improving on that. Both he and Sergio Garcia on the course of improving, as is Celestino Vietti, who has admitted qualifying has been his Achilles heel of late. He'll be looking to improve upon 9th.
Oh, yellow flags in sector 2. I wonder if that's down at turn 6. Indeed it is. And who is it?
I think it's a Fantic bike, isn't it?
It's not surely Tony Arbolino, who's not got a lap time in. Oh, dearie me. Well, if it is, that is a disaster for the number 14, who has been so strong here in the past as we come across the line.
Baltus.
Oh, Barry Baltus. Baz has gone down. That's, well, he's P3 at the minute, but down. I guess that's going to be at turn 6. Barry Baltus has gone down, and that's not going to give the Belgian fans right in front of our comms box anything to cheer about. And all these riders are coming through. Oh, he's gone down hard.
Yeah, look, he's ended up on the 24-hour road. He's gone down, probably on the way down into the corner. The rear's going to step out. As you know, front end goes, and he gets tangled up with the bike there. The bike cartwheels. Fortunately, Barry Baltus is free from that. And perhaps just a little bit of air out of his lungs there, Baltus. That could have been a lot worse, given how far he went into the gravel trap. I was wincing at what we're about to watch there.
Yeah, I just wonder if he got flicked ever so slightly by a foot peg or something, because that bike absolutely smashed itself to smithereens. So Barry Baltus, well, it's provisional front row at the minute. Let's see what he's got. I'm kind of glad it's not Tony Arbolino, because Arbolino, well, he's come across like he's only gone 18th anyway. He's going to have one more flying lap. We see this sometimes, though. It's coming through Q1. It does just eat into that tyre allocation a little bit, and that's why they don't go out straight away.
Yeah, look how close it is, though. Quarter of a second covers the top 8. Take out Arbolino, and 0.6 of a second, 2/3 of a second covers the lot of them in this Q2 session. And Veda, who, of course, reminder, jumped out of the pack to take pole position in Jerez last time out. The first sector gave us potential hope of a repeat. Second sector has seen those hopes fade somewhat.
Yeah, and I'm not sure, is he going to get round it? Oof, it's going to be very touch and go.
No, he's coming up to, he's got 32 seconds left now, as he's now clocked over a minute. So unless he cuts through the Shimano berth, which he's not going to do, because he's still pushing on a lap, he's just going to miss the checker flag by around a second or two. At the moment, Ethan Guevara's pole not coming under any great threat. Danny Munoz has just set the fastest first set. To remind you, if he does take pole, he won't start there.
Yeah, exactly. It would be very Danny Munoz to do that, of course, if he does move on. But
would get in the watch.
Yeah, well, exactly. It's another collectible for him to take home, but I think, unfortunately, Colin Via has just missed the cut here. That's going to be rather annoying, and a shake of the head confirms that. He's going to be fuming with that one. 9th place, so our pole sitter. Last time out, there are no first ever back-to-back poles for a Dutch rider in intermediate class. Look who's down in 15th place.
Key lap this for Manu Gonzalez,
He needs this. He needs it. He's on a personal best so far through the opening 2 sectors, and he is in touch by a 10th. So it'll be very interesting to see what happens with Manu Gonzalez here. Arbolino, he moves up and pushes Gonzalez back onto the 6th row of the grid. I tell you what, if it's wet, Manu Gonzalez down on the 6th row of the grid is a disaster for his championship. He's following Senna Aegis. Oh, no, he's not. I thought that was him tucked up behind. That's even Tola, I think, who's just behind Aegis.
And the rider behind the pair of them is Salach. And look how good this is looking for Salach as he comes to the 3rd sector. Is he going to get a little bit tripped up here by Tola? Fastest through the 3rd sector for the Czech. Philip Salach hasn't had a pole position in 3 years.
Oh, this would be something spectacular. Philip Salach, it's been a really difficult weekend for the Czech rider, of course. We'll come on to that a little bit more in detail tomorrow, I'm sure. But Philip Salach has had it absolutely hooked up. Can he clear Ortola? Salach, front row, though. So good stuff indeed from Philip Salach, who goes P3. And Manu Gonzalez rescues himself to go from 16th up to 5th. And that is a massive, massive job. I was going to say, halfway around that final flying lap, keep an eye on this rider here, Zonta van den Gurberg. He was right in touch. He was half a 10th off halfway round, but in the end it all went away from him, and he's 18th. But it is a pole position at last for Ethan Guevara.
And that had been coming all weekend. He's looked like he's had it covered since yesterday afternoon, where he was so confident in his pace. He didn't even bother doing a time attack at the end of practice because he was already P1, fastest this morning too, and another new lap record for Ethan Guevara. Danny Holgado and Philip Salach will join him on the front row. Baltus holds on to 4th. Gonzalez matched his time to the 1,000th of a second to take 5th ahead of Joe Roberts. Great session that for American racing. Perhaps the story in that session, second in the World Championship, Senna Aegis ended up getting shuffled back to the middle of row 4 in 11th place.
Yeah, not ideal for Senna Aegis at all down there, but it is a first Moto2 pole for Ethan Guevara, as we say. Great to see Danny Holgado back on some kind of qualifying form, up there in second. Philip Salac, fantastic front row from him there in third. Shame that Barry Baltus in the end is just shuffled back, but he's right in touch. Look how tight it is. Gonzalez with exactly the same lap time as Baltus when he came across the line, and Joe Roberts, second row of the grid. Very, very strong stuff indeed from the OnlyFans American racing team.
Yeah, best qualifying of the year for Roberts, and that is a first front row for Philip Salac in the better part of 3 years. Lombok 2023 is the last time the Czech rider started on the front row of a grid. Last time he was on pole, as I mentioned, was longer than that. The first Grand Prix of 2023 in Portimao. That's the kind of history Salac was on the verge of making. He missed out by a tenth of a second, but as Kiko briefly alluded to, he had a big accident coming into the Dunlop chicane in free practice one yesterday. He didn't set a single lap time in free practice one. He said he was at a really low point. He said, mentally, I was at my lowest point at the end of FP1 yesterday. What a turnaround in 24 hours for Salac.
Yeah, and of course, another thing to allude to for those of you who are right across everything motorsport, of course, Philip Salac did lose a good friend to himself at the Northwest 200 this week, Camille Holland. So big result this for Philip Salac, and that will have just put those demons to bed over the last 48 hours. Let's just cross down to pit lane before we need to get on with the interviews. Al, what you got?
Yeah, thank you, Danny, with Gino Borsor. Gino, what a lap time for Ethan. He's looked great all weekend. His first pole position in Moto2. He's coming good, isn't he?
Yeah, so far it's incredible weekend for Ethan. He did an incredible job this morning, incredible on lap time, and again this afternoon he deserved the pole position because it was perfect through all the weekend right now.
Good luck for tomorrow.
Thank you guys.
Thank you, Gino. Thank you, El, as we get ready. I'm just looking at Philip Salac's stats. He's had, this will be his fourth front row start. He's yet to convert it into a podium. So a little bit of pressure maybe for tomorrow. But let's, while we can, though, let's just talk about the OnlyFans American racing team, because that's a big pick 'em up, because they've had a tough start to the year. Joe Roberts and Philip Salac both in the top 6.
Yeah, and they had some technical problems yesterday morning too in free practice one as well. Both sides of the American racing box had their issues yesterday at the start of the weekend. Barry Baltus, as you can see there on your screens, has been taken to the medical centre. We hope that's just for a precautionary check and that he can take his place in the second row of the grid for tomorrow's French Grand Prix. Yeah, you're quite right to say that Salac, when he has qualified well, hasn't always converted that. But of his previous podiums, of which there have been 3 in the Moto2 class, one of those did come here when he was second 3 years ago.
Indeed. You've got to say as well, the wet weather will be a real leveler. I mean, we're talking as if it's absolutely guaranteed to be wet. I mean, I'm not a weather forecaster. That's got to be confirmed for sure. But every single weather forecast is pointing to the sky tomorrow, and it's not looking good if you are Manu Gonzalez, because he hates the wet.
Yeah, he doesn't look like he particularly enjoyed the dry today either. Looking at his hand gestures and his body language there as he debriefed to the team, a rather fed up championship leader by the looks of it. But if when the bike's not working and it's not a particularly good day, you're still able to qualify 5th, it's by far a disaster for Manu Gas. It is his nearest championship challenger, of course, Senna Regis, is 6 places behind him on the grid. But perhaps there is a growing threat from the Blue Crew Boscoscuro camp in the form of Ethan Guevara.
He has indeed really laid down the gauntlet, hasn't he, Ethan Guevara? Fantastic stuff from the Spaniard. And I can tell you, he is getting ready. He is in position to speak with our very own Elliot York. This will be interesting. A career first pole. Take it away, Al.
Ethan, congratulations on your first Moto2 pole. You've looked strong all weekend now. You're looking comfortable to convert it in the race tomorrow. Talk us through how you're feeling. You're looking really fast.
Yeah, the feeling now, it's amazing. I understand a lot the bike, and I like to match this track, but nothing. I enjoy this moment. 5th pole position in Moto2, this is amazing. Nothing. I try to all for tomorrow in the race, but let's see the condition for tomorrow in the wet or dry, but I try for my best race.
Good luck for tomorrow.
Thank you very much.
Fantastic stuff from Ethan Guevara, Lewis. He has been a Moto2 winner before. He's looking to get it over the line here tomorrow.
Well, that, as mentioned, when he took it, he's no surprise. He's been, in terms of pure time attack pace, by far the class of the field so far this weekend. And that, as you say, is a well-earned maiden Moto2 pole. And Yeah, I guess we know the Boscoscuro does go pretty well in the wet, but I think Ethan Guevara will be hoping those clouds stay away for tomorrow.
I think he will too as well, because he's been very, very fast in the dry. It's going to be a real battle tomorrow. I think if it is dry, Manu Gonzalez on that second row of the grid is a very, very interesting prospect. Likewise, Joe Roberts. David Alonso at the head of the third row. Celestino Vietti's got pace. We saw that yesterday. They are all chasing Guevara, but there is a good pack behind that may well be able to have their say. Moto2 action is coming to an end. I can tell you MotoGP is up next. Lewis, the next time we're on air, one of us will have tickets to Wembley, mate. So I'm going to go out on that note. Shake your bunny hand. Good luck on Monday. Millwall versus Hullby. There will be square. Enjoy the MotoGP sprint, guys. Matt Burt is already waiting in the wings.
Well, it won't be me with the tickets, even if Hull do win, because I'm in Canada that weekend. But Ethan Guevara does take his first pole position. Danny Holgado and Philip Salac joining first from row in nearly 3 years for Salac. Barry Baltus, we hope, is fit enough to start from row 2. Fourth for him ahead of Gonzalez and Roberts. Alonso, Lopez and Vietti next up. Via, Aegis and Garcia on the 4th row. Munoz 13th, for a reminder, he drops 3 places. That will promote Sasaki Ortola and Arbolino onto the 5th row. Kinet 17th ahead of Van den Gorberg. Best qualifying in Moto2 so far for Jose Antonio Rueda in 19th ahead of Escridge. Unchu, Ramirez, Agi, Forosato, Ferrandez, Navarro, Huertas and Luca Lanetta on the second of the Speed RS Boscoscuros. So congratulations to a rider who might well be MotoGP bound next season. The Pramac star, Ethan Guevara, he takes his maiden Moto2 pole position. Well, if you've been with us so far on this MotoGP weekend, you'll know that this sprint coming up has all the ingredients to be an absolute thriller. The Tissot sprint in MotoGP over 13 laps, is on the way next.
The tension is reaching boiling point at the Bugatti circuit as the first of 3 MotoGP rounds named Manic May comes from the Michelin Grand Prix of France. A vocal and passionate crowd is always guaranteed at legendary Le Mans, which hosted its first MotoGP race all the way back in 1969. The first of 7 sprints in 10 weeks is up next live. It's time. Was last year. Fermin Aldeguer standing on the inside of home hero Fabio Quartararo, who started the Grand Prix from pole. Well, last time out in the blazing sunshine of Andalusia, as Alex Marquez aiming to make it back-to-back wins in front of his home crowd at the Circuito de Jerez Angel Nieto. This early move proving decisive on brother Mark, who was to taste more Grand Prix disaster. This crash on just the second lap of the Spanish Grand Prix. Another big dent in Mark's early championship challenge. That left Alex to coast to back-to-back wins in front of his home crowd. What an experience, what an atmosphere we witnessed in the fourth round of the World Championship. Our first visit on European soil in 2026. Hotly pursued by what has already so far been a phenomenal French Grand Prix. Spectacular action here on Practice Friday, as that ride on your screen, Johann Zarco aiming for back-to-back French Grand Prix wins. Well, he had the fans delirious already on Friday afternoon when he led the way in the 60-minute practice session. Fabio Quartararo, another home crowd superstar, on pole position here last year. He led the way in FP2 and then followed two incredibly thrilling qualifying sessions in MotoGP ahead of this Michelin Grand Prix of France. Marc Marquez destroying the all-time lap record in a record-breaking Q1 session this morning, a 129.288, seeing the reigning world champion on the factory Ducati get himself into Q2 with Fabio Quartararo, and the end of yet another dramatic session. How many times have we already said that so far in 2026, and we're only in round 5. Pecco Bagnaia took the spoils. A factory Ducati 1-2 on the grid for the first time since Brno last August. Bagnaia's 129.634, securing his first pole position in 7 Grand Prix. His first front row actually as well, since that very same Grand Prix at the Sepang International Circuit in Malaysia. Bagnaia's third pole here in Le Mans, following up poles in 2022 and 2023. Marc Marquez, after his heroics, after his brilliance in Q1, is on the front row of the grid once again. Marc will go from second, and World Championship leader Marco Bezzecchi, who's looking for his first sprint medal so far of 2026, having had 3 falls in our first 4 sprints so far this season. Bez completes the front row of the grid. 11 points clear he is of his factory Aprilia teammate Jorge Martin. So many stories, so many topics to already cover off, and we've not even started this 13-lap sprint, and we've still got the Grand Prix day to come tomorrow on the blazing sunshine here in Le Mans. In the commentary box for the sprint, which will be lights out in about 25 minutes time, Matt Burton, Lewis Sutherby, as always, joining you with Jack Appleyard down in pit lane. Lewis, what a session we had this morning. What 2 sessions we had this morning in qualifying. Marc Marquez's jaw-dropping 129.288, a new all-time lap record. He was actually a lot slower in the second qualifying session, but still on the front row. Pecco Bagnaia looking back to his best. Home hopes resting on the shoulders of Fabio Quartararo, 6th on the grid. Johann Zarco with work to do from 11th. But all the ingredients are set for another spicy old sprint.
Cannot wait for this one. Just 23 thousandths of a second covering the top 3 on the grid. I guess the reigning world champion, the former world champion, and the one who wants to be champion in the form of the current points leader, Marco Bezzecchi, making the front row of the grid. You've got the 2 factory Ducati riders who ended up in not the direct route, but they ended up 1 and 2 in the sprint, the chaotic sprint at Jerez 2 weeks ago, and the rider who has really fluffed his lines in 3 of the 4 sprints so far this season. Is today the day that Marco Bezzecchi gets over his sprint hiccups so far this season, or is this another day where Marc Marquez injects some life back into his World Championship defence?
Yeah, Mark 5th in the World Championship coming into this round 5. Speaking of number 5s, let's have a look at Johann Zarco, the 35-year-old Frenchman, with a bit of work to do, starting from the middle of that 4th row of the grid here in Le Mans today and tomorrow. His hopes of a top qualifying position not helped by a late fall at turn 13 in this morning's FP2 session. But the end of all the drama, keeping his cool in some high-pressure situations, was Pecco Bagnaia, the 29-year-old Italian. Ended Friday's track action here in Le Mans on his backside, a crash at La Chapelle at turn 6. But he has been superb so far on sprint Saturday. Looked really strong this morning in FP2 on warm Michelin rubber. And when it came to time attacks, the 129.634, as mentioned, Bagnaia on the head of the grid here in Le Mans for the 3rd time. He's 28th MotoGP pole position, 35th of his Grand Prix career. Dare we say it? Dare we say it? Is Bagnaia back in 2026?
Well, it was a question we asked for a lot of 2025 too, wasn't it, for Pecco Bagnaia? Of course, the one time this year where he has started somewhere near the front, which was in Austin, where he qualified 4th. He then did lead for 99% of the sprint before Jorge Martin overhauled him on that final lap. So Bagnaia, generally when he qualifies well, that is a pretty good sign. Marc Marquez, well, good signs today, certainly better signs than we saw from the world champion yesterday when he ended the day outside of the top 10. It's a statistical quirk, isn't it? It's unusual when the fastest rider in qualifying doesn't take pole position. But that's what we got earlier on today with Marc Marquez, who I guess produced a lap that I guess the brain was switched off, the eyes were closed, and he hoped for the best, and he got a 1:29.2 to take his place in qualifying 2, but he was picked at the post in the end by Pecco Bagnaia this morning. Just 12 thousandths separated them.
Ducati undefeated in 3 previous sprints here in Le Mans. 22 sprints Marc Marquez has contested for the factory Ducati team. His win record is astonishing. He's won 16 of those 22. Can he make it win number 18 in sprints overall? Perhaps missing out a little bit later on, perhaps with better pace in his grid position suggests, is Jorge Martin on the factory Aprilia. Jorge, without any question, is certainly one of the fastest riders in race trim throughout this weekend. But once again, he's just lacking that killer instinct, that explosive one-lap pace on the factory Aprilia. This is the calling card for Jorge Martin in Q2 so far this year. 5th, 5th, 7th, 7th, and slightly worse ahead of this French Grand Prix, a season worst 8th place for Martin, who on his last race visit here, of course, to Le Mans, was a double winner, winning the sprint and the Grand Prix in brilliant fashion in 2024.
Yeah, we had such high hopes for Jorge Martin coming into this weekend after his Jerez test ended pretty positively. He was very bullish, wasn't he, with his step forward that he felt he took at the Jerez test, although there haven't been many signs of that reflected so far this weekend. Here is one of your stars of Super Saturday so far, of course, cheered on by a partisan home crowd. Fabio Quartararo joined Marc Marquez in the top 2 in qualifying 1, and for the second time this year on the V4 Yamaha, which is clearly the least competitive of the 5 manufacturers in MotoGP at the moment. Second time this year, Fabio Quartararo has got himself through Q1 and on to the front 2 rows of the grid.
Without a sprint podium since the Catalan Grand Prix last September. Of course, we make a fairly quick return to Catalonia next weekend for round 6. Fabio De Gianantonio, well, he continues his excellent qualifying record so far this season, has not started lower than 4th so far. Could it have been better had it not been for a rather bizarre incident towards the end of Q2 when a bee got inside his helmet? A real pest for Fabio De Gianantonio. He goes from 4th place on the grid. Let's go and get the thoughts, though, of a guy who knows his way around this Bugatti circuit. He was spectacular here in the past. A former great. Saturday, Jim and Jack.
Yeah, absolutely. As the MotoGP bikes roar into life, and you can just hear the atmosphere from this packed grandstand behind us. Sete, what an atmosphere this is. You were here last year to enjoy what was one of the great MotoGP moments, and I have to say, from what we've seen so far this weekend, pretty difficult to know who the favourite going into this one is.
Yeah, it's going to be difficult, you know. Tomorrow is tomorrow, so all the guys now are just focused in today. It's going to be interesting with this weather, and what happens today for sure is going to be important in order to understand how is everyone going to play tomorrow. So today I think that the temperatures are also going to be pretty high, and the tires are going to be okay for this amount of laps, so we'll just have to see, but it's going to be interesting. And also after what we saw in qualifying with De Gianantonio and Marc, and so it's going to be interesting.
We've had plenty of Saturday sort of skirmishes so far. From the outside, what have you made to the start of the year of Marc Marquez as the defending champion? It felt as though this morning he really started to look like himself again, which hasn't been the case in the opening 4 rounds.
I mean, this of course is my personal view, you know, but I don't think Marc is having a good time with his physical condition. This is apart from the physical condition, which is a part that is I reckon is for sure. It's also in his mind, you know. It's getting him a little bit more nervous than normal. Which is absolutely normal, you know. He's having to deal with a new circumstance in a moment that he was not expecting to be having this trouble again, and this is for sure affecting his state of mind. So we'll just have to see. In a short race, maybe it's going to affect him less than in tomorrow, the long race. So we'll have to see.
It's going to be fascinating to see. Great to see you here. Enjoy the race.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
Yeah, good stuff, Jack, as always. Thanks to Sepe Gibernau. He was always a strong rider around this hard-braking Bugatti circuit. And Marc Marquez, physical. What are the main issues for Marc at the moment? Is it physical? Is it technical? What is not up for debate is he's already given himself a bit of an early mountain to climb in this year's World Championship. 44 points adrift of Marco Bezzecchi. Those two starting alongside each other on the front row of the grid, of course, as Fabio Quartararo comes to the back of the second row in 6th place already, as they do such a fantastic job here. The local organisers whipping the French crowd into a bit of a frenzy pre-sprint here. All the hopes and nations' hopes resting on the shoulders of Quartararo 6, Johan Zarco in 11th place. Well, he knows how to get a tune on two wheels around France, doesn't he? Let's go and get the thoughts of Tour de France icon, Tour de France legend, Mark Cavendish, who joins Jack.
Yeah, he does indeed, and rather unsurprisingly, he might be able to guess that cheer come in the direction of Johan Zarco and Fabio Quartararo as they take their spots on the grid. Mark, you helped these guys warm up on Thursday with one of our cycling events, but from what we've seen, you did a good job because everyone has been on good form so far. How much have you enjoyed what you've seen of the action?
It's been great, hasn't it? You know, at least the weather's good here in Le Mans, so okay, we're here back tomorrow, but it's always good when it's good weather here, you know. It's been an interesting season to watch, and this is always an interesting circuit. That's one I really like to come to, and no, it's been great. It's really good to see actually Fabio here on the second row for the sprint. Hopefully it's not because it's his own race, because he's going good. You know, he was going really good this morning, and I'm excited to be here and watching it. You know, I love a bit of racing. It's great, isn't it?
You'll have seen year in, year out with the Tour de France how much these fans behind us get behind their own. None more so, none more reflected than the atmosphere they build and how passionate they are for both Fabio and Johan. It really is quite something to experience.
Well, particularly when they see a win like Johan got last year. Like, that's the thing, like 71 years I think it was since the last French.
Good knowledge.
And well, I know from cycling, you know, the French are passionate. Like, sport is for the every person, you know, and people live and breathe it, and like a champion, and when they can show that and do their country proud, the whole country feels and gets picked up by it, and that's something special to here.
Very quickly, we got a pre-sprint prediction. Who's the winner?
No, don't do that.
Good idea. Difficult to predict. Cheers, Mark.
Yeah, thanks very much. Tour de France legend, a sprint king himself, of course, on two wheels minus an engine. Who's going to be our two-wheel sprint king here in MotoGP? Marco Bezzecchi then on the front row. It's a real mouth-watering front row of the grid, isn't it? Pecco Bagnaia and Marc Marquez, a couple of our recent MotoGP world champions, by a rider who's trying to take that accolade. Currently leading the World Championship, Marco Bezzecchi, 101 points. Although it's fair to say Sprint Saturdays, Lewis, have been his big headache so far this season. He's crashed out in the sprints in Thailand, in America, and most recently in those tricky conditions in Jerez.
Yeah, you have to go back to, I think it's Pisano, isn't it? Last year, the last time Marco Bezzecchi has won a sprint. In terms of sprint points, he'd be 13th if that were a World Championship all on its own. Fortunately, Sunday's count two, and he's leading the points. It's Pecco Bagnaia who leads the grid, though, from Marc Marquez and the aforementioned championship leader Marco Bezzecchi. On the second row, not that you can see it there, but I promise you, it's Fabio Gianantonio starting fourth from Pedro Acosta and Fabio Quartararo. Let's have a second crack at it. Bagnaia, Marc Marquez and Bezzecchi, as mentioned. Di Gianantonio Acosta and Fabio Quartararo, of course, the riders starting second and sixth, both came via Q1. Quartararo has the soft front tyre on, certainly that's our initial information. Mia Martina Nagura on the third row from Alex Marquez, who crashed in qualifying. Johan Zarco, the 11th place where he qualified last year. We know how that went. Alex Rins, 12th from Ralph Fernandez, Bastianini and Marini on row 5. Morbidelli, Toprak Razgatioglu and Diogo Moreira on row 6. Jack Miller, 19th. It's been a miserable weekend for both Fermin Aldeguer and Brad Binder. They're both on row 7. The only rider behind them is Tech 3 stand-in Jonas Folger.
So the latest information we have received from Michelin, as you saw on that grid graphic, suggests the only outlier, a bit of a left field pick. I guess he's feeling he's got nothing to really lose. Fabio Quartararo, as it stands at the moment, is the only rider in the 22-strong field who's opted for that Michelin soft compound front tyre. Hottest conditions of the weekend so far. A lot of riders obviously then favouring the better stopping performance, the better braking stability with that hard at front tyre. Stop and go, this Le Mans layout. So much demand on the front tyre, particularly when you're looking at the downhill braking zone into garage there, where you're scrubbing off what, 265 kilometres an hour, you're approaching garage there, turn 8 in 4th gear, and then you're back 3 gears, so about 80 kilometres an hour for that turn number 8. So as we mentioned, Pedro Acosta, well, the 2 factory KTMs at opposite ends of the grid, really. Middle of the second row goes Pedro Acosta. Work through for poor old Brad Binder. A tough day so far for the South African in 21st. What does the boss think of it all? Let's get the thoughts of Aki Ayo with Jack.
Yeah, great to be joined by Aki. Pedro, middle of the second row. Felt this morning like he extracted the maximum from his package. What can he do? What would be a good result here in the sprint?
First of all, yesterday was quite good start for us here, and difficult to say if this is maximum. I feel that it was not a perfect lap today, first of all, and his feeling of the bike was really good. I would say that when in the morning cold conditions we need to use soft front tire, maybe this is something like a little bit disadvantage for us. Our bike is really good in entry into the corners, the braking, and let's say we a little bit need to attack into entry into corners to get something extra with our bike. And I hope that now with the harder front option, it's fitting even better for us.
Fingers crossed. Good luck, Aki.
Thanks a lot.
Thanks, Jack. Thanks to Aki Ayo. Sounds like he's been joining the French fans in the grandstands, cheering his heart out, doesn't it, Aki Ayo? Obviously, a bit of a sore throat for the Finnish boss. Well, then it was a positive weekend so far as the factory Yamaha goes, with both of their riders, Fabio Quartararo and Alex Rins, going into Q2 this morning. Quartararo 6th, Alex Rins 12th. Let's get the thoughts of their boss, Mario Meregali, with Jack.
Yeah, absolutely, Mayo. Both bikes into Q2 this morning. Just how much of a boost was that for everybody in the factory garage?
Yeah, it's a big boost. This morning, Fabio has been able to put together very good lap times. It was consistent. He also played to check the tire degradation for this afternoon race. But now it's very difficult to have an overview about the race. However, we will try to maximize what we have been able to put together in these 2 days.
Our information is that Fabio, the only rider on the grid to go for the soft front tyre. Is that the case, and what's the thinking behind that?
Actually, we are really discussing now what to do, and the last decision has not been taken yet.
Okay, well, we'll keep a close eye on it. Good luck, Mayo.
Thank you.
Sounds like that's going to be a last-minute 11th hour decision then, as far as Fabio Quartararo's team goes into this sprint. I mean, Yamaha, you feel like they've got absolutely nothing to lose, in particular Quartararo. The Yamaha quartet have scored just 15 points between them so far in this year's MotoGP World Championship, and brought crashing back down to earth a little bit after his heroics here in France has been Alex Marquez. Lewis, he had a bit of a tumble this morning as well in qualifying. His lowest starting position in 13 since he was 11th on the grid at Balaton Park in Hungary. Alex has got some serious work to do, coming from the head of that 4th row.
Yeah, just to get into the points from there, Igura here on screen, the rider immediately up ahead of him. Alex Marquez was keen to point out yesterday when he spoke to our colleagues in the broadcast set that this circuit perhaps doesn't suit him quite as much as Jerez did, and that's been reflected in the results so far. So Fabio Di Giannantonio then, he perhaps was disappointed to miss out on the front row of the grid earlier on today. The start is clearly going to be key for Digia. Can he get himself in and amongst the front row action? Pablo Nieto speaking to Jack.
Yeah, you feel that's the huge question, Lewis. As you told me in the lunchtime break, Pablo, a little bit of frustration to be on this second row of the grid, but that's behind you now. We spoke on Friday about the importance of Fabio getting the bike off the line, nailing the starts. Is the plan for him to do anything different to try and improve that area ahead of this?
Yeah, always is difficult, no? But anyway, we're talking that it's really important the first chicane, try to survive that place, because we know it's very easy to go longer, and then over there you are not trouble, no? But anyway, I think yesterday we was very fast. I think now Fabio is on fire, we know. So we have to try to keep pushing, keep working, because it's going to be very hard, but like every Saturday and every Sunday. So let's see.
Good luck.
Thank you.
Yeah, Di Giannantonio, thanks Jack, thanks to Pablo Nieto. Fabio Di Giannantonio has just continued this sort of golden run he's found himself on. Best of the Ducati riders so far this season in the championship. He's 30 points going into the sprint behind his compatriot Marco Bezzecchi, who'll be taking our latest maximum 12 points on offer on Sprint Saturdays so far this season. Despite all of his great qualifying performances, Didier has only been able to convert one of those so far this season into a Saturday afternoon podium. That was a second from pole position at Goiânia in Brazil.
Have we seen a change here for Fabio Quartararo? It looks like we have. He has joined the rest of the field on the hard front tyre. We did hear from Mario Galli a moment ago, said it would be a late decision. Looks like the decision now has been taken. I did wonder, because Quartararo did more than sprint distance on the soft front tyre in FP2 earlier on this morning, a session that he did end up fastest in, but track conditions and the temperatures were much, much cooler than they are now. So clearly the hard front tyre should get up and running and get up to temperature on this opening lap, which I guess would have been the concern.
One of the first riders this weekend to actually experiment with the hard front tyre was Pedro Acosta, who we just saw there on screens, middle of the second row for the 21-year-old. Jack just confirming that Fabio Quartararo has indeed switched to the hard front tyre. So level playing field in terms of Michelin rubber. Every rider on the hard front soft rear tyre. Pedro Acosta, 12 Grand Prix podiums, 12 sprint podiums so far in his MotoGP career. Well, the factory Aprilias, we know that they are always super strong in race trim. Marco Bezzecchi on the front row of the grid looking to extend his World Championship lead. And don't discount Jorge Martin from row 3. He's got great race pace as well. Let's get the thoughts of the boss, Paolo Minora with Jack.
Yeah, 4 sprints so far. Marco Bezzecchi has only seen the checkered flag once out of those 4. How big is this, Paolo, mentally for Marco to stop this run? There's been a lot of bad luck involved in that as well, but to make sure it isn't something that starts to play on his mind.
Yeah, for sure. Every race is important for the championship. We don't want to think about, he doesn't want to think about, but to be very honest, it's necessary to get the most we can. For sure, he did a very good time attack, despite of the 23 millisecond and the first split that he lost 0.2 seconds. So we think that he did a great job, and Org as well, because the gap between the first and the last 10 is very, very short. It will be very tricky today, because the first corner is necessary to take care about it, about the line, to think about the other competitor, but we have a plan, so and we totally trust, as usual, on both of them.
Are Ducati a step ahead so far from what we've seen, or do you feel it's pretty equal?
We think that we have to take care about us. It is 2 small places where we have to improve, as I said to you this morning, and we did something. So looking forward for this race, and it will be very useful, this sprint, for the tomorrow race, the long one. Good luck. Thanks so much.
Thanks, Jack. Thanks to Aprilia boss Paolo Minora. It feels like the last sort of 10-11 months or so, MotoGP has been an Italian duel between Aprilia and Ducati. Aprilia, in terms of this year's championship, clearly have the upper hand. The onus in this sprint is going to be on Bagnaia, and Marc Marquez getting a good start, because what we have seen repeatedly so far in 2026 is that factory Aprilia, that RSGP, is an absolute rocket ship off the start. Marco Bezzecchi was a key reason why he was able to lead 121 successive Grand Prix. That's because, 1, he qualified well, but 2, the Aprilia launches off the line so well. So going to be interesting to see how Bagnaia and Marc Marquez cope with a potentially fast starting Bezzecchi alongside them.
Let's head back down to the grid then and hear from Davide Tardozzi with his rider starting first and second. Davide's with Jack.
Davide, I have to say, I'm pretty excited for this one. You guys first and second on the grid for the first time this year. Are you ready to make a statement?
We'll see, because I'm sure that Bezzecchi will try very, very hard first lap. Then we'll see. But there are at least 4 or 5 riders that can fight for the podium. Hope that our 2 will be there, but anyway, the most important thing is to collect points for the championship.
Are you slightly nervous, hoping that these Jerez test improvements are going to be shown on track?
Always here in Le Mans for the first corner.
Good luck.
Important to collect points is the message from Ducati boss Davide Tardozzi. Thanks, Jack. That message, I mean, who would have thought coming into round 5 of the championship, the factory Ducatis 5th and 9th in the overall standings, coming into our second European clash of the campaign.
Yeah, although the success that has been hard to come by for the factory Ducati team has come in sprints so far this year. Marc Marquez has won 2 and lost another on the very last lap, of course, in Buriram. Pecco Bagnaia has been second, silver medal in the last 2 sprints. Of course, lost one of his potential sprint wins on the last lap when Martin passed him in Austin. So Saturday's success has been easier to come by for the factory Ducati team so far. But yeah, Davide Tardozzi is right to point to the first corner. It's officially turn 3, of course, on the track map. The Dunlop chicane. Bagnaia's sprint and Grand Prix ended there last year.
Luca Marini, we just saw a quick glimpse of the Italian. His weekend started in brilliant fashion. Fastest in FP1 yesterday, but it's been downhill ever since. Marini 15th on the grid. The 2 factory Hondas. Marini 15th. Joan Mir heading row 3 in 7th place. So some embraces, some good luck messages from his Aprilia crew to Marco Bezzecchi. Can he stop this sprint slump so far in 2026? He's on the front row in 3rd place. Marc Marquez, after that blistering all-time lap record this morning, goes from the middle of the front row in 2nd place. But for the first time in 2026, the first time since Sepang last year when he did win the sprint from pole position, here on pole in France, Pecco Bagnaia. MotoGP's 2nd stop on European soil in 2026 brings us to an iconic, to a classic Grand Prix venue. Welcome one and all to the Bugatti circuit here in Le Mans. Welcome to the Michelin Grand Prix of France. Are we going to get some more sprint fireworks in France following a truly incredible qualifying session this morning? The top 10 at the end of Q2 earlier on today, covered by just, what, 0.297 of a second. It's the 2nd closest Q2 top 10 since that qualifying format was introduced 13 years ago, back in 2013. The only closer top 10 in the MotoGP Q2 came at the Styrian Grand Prix at the Red Bull Ring 6 years ago in 2020. All the home hopes a nation expects Fabio Quartararo and Johann Zarco to deliver another spectacular result tomorrow in the main Grand Prix, of course. Over 27 laps here in northwest France. Can Johann Zarco make it back-to-back wins in front of what potentially could be yet another record crowd? It's a beautiful day, it's great weather. Let's hope we're going to get some great racing in this upcoming 13-lap sprint, a sprint which will see Marco Bezzecchi take an 11-point lead in the World Championship into our 5th sprint of the campaign. If Marco Bezzecchi is to surrender the lead in the standings at the end of the sprint, he's going to have another DNF, which has happened already so far 3 times in 2026, and his teammate Jorge Martin is going to have to fight his way through in the middle of the 3rd row in 8th to win this sprint. Not the most remote of possibilities, given the fact that, as you can see on the screens, Jorge Martin's a bit of a prolific winner in the sprint format. The last time Pecco Bagnaia started a MotoGP race from pole position in the sweltering heat of Malaysia at the Sepang International Circuit last year, he did go on to take the victory and claim the gold medal on the Tissot sprint on that occasion. First time, though, in 2026, he will fire away from pole position. Not a new territory here in Le Mans for Pecco, on pole here in 2022 and in 2023. Alongside him on that front row, Marc Marquez. 3rd time in the last 4 French Grand Prix that Marc is starting from 2nd place on the grid, and all eyes on what is traditionally a very fast-starting factory Aprilia. Marco Bezzecchi, can his sprint slump end here this afternoon? 22 riders then come to the grid. Jonas Folger in at Tech 3 KTM for the injured Maverick Vinales. All riders on the Michelin hard front tyre, soft rear tyre. Just waiting here in the hottest conditions of the weekend so far. Finally then, after a little bit of a delay, we have the green flag waving and clearing shortly. At the back, riders in position, primed and ready. Lights out, we're racing here in the sprint in Le Mans. Big wheelie off the line for the number 49 bike of Fabio Di Giannantonio, who's going backwards. Was the whole shot device engaged there at all for Digia? As Marco Bezzecchi once again lining off the line on the factory Aprilia, and Jorge Martin has come from 8th to lead. Jorge Martin with an absolute show-stopping start to this sprint. Well, we said the Aprilia start fast. Martin from 8th to 1st.
Is Jorge Martin serious? He went right up the inside of the factory Ducatis through turn 2 and then steamed round the outside of his teammate Marco Bezzecchi. It wasn't a remote possibility for Jorge Martin to win this sprint.
Unbelievable. What a start. What a first couple of corners. Skill and bravery in equal measure there from Jorge Martin. Somehow, from the middle of the third right of the grid, he leads this sprint.
And the damage for Fabio Di Giannantonio, his front wheel went skywards off the line. He is down in 14th place. His sprint or his start demons persist.
Yeah, it was the whole shot device fully engaged there, because straight away as he dropped the clutch and grabbed a handful of throttle, Jack saying it looked like it was engaged. So the start gremlins roll on for Fabio Di Giannantonio. But what a start of Jorge Martin's career made here in this Le Mans sprint. Absolutely sensational.
Another rider who had a poor start was Alex Rins from 12th back to 20th now. He's just passed Jack Miller. This then is the battle for second place, and this is Bagnaia looking to get on with it and get past his fellow Italian Bezzecchi.
Yeah, and here comes the Costa on the inside of Mir. Picks up the Honda rider going into turn 13. Mir himself was thinking about eyeing up a move of Marc Marquez ahead of him when he got picked off by a Costa. So at the end of that incredible first lap, Jorge Martin leads at the end of that opening lap in this 13-lap sprint, and a factory Aprilia 1-2. Bagnaia once again showing Bez's front wheel as we go into 3 and 4.
Yeah, the rider who's not having some early confidence or early joy here is Marc Marquez, who's back to 5th, down 3 places, and he's not exactly swallowing all over the back of Fabio Quartararo right now. If anything, he's nearer to Acosta. They're running 5th and 6th.
So Fabio Di Giannantonio started this sprint 1 row and 4 places ahead of Jorge Martin. He ended lap 1 3 seconds behind the Spaniard. Talk about a big twist early on here.
I think we lost Marini. Marini's gone down. Yellow flags are out in the second sector. I think he's down at La Chapelle. So one of the factory Hondas is up in 7th place. The other one looks like he's out as we now look back from Marco Bezzecchi. Confirmation, it is Marini. The number 10 is down, and we're looking at the pole sitter of Pecco Bagnaia. But look at the lead that Jorge Martin's already pulling out.
It's been a sorry tell for Marini, having led. Jonas Folger's also gone down. Maverick Vinales' injury replacement. Marini's French Grand Prix started in stunning fashion when he topped FP1 yesterday morning. That already feels like an awful long time ago, doesn't it, for the Italian, who's struggled for pace ever since. At the front then, Martin is just streaking away at the front of this sprint. He's now over 8/10 clear of Bezzecchi.
Acosta's passed
Acosta's got through on Marc Marquez. Marc Marquez is going the wrong way here, isn't he? He said all season long, struggling for front-end feeling, struggling for confidence in the early laps, and this is biting him again.
Yeah, and he's being dropped at the moment as Mir's now swarming all over the back of him. Fastest lap of the sprint then at 30.6 for Jorge Martin. His lead is 8/10 of a second, but Marc Marquez down now 4 places from where he started, and any hopes of getting involved in the sprint. Mir now takes him. The 2020 world champion relegates Marc Marquez to 7th place.
This is unbelievable. Let's not forget this morning in Q1, Marc Marquez delivered the fastest ever and one of the best ever laps of this Ducati circuit here in Le Mans. But the Ducati rider, well, he's just engaged reverse gear. When have we seen this on so many occasions in recent years, where Marc Marquez is just going completely the wrong way as Bezzecchi goes wide? Bezzecchi makes a right hash of the museum corner. That's a free move there then for Pecco Bagnaia. He snaps on the inside, so Bagnaia with a bit of a gift up into second.
It could be a key moment that for Bagnaia, because he looks like he was getting a bit impatient behind his fellow Italian. It's not as severe as some of the others we've seen, but you have to chalk that down as another sprint error for Marco Bezzecchi.
in FP2 this morning on worn tyres. Pecco Bagnaia looked absolutely awesome. Now then, with a bit of clear track ahead of him, nobody disrupting his lines or his braking markers in front. What can he do now to hunt down Jorge Martin, of course? Those two career-long rivals, former teammates all the way back in their Moto3 days. This is Bagnaia, certainly the best we've seen him so far, isn't it, in 2026. Pole position now up into second place. In terms of the championship, Jorge Martin at the moment pulling 5 back on Bezzecchi.
So Marc Marquez now coming under a bit of pressure from his younger brother Alex, who's in 8th place. Got to give another shout out to Fabio Quartararo, who's running in 4th place at the moment and doing a low 31s, a 30.5 though for Jorge Martin. Only Bagnaia looks like he's even got close to an answer right now.
Fair play to Moreira as well. On that last lap, he passed the Gian Antonio and Bastianini. Awesome performance by the Brazilian rookie there. Top job by him. Successive fastest laps then for Martin. He's trying to get on with business here early on, isn't he? A 1:30.561. Yellow flags are out in the first.
I think.
Well, he's had a shocker. He has had an absolute shocker, hasn't he, Fabio the Gian Antonio? Any hopes he had of a medal going around his neck at the end of the sprint were ended with a disastrous start, and that's gnarly. That's a real gnarly crash there for Didier as he tucks the front going through turn 3. The momentum takes him through turn 4 as well. Fair play the riders behind him that were avoided any kind of contact there.
His teammate Frankie Morbidelli there, who had to go left, right around the very outside of the racetrack to avoid him, so it's cost Morbidelli places too. Morbidelli is now running towards the back of the field himself. In fact, he is the last runner on track now, down in 19th place.
This is unbelievable. Quartararo then now into 4th place. But has anybody got the pace to go with Jorge Martin on that last lap? Martin and Bagnaia into the 130s. So too are Acosta and Mir. Joan Mir at the moment inside the top 6. Of course, on that last lap with that 1:30.8 that he delivered, that was also coming through on Marc Marquez.
Costa's going to attack into the recorder on. He's not had the best luck with this corner so far this weekend. A little better luck this time as he now moves through into 4th place. Not been a good lap for the French pair because Joan Zarco had a problem in the 3rd sector, dropped a further 3 places. He's now out of the points.
Bagnaia has got his head down, as you knew he would do. A 1:30.739 is Pecco's fastest lap of this sprint so far. That's just eaten into Martin's lead and got it down to just over a second. At the moment, struggling to go with that Ducati pace as we look at Jorge Martin. I remember in Qatar, in the very early part of his MotoGP career in 2021 on the Prama Ducati, he got a sensational start.
He's already up to 4th
Negotiates his way through the plummeting Fabio de Gian Antonio. He's already through on Quartararo and Joan Mir. And then look at this. This is so bold. This is talent and skill absolutely off the scale. Around the outside of Bagnaia, Bezzecchi and Marc Marquez into 3 and 4. Absolutely unbelievable move this by Martin.
We usually shortlist the overtakes of the GP on a Sunday afternoon. There's no need bothering. Jorge Martin has already won it. That was an extraordinary first 3 corners. His lead continues to hover around about a second mark. It's 1.1 through the 2nd sector as we now follow the battle between the 2 world champions in 5th and 6th. The 2021 champion Quartararo now leads the 2020 champion Mir, and Marc Marquez stabilising the situation a little bit in 7th place. Once again, as we saw in the early stage of the season, those early laps, Marc Marquez a bit of a sitting duck, and then he gets up to speed, but the damage is already done today.
Jorge Martin's a serial sprint winner. 17 times previously in his Grand Prix career he's won sprints, but this will be one of the best. Just for the start alone, you kind of feel that he deserves to win this sprint just for the first half a mile of it, because it was absolutely out of this world. Bagnaia is trying his level best to put some pressure on as we've lost Enea Bastianini. It's been a pretty miserable Saturday for the Beast. That's his 2nd crash of the day here. Bagnaia once again has just put in another PB lap, a 1:30.723, but that was slightly slower than Martin ahead of him.
That was Bastianini crashing out of 12th place, so that does promote Joan Zarco back up the order. That is the aerial shot looking at the top 3. It's Martin a second ahead of Bagnaia, who's nearly now a second ahead of Marco Bezzecchi. No danger at the moment of Bezzecchi coming under pressure for 3rd place from Pedro Acosta. It's now Marc Marquez that we need to keep an eye on as he now finally gets himself up to speed. He's now trying to find a way back past his former teammate Joan Mir.
On that last lap there was only 5 riders in the 130s. The top 2, Martin and Bagnaia, throwing Marc Marquez into that equation as well, and the track out Aprilias of Ayagura and Ralph Fernandez, who are also getting into some pretty decent rhythm. Looking back into Shimano if we go, Fabio Quartararo there ahead of Joan Mir. There is Marc Marquez looking to make inroads the right way now in this sprint.
Well, Fabio Quartararo hasn't scored many Sunday points. He's just scored 4 of them so far this season. His best results have come in sprints. Remember, he was up in the top 6 in Brazil earlier in the season. He then took 7th in that madcap sprint in Jerez when he was able to navigate his way through all the chaos. This is another super Saturday showing from the Frenchman.
Yeah, it's been another awesome performance, this by Fabio Quartararo. Marc Marquez, well, didn't see this coming from the front row of the grid. Somebody further down the field has taken a tumble in the final sector. Yellow flags are out in sector 4.
What a miserable afternoon for VR46. It's Frankie Morbidelli who very nearly crashed with his teammate at the chicane when he went down ahead of him. Morbidelli only made it a further couple of laps.
Yeah, the pace behind the top 2, Martin and Bagnaia, is just slackening off ever so slightly here. Yeah, in the middle of 13 and 14 goes Frankie Morbidelli. Martin and Bagnaia, both 130.7s. And then you've got Ralph Fernandez, the only other rider on that lap 6 of 13 that was keeping himself in those 130s just with a 130.9. Ralph Fernandez at the moment outside of the point scoring places in 10th.
Alex Marquez doesn't have great pace at the moment. He's doing low 31s. He's not closing in at any stage really on this group that we're watching. Just see him in the back of the picture on the Grassini bike. He's going to come under pressure soon from those Trackhouse Aprilias who are in the high 130s. Agura in a lap or 2 is going to be right up behind Alex Marquez in that battle for 8th place.
Bagnaia at the moment has just got nothing for Martin. In fact, the gap's just through the second split on this lap 7 of 13. It was as high as 1.3 seconds. Bagnaia slightly quicker through the third split. Deep into this last sector now we go. Turns 13 and 14. This, you're never going to get tired of watching this, are you?
Like a video game on easy mode, this.
Yeah. Get the place that they've just launched MotoGP 26, haven't we? Well, I think this is PlayStation mode, Xbox mode engaged by Jorge Martin. Look at this. Around the outside he's going to go of Bezzecchi, Marc Marquez and Pecco Bagnaia. Somehow from the middle of the third row of the grid through turn 4, he leads this Tissot sprint here in Le Mans. Look at that, there was contact there, big contact, wasn't there, between Quartararo and Bagnaia on the exit of turn 4, as our eyes were drawn, quite rightly so, to the sheer mesmerising brilliance of Martin off the line.
Put yourself in the crash element of Marco Bezzecchi there into the Dunlop chicane. He thinks he's covered off the 2 factory Ducatis, and he thinks he's in pretty good shape to beat this sprint, and he'll then look over to his right and say, how has my teammate got there? Jorge Martin was starting 8th on the grid. How has he just swept around the outside of me after the first 3 corners? A rocket start from Moto2. Remember, he was brilliant off the line in Jerez on the Sunday. That was even better.
Well, just before it was lights out, I said the onus was on Marc Marquez and Pecco Bagnaia to try and defend against the lightning launch of Marco Bezzecchi. And in comes Jorge Martin. Yeah. Jorge Martin enters the chat, and in some spectacular fashion as well. What a start, what a start. One of the best starts you will ever see to any sprint or Grand Prix in your life. Is that start going to be rewarded? It should be, shouldn't it, with 12 maximum points here and a record 18th sprint win for Jorge Martin, and crucially in the World Championship, he's cutting Bez's lead in half here.
Yeah, and let's be fair, once he's got there, he's got the pace to quite easily lead this sprint at the moment. Bagnaia and Bezzecchi, crucially, teammate to Martin, has had no answer at this stage. Since Martin took the lead, he's just gradually been extending that advantage.
Said Prix sprint all weekend, he's had race pace, he's had the speed. Still at the moment, there's one small weakness, one area which Jorge's got to try and improve on. He knows it himself, just not quite getting the explosive pace that he's traditionally famous for in MotoGP, out of a soft rear tyre on the Aprilia. I tell you what, Lewis, if he works that out, this field have got some serious trouble.
In particular, his teammate Marco Bezzecchi, who, as you say, is losing a big chunk of his World Championship lead at the moment. Bez can't afford another sprint slip-up here to throw it at the scenery, because he would lose that World Championship lead back again to Jorge Martin, which we thought was a remote possibility when this sprint began. Here is our battle of the champions then. 5th, 6th and 7th, Fabio Quartararo, Joan Mir and Marc Marquez. Some 9 MotoGP World Championships between them, and at the moment it's Yamaha's Quartararo who's holding off the Honda of Mir and the Ducati of Marc Marquez.
Yeah, potentially Quartararo's best sprint since Portimao at the back end of 2025, doing an absolutely sensational job at the moment. Nothing really going as far as fellow Frenchman Johan Zarco is concerned. He's actually at the moment behind his LCR Honda teammate Diogo Moreira, who's doing a brilliant job in 11th place. That might be as good as it gets as far as Moreira's concerned. He's over 2 seconds adrift of Raul Fernandez in 10th. Fernandez just had nothing, has he, for his teammate Ayagura directly ahead of him. The Trackhouse of Pris have been in tandem pretty much for the whole sprint, but it's advantage Agura.
Agura is now right behind Alex Marquez, just 3/10 between them. You can just see them behind Marc Marquez on the 93. So, well, Joan Mir, who he doesn't like just riding around following people. He'd rather take risks trying to overtake, which is why we often see him crashing out of sprints and Grand Prix. But these will be some useful points for Joan Mir. But he's been staring at the back of that V4 Yamaha of Fabio Quartararo at the moment. At the moment, he cannot figure a way through.
Potentially a third straight second place in sprints for Pecco Bagnaia. He might have feared the big challenge coming from Juan Aprilia, most likely in the hands of the 72 of Marco Bezzecchi. But Pecco Bagnaia knows more than anybody just how good Jorge Martin is in the Saturday sprint format. It was key, it was so crucial, wasn't it, in their battle for glory a couple of years ago in the 2024 MotoGP World Championship. And here he is once again from the middle of row 3. Absolutely incredible. I mean, I know Brad Binder came from 15th to win that wet sprint in Termas in 2023, but I just wonder if anybody's come from this far back in a dry sprint to actually win it.
No, very, very rare. It's so difficult to achieve. But Jorge Martin, as I've mentioned, the start is, of course, what we'll all focus in on. That will make all the headlines. That's what we'll be replaying over and over again on YouTube later. But his pace, once he's got there, is absolutely outstanding. No one can match it at the moment. And as you say, once he figures out qualifying, what a World Championship contender he's already proving to be. Well, what a World Championship contender. He'll be very, very difficult to beat once he's got the full package.
We've talked about it since the first practice start session of the season in Buriram. Straight away, you could just notice the Aprilia is just planted. It's glued to the road when their riders dump the clutch. Jorge Martin, there's a lot of talent, a lot of skill involved, but also some engineering brilliance coming from Aprilia as well, because the way that RSGP fires off the line, unrivaled. Used to be KTM that was the most rapid starter in MotoGP. They've certainly lost that distinction.
Yeah, they don't lack straight line speed either, crucially, do they, on those factory Aprilias as well. This is Fermin Aldeguer running in 13th place. Of course, came from 20th on the grid, so he has made some decent progress in this sprint, but of course his sprint hopes were already damaged by his poor qualifying. Behind him is Brad Binder, who joined Aldeguer on the 7th row of the grid. At the moment, the sole KTM points are being scored by 4th place Pedro Acosta.
Yeah, you can see in the top left-hand corner of your screens the gap between Martin and Bagnaia. It's not closing, it's getting bigger. Martin in complete control of this Grand Prix of France sprint here, looking like he's on course for that record 18th sprint success. Further down, here's a trio of Yamahas. This is Jack Miller, still searching for his first points finish of 2026. Rins 15th, Toprak Razgatlioglu 16th, Miller 17th on the road, with Fabio De Gianantonio still circulating after remounting from his early crash. He's 18th.
So of course what it would mean as well, 2 laps away from being completed, Jorge Martin would remain undefeated in Tissot sprints here at Le Mans. Here is the big battle, I think, that we're going to be following in the final couple of laps, and it's the battle for the final 2 points positions as Alex Marquez comes under pressure and now gets overtaken by the fast finishing Ayagura.
Big head shake there as Agura's Aprilia picked up a bit of turbulent air, dirty air in the draft behind Alex Marquez as they power through the 6-gear first corner. That's scary for Agura. Big head shake at over 300 kilometres an hour. He kept it all gathered up though, didn't he, to make that beautiful move on the inside of Alex going into turn 3. Brother Mark, well,
he's been stuck there, hasn't he?
Second place, let's not forget. Marc Marquez started the sprint. Oh,
who was that?
Was that Alex? I think that might have been, was it Alex Marquez who's
just
gone
behind
down?
him, I think, who went down. Yellow flags naturally have come out in the second sector. It was
Fernandez.
it
was Raul Fernandez,
who drops out. So we've lost to the Trackhouse Aprilia, who was just outside the points. And yeah, it's not been Raul Fernandez' finest Saturday.
Yeah, saw the blue blur. Apologies to Alex Marquez and to all his fans for letting their hearts skip a little bit of a beat. Alex is still in this sprint, albeit at the back end of the points, going places in 9th. He just lost 8th, of course, to Ayagura. Brilliant job this by Quartararo. Just extracting everything out of that factory Yamaha, but there's going to be just one lap remaining, just 4.19 kilometers standing between Jorge Martin and a record 18 sprint success. Focus is the key word. Marc Marquez has dumped it again. Well, this has been...
That's a mess as well.
That's a real mess. Marc Marquez, well, he's had some massive crashes of late. The big crash in practice in Austin, the high-speed crash out of second place behind brother Alex in the Grand Prix of Spain a couple of weeks ago.
Is he going to high-side it?
Oh, dear me. And more misery. It was all out of shape, wasn't it, going in? Lost the front initially, and then the rear grips, and this, he's just along for the ride. Passenger here goes Marc Marquez, and this is another monumental get-off for the reigning world champion. You can see the airbag is deployed. It's another absolutely wrecked and trashed factory Ducati GP26. Marc Marquez's day here in Le Mans started in blistering form with an all-time lap record. It ends, though, in more disaster. The World Championship sacrificing more crucial points. What is going on with Marc Marquez right now?
A Saturday afternoon nightmare for the reigning world champion. Glad he's up on his feet. There was a little bit of a hobble there for Marc Marquez. Hopefully that's as bad as it's got. So as the reigning world champion has a Saturday afternoon shocker here at Le Mans, the rider he replaced as world champion, Jorge Martin, is about to stick his hand up and tell everybody, I want a second title this year.
Yeah, it looked like Marc lost the rear, lost the front, lost the rear, lost the front again. He was all over the place, wasn't he, going into turn 13. Well, this sprint here in Le Mans started in phenomenal fashion for Jorge Martin as he charged through from 8th on the grid. The sprint here is going to finish in phenomenal fashion for Jorge Martin as he takes the checkered flag first. It is a record 18th sprint success for the Martinator. What a ride, what a performance, what a start. One of the best starts you will ever see. Take a bow, Jorge Martin. He does take the checker flag, 1.1 seconds clear of Pecco Bagnaia. Second from pole position for the factory Ducati rider. That's now 3 successive second places in sprints for Bagnaia. Marco Bezzecchi comes home in 3rd place. A podium for Bez, his first sprint medal of the season, but not what we expected. I think he was expecting much, much more. Acosta Quartararo, Mia Agura, Alex Marquez and Diogo Moreira. Brilliant job by Moreira. They are your point-scoring finishers. Daniele Romagnoli, Jorge Martin's crew chief. No wonder he's smiling. He has seen some special performances by the number 89 down the years. This has to rank right up there with the very, very best of them. The Aprilia team radio. They are absolutely ecstatic. They are buzzing. That sprint coming from 8th place on the grid just shows the pure class, the pure talent, the pure skill of Jorge Martin. That's why he was the 2024 MotoGP World Champion.
Another special sprint from Jorge Martin. He's competed in 3 sprints at Le Mans. He has won all 3. Not quite in the circumstances as the previous 2 when he led from the front. He certainly didn't on this occasion. An extraordinary afternoon, an extraordinary start, and then he had the pace to break away. Jorge Martin's crew chief, Daniele Romagnoli, is with Jack.
Well, Daniele, I mean, what a start that was. The launch itself, the move around 3 riders into the first corner, and how much does this victory mean? It feels as though, as the guys have just said on commentary, that's Jorge telling everyone, I'm a World Championship contender.
Well, I mean, always I said to him, you are like a cat in the start, and he can jump, incredible. He's one of the best things he can do. But we were not the best pace, we missing 1/10 at least, but then a little change in after the morning session and qualifying. Actually, it was quite good. Well, championship is too early, but we are very happy. I mean, you know, he's very fast on the sprint races, but like this, wow, it's a great race from 8th position, you know, it's good.
Incredible. The cat was purring today, Daniele. Congrats.
Thank you so much.
The cat really was purring today. An absolutely phenomenal performance that by Jorge Martin. Both factory Aprilias on the podium. That's more like it for Marco Bezzecchi in terms of Saturday afternoon performances. Yeah, he gives our camera a thumbs up. The 2 factory Aprilias split by Pecco Bagnaia. And what about the curious case of Marc Marquez in 2026? After all the spectacular fireworks of this morning, when that absolutely awesome 129.28 take made him the fastest ever rider around this Le Mans circuit, more drama. more pain coming the way of the reigning world champion for that massive get-off when he was at the back end of the points scoring places at turn 7. All the plaudits, though, and quite rightly so, all the headlines will be hogged by Jorge Martin. What is it about sprints and Le Mans with this young man? A special stoppie in front of the packed grandstands here. Of course, predominantly they were here to see Fabio Quartararo and Johan Zarco fight for the win. The next best thing, though, was witnessing something really extraordinary, and that start from Jorge Martin was just breathtaking, breathtaking.
One of the best starts I think you'll have ever seen, anyone will have ever seen in MotoGP history. It's kind of fitting, isn't it, that the sprint podium and ceremony will take place on the grid where Jorge Martin began his incredible rise up the order from 8th to 1st in the blink of an eye. Marc Marquez very sore as he climbs off the scooter there. He can barely walk, look, barely put any pressure on his foot there, Marc Marquez. Dr. Angel Charcha waiting for him. It's a sorry sight for Marc Marquez, who has picked up his bruises over the course of 2026 already. This, the most bruising yet.
Oh, it's tough. Sometimes it's tough at the top, and having got himself back to the very, very top last year in Japan, Marc Marquez beats himself up once again. This was a nasty one, real nasty spill that for Marc, and as you can see, he's really beat himself up once again. Let's hope he is going to be a-okay. MotoGP medic Dr. Angel Chartra immediately on the scene to attend to Marc, but that just adds to a sequence of real heavy get-offs in 2026 for Marc. You think of Austin, you think of Jerez, and now today in Le Mans. But when you think of sprints in the modern MotoGP era, you think of one rider, you think of one superb talent, because Jorge Martin takes his winning count now in sprints to 18. It's sprint podium number 33. And then Brace with a Aprilia tech guru there in the spectacles. Fabiano Sterlachini, what a job he's done to turn this Aprilia into the dominant force right now in the MotoGP World Championship. And that gap, it is just 6 points now between Bez and Jorge Martin at the top of the championship.
As we were touching upon off-air, Marc Marquez is now 51 points off the World Championship leader, Marco Bezzecchi, and you've got to say another show of strength for Aprilia today. They've been sort of in and amongst the pack through much of the weekend. Of course, for much of yesterday, we weren't certain that Martin or Bezzecchi were even going to be in qualifying 2, but they've ended up with a gold and a bronze from the Saturday sprint.
I think Pecco just said to him, what the hell happened at the start there? I mean, it's like there's a nitrous button on that factory Aprilia. I mean, without any question, the best starting motorcycle in Grand Prix motorcycle racing right now is that factory Aprilia. Enjoy it, Jorge. So many dark moments that he had to go through in 2025. He wasn't even at this French Grand Prix here last year as he was beginning yet another long recovery and rehabilitation, but he's the sprint winner here. Marco Bezzecchi takes his first sprint podium of 2026. Still the world championship leader. Let's get Bez's thoughts for Jack.
Yeah, we'll just let Marco put the cap on. Well, you've stood on a podium so far this year on a number of occasions, but does this feel like a weight off the shoulders to have a success on Saturday?
Yeah, I'm very happy. Of course, it was a tough race. I wasn't feeling very good. So happy to grab this result and struggling, but always fighting. So very, very happy. Big thanks to my team, to my guys, to all the factory in Noale, to the academy, Vale, and all the stuff. And now we think about tomorrow.
Great job, well done.
Thanks to the fans as well.
Yeah, thanks to our awesome French fans. Marco Bezzecchi will be looking to strike back tomorrow. Of course, he was the Grand Prix winner here in France on a then Ducati back in 2023, a memorable day when he won the 1000th MotoGP race. That is sprint podium number 12 for the 27-year-old Italian. Pecco Bagnaia had a strong Saturday, pole position, didn't quite have the pace for the sprint win, but it's 3 successive second places in sprints. Let's get the thoughts of the Italian with Jack.
Well, Pecco, it's back-to-back sprint podiums, but I imagine this one means a little bit more to have finally showcased the speed and potential we all saw before the season got underway. How much does this one mean?
Surely much happier than the one in Jerez, because this one was forward and the pace was good. So really happy. We're still missing something compared to Aprilia, but we're improving. So let's keep working and hoping that tomorrow will be a good weather. We will have a good weather because I think we can have good results.
Top job, well done.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, it was a top job, and let's not forget, despite what's happened to him over the last 18 months or so, you look at a top rider, a top MotoGP world champion himself back in the day. But I think he's probably walked over to his crew there and just gone, and we need to find something at the starts, guys, to try and get on par with Aprilia, because Jorge Martin, with a sensational start, then eventually wins a sensational sprint. Jorge Martin, 18 sprint wins, and he's with Jack.
Jorge Martin, what a start that was, from 8th on the grid. The launch was unbelievable, to then roll around the outside of 3 riders into the opening corner. How did you pull that off?
Yeah, thank you. I can say vive la France, perché I love this track. Today I struggled a bit in qualifying, but I knew my potential was much higher. I just put all my determination into the start. I didn't expect to be first position in the second corner, but from that point I just pushed like in the past, like what I am used to, alone, boom, 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 and yeah, merci beaucoup. I'm really happy. Let's go for tomorrow.
Great job, well done.
Fantastic job. No wonder he's enjoying these podium celebrations. The last time Jorge Martin competed here in Le Mans, he went on to complete the win double in 2024. Does another double beckon then for Jorge Martin, who without any question is a serious, genuine, bona fide world championship contender in 2026.
Yeah, and are we already starting to see a championship that will be between the two factory Aprilias? Still very early in the World Championship, but Fabio Di Giannantonio, who started the day 3rd in the World Championship, he had an unmitigated disaster which began at the start. He later crashed out when running in 14th place, and Marc Marquez scoring nothing today too. Pedro Acosta takes 3rd place back in the World Championship today after he finished in 4th place. The first sprint medal then of the season for Marco Bezzecchi. It's a 13th in all in his career. And he more than doubles his sprint points tally for the season with that. It's 3 silvers on the bounce now for Pecco Bagnaia. 2 of them second to Jorge Martin, although not quite the heartbreaking fashion of Austin. Well, he deserved a gold medal for the first 3 corners alone, and once he got to the front, there was no stopping him. 3 sprints, 3 gold medals on Saturday afternoons at Le Mans for Jorge Martin.
Well, the start of Jorge Martin's sprint here in the Grand Prix of France was top draw. The middle part was pretty good as well. And then he finishes with a gold medal number 18 around the neck of a rider who is announcing himself as a big title contender in 2026. Fabio Di Giannantonio and Marc Marquez, 2 top Ducati stars in that sprint who had real off days. After promising qualifying sessions this morning, both of those 2 crashing out of contention after a nightmare start for Fabio Di Giannantonio from 4th on the grid. There's no nightmare starts, it's just dream getaways right now, isn't it? If you're on a factory Aprilia. My mind goes back to Jorge Martin's MotoGP debut in Qatar in 2021. I think he was 14th or 15th on the grid, and he was almost leading. In fact, he might have been leading in the first corner. He has always been a dynamic starter. Moto3, Moto2, MotoGP, whichever class he has been in. But Jorge Martin, well, he absolutely nailed the start here today. That was the platform for his record-breaking 18th sprint. Game on in the championship, game on for glory as well tomorrow in the French Grand Prix. As Jorge Martin powers the Aprilia out of the final corner. Here he is, steady on Jorge. He's already crashed after a sprint success in Austin this year. He almost went down again there. Absolutely brilliant performance, though, by the Martinator. After all of his injury woes, all the physical and mental pain that he had to endure throughout 2025, well, he's back. He is back and some. Massimo Rivola, Aprilia Racing CEO there on the left-hand side of your picture, congratulates the 28-year-old Spaniard, who after an early crash yesterday at turn 9 has bounced back in superb fashion. Jorge Martin wins sprint number 18.
And remains unbeaten in sprints at Le Mans. Martin from Bagnaia and Bezzecchi. That was your 1-2-3, which was set from a pretty early stage. Pedro Acosta coming through to 4th. Fine ride from Fabio Quartararo to hold off Joan Mir for 5th and 6th. Marc Marquez then crashing out of 7th, which promoted Ayagura, Alex Marquez, and Diogo Moreira. Of course, Ralph Fernandez also crashing out late on. Diogo Moreira scores his first sprint point. Miserable day for Fabio Di Giannantonio. His problems began as soon as he left the line, and Marc Marquez, who was set to finish 7th, crashing out in dramatic fashion with a couple of laps remaining. Which all means this: Marco Bezzecchi's lead is cut from 11 down to 6 points over Jorge Martin. They are now way clear of the rest. Pedro Acosta takes back 3rd place, but he's 36 points off the World Championship lead, one ahead of Fabio Di Giannantonio. Marc Marquez is now 51 points in arrears in 5th place and just 2 points ahead of his brother. Aprilia, of course, extend their Constructors' Championship advantage with their victory today. They're now 22 clear of Ducati. Aprilia Racing, they have double the points now of their nearest challengers, which are their colleagues at Trackhouse. Red Bull KTM and Ducati Lenovo both leapfrog VR46 today. This is the latest then. Marc Marquez unable to put any pressure at all on his right foot, hopping out of the Ducati truck, perhaps heading for some medical attention and treatment, which has to put his participation in tomorrow's French Grand Prix in a little bit of doubt. We wish the reigning champion all the very best. Well, here are the highlights and the defining moment in the sprint. That all came in the first 4 corners. Pecco Bagnaia from pole position, but the fast starting Aprilias immediately making their presence felt. Miserable start once again as Fabio Di Giannantonio continues to have problems getting his Ducati off the line. Marco Bezzecchi already in the lead himself by this point as he then defends from Bagnaia and Marc Marquez. Jorge Martin makes a mockery of them round the outside, 4th to 1st on the brakes and around turn 3. Was 8th off the grid. Extraordinary start from the 89. Marc Marquez was having all sorts of problems, also passed by Pedro Acosta before Joan Mir piled on the agony, taking away 6th place. Into the museum corner, Marco Bezzecchi skated wide. That released Bagnaia up into P2. And Fabio Di Giannantonio's misery was compounded by a crash out of 14th at Dunlop. Pedro Acosta looked like he had the pace to get clear of Fabio Quartararo's Yamaha, and he made the move into record one. That would secure him 4th. A few riders ultimately would come unstuck at the double right-hander to close the lap. Enea Bastianini was one of them. Frankie Morbidelli was the next, but in hugely dramatic fashion. Marc Marquez would be the last. Initially the front went, then the rear spat him over the top, and it's his right foot that Marc Marquez would appear to have injured. You can see it there, slapping down on the tarmac. We hope that Marc Marquez hasn't done any significant damage to his right foot. But doing the damage today, in a championship point of view, was Jorge Martin. Supplimenti is the message from Aprilia. The message from Jorge Martin is clear. He is a big World Championship contender this season as he cuts Marco Bezzecchi's lead down to just 6 points. Join us tomorrow. Rain or shine? Well, you'll have to find out. But don't miss the French Grand Prix tomorrow. We will see you there.
round in the Redbull MotoGP Rookies Cup. Congratulations, great job. What are your expectations for the races?
Well, obviously you want to win, don't you? So the goal is to win. So we'll just keep working, we'll keep digging at it, and at the end of the day it will end up coming. So we'll keep working and see you on the top step.
Well, all the best of luck.
Thank you very much.
And the last English winner was Brad Ray back in 2013. So the English have not done. The Scots have done better since then, but the English have really suffered since Brad Ray's last victory.
Yeah, well, never mind. Obviously, Brad Ray doing the business in the British Superbike Championship these days, isn't he? I mean, that's the thing about Rookies Cup. 20 years in the game now, isn't it? And you've got stars doing the business all around the world, national, continental and international as well. But how special is this then down on the grid? We have two French riders with us this year, of course. One of them is Guillaume Plonk, starting his third. He's down on the grid with Dominica.
Guillaume, ninth on the grid in your home GP. How does it feel to be racing in your home crowd?
Yeah, I feel very good for the race, and yeah, I'm just focused now to do one podium or one good result.
Well, I wish you all the best of luck. Full gas.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, nice. Yeah, good lad. Well, Guillaume, he had a pretty solid outing here in yesteryear, if I remember rightly, actually. Guillaume certainly put in some good performances, invited back once again this season. What do we expect from him here, Peter?
Well, I think, you know, he is going to be buoyed by the home crowd, of course, and propelled. And, of course, you know, he's got very much a battle with the Costa to be the best Frenchman, and they start beside each other on the grid. So that's going to be very, very exciting to watch, I think. Just they'll be pushing each other along, certainly. Of course, poor old Guillaume had a lousy time of it in France. He had a rare technical problem in the first race and fell off, not to his own fault, in the first lap of the second race. So he comes here with 0 points at all, unfortunately.
Yeah, well, then for hopefully good luck to him today. We do have Beñat Fernandez on pole position, as I said. And, of course, when we last left you, you might have seen Beñat Fernandez actually crossed the line in 4th position last time out, but he's ended up getting 3rd after a late change due to Marulanda actually going over track limits on the final corner.
Yeah, and Beñat was very quick. Somebody had obviously told him what had happened. I don't think he'd seen it, but one of his mates or supporters told him what happened, and he jumped on that very quickly after the race.
Yeah, exactly that. Let's have a quick rundown of the starting grid then before we get going. Fernandez pole, Mounsey second, David Gonzalez in 3rd. Carlos Cano was pole position last time out. He starts from 4th position on the grid ahead of Fernando Bajosa, 2-time podium finisher last time out. Christian Daniel fills out the 2nd row. Kyatsaq Singapong 7th from Travis Borg and Guillaume Plonk. David Costa 10th from Matteo Marulanda, and Kiandra Ramadipa, our winner from race 2 in Jerez. We go to Ojiwara in 13th ahead of Alfonsi Dakigan, and Tibor Varga in 15th place. Now we're absolutely steaming through the grid there. One name down the bottom of the timesheets after qualifying, well, bottom of the grid, Jaroslav Karpushin, Peter. Podium last time out, but why is he down the back there?
Yeah, well, there are a lot of penalties at the end of the racing yesterday because of people riding too slowly. So, in fact, Karpushin, Tinez, Almeida and Jurien van Kruijten were all penalised and all pushed to the back of the grid, pushed behind Luca Agostinelli, even though Luca never actually recorded a time in qualifying because his bike was trashed in the last of the free practice sessions. So, anyway, they all got a fresh start now, the warm-up lap.
Yeah, exactly that. So, let's see then. We have Beñat Fernandez, 1st position in the championship. Pole position here today. Kandra Ramadipa, 2nd place. Fernando Bajosa, 3rd. Mike Yu, Singapong in 4th. And Jaroslav Karpushin 5th. Christian Daniel, 6th, Peter. I think it's pretty well all to play for, although Beñat Fernandez does have a, 7-point lead already in the championship. Long way to go in the championship.
Well, there is, but I mean, Beñat is feeling super confident. You know, Dominica interviewed him there after practice. He's even more confident than he showed there. He said, he said to me, "Look, I can go quicker than I went in practice." And I talked to him just, an hour ago, and I said, "Look, what do you expect?" He said, "Well," he said, "I'm going to try and break away. If I can, I will disappear. if I can't, then I'll just see how things settle and let it all settle down and wait towards the end of the race. And, you know, he told me where his favourite overtaking positions are, so we can really judge whether the race runs according to Benyat. But he is going into this super confident.
Sullivan Mounsey, of course, as we heard, got his best result ever in Rookies Cup in qualifying. Said actually him and Benyat were working together, and hopefully he was going to have a little chat with him to see if they could work together again today in the race.
Yeah, I don't know whether that's going to work, but yeah, Benyat said he was really happy to run with Sully. He said he'd much rather be have Sully behind him guarding his back than some of the other competitors, which he really didn't want looking over his shoulder.
Well, there he is then, lining up, ready to go. The last ever World Supersport 300 champion, Benyat Fernandez. Will he be in hot contention for a Rookies Cup championship this year? Carlos Cano there, 71 pole position last time out, 4th today.
And of course, Benyat won here last year. He got a single Rookies Cup win, and that was here last year.
He exactly knows what he's got to do. The green flag waves at the back. Here we go then.
So we're ready for 15 laps of Red Bull MotoGP Rookies Cup action. Who's going to get the start? Is Benyat going to do it from pole? He gets rolling very, very well. Sully tucks in behind him. This is going according to plan for Sully at the moment, because
from 5th on the grid, slots into 3rd, but there's a big old run up towards 3rd through turns 1 and 2. Now into turns 3 and 4, would you believe it? Bahosa nearly up the inside of Mounsey. Mounsey continues in 2nd place. Christian Daniel round the outside there on the number 70. The American looking for 4th, 3rd position even, round the outside of Bahosa, but no, Bahosa cuts the inside, so it's all as they were. 1, 2, 3, Fernandez, Mounsey and Bahosa.
And as I say, Benyat wants to split. He says, I'm going to try and break away right from the start. I think he'll be cautious enough just to let the tyres really warm up in the first lap, but he's already things working according to plan.
Number 70 and 71 battling it out for 5th position. Cano back up into 4th position. Then he's got David Gonzalez, the 11 behind him. A terrible start from the Spaniard, pushed down to 6th. Ogiwara up into 7th place from 13th on the grid, row 5. What a start for the Japanese rider.
And don't forget, Bahosa and Cano, they're both first-timers here in Le Mans. Both of them said they really like the track. They love the stop-go. It really matches both of their styles. They said they're really happy here.
Shout out to the Frenchies, Plonk and Costa. 8th and 9th for the Frenchmen at the moment. The fans will love that. Still plenty of them around after the MotoGP sprint. We come into the stadium section for the first time. Beautiful positive camber all through this segment here.
And talking to Cano and Bahosa actually before the race, they said it's really interesting here at Le Mans because the first part of the track is big and wide. He said, and then this last bit, it's more like a go-kart track. It's so narrow and twisty.
Yeah, well, there they go, out the final corner then for the first time. Across the line we come, 7 leads from the number 4, from the 69, 70, 97. That was almost very nice indeed. Cano, though, pushed in the last sector back to 8th place across the line. Got Travis Borg for company in 9th position. You'll remember he had a cracking ride in race 2 at Jerez before his chain came off.
That's right. Now, this is where we will see whether Benyat Fernandez can stick to his plan. He is going to try and split. The tyres are well warmed through now. He can give it his all. Let's see if he can get away, and let's see if Sullivan Mounsey can tuck in his slipstream.
Yeah, really, really impressive from Mounsey, really willing him on to do something special in his 3rd year. This is the kind of thing you expect from riders entering year 3 in Rookies Cup, and he really tries to cut the nose of Bahosa, and then 3 abreast out through Museum Corner. Bahosa up the inside, then he takes 2nd place, and it's as you were, like in race 1, Jerez. It's Benyat Fernandez versus Fernando Bahosa.
And it's almost as though Bahosa heard what we were saying, and he knew that Benyat was going to try and split because he doesn't want to give him the chance. He wants to tuck right into his slipstream from the wet go.
Well then, we've got Travis Borg then on the prowl as well, through up into 8th place, but it's Ogiwara, the most impressive rider so far, the 97. Ryota Ogiwara up into 4th position. Wowee, the rider, graduate from the Asia Talent Cup, Moto4 Asia Cup, I should say, already moves up another spot, I think, near enough. Is it 4th position? Oh, 4th position, sorry, he was just nearly getting overtaken by Gonzalez behind him.
And Ogiwara, of course, this is his first time at Le Mans as well. He said he's loving it as well. He scored 8 consecutive victories in the Asia Cup last year, so brilliant. He knows how to win races.
Yeah, certainly does. How special is this then, of course? So we go across the line. Beñat Fernandez, what, about half a second lead now, and Ogiwara up in the second place, the Japanese rider. What a ride this is. This is the kind of thing you'd expect from when the weather in Le Mans turns a bit brutal as Bahosa scythes his way through on Moundsy, pushes him wide and invites David Gonzalez through turns 3 and 4 as well. Up into third position goes Gonzalez.
Yeah, and really Sully's got to hang on to this because he's getting beaten up left, right and centre at the moment, and Beñat is just disappearing over the horizon already, exactly going to the young Spaniard's plan.
The other rider sticking with this group then, Christian Daniel Jr., 6th position then for the American, number 70. That's where he qualified, as we see what happened coming out the final corner. Bahosa, wow, goodness me, getting all sorts of crossed up onto the start and finish straight.
And Sully went off on the green there, so he's got to watch that. There are a lot of these sections. There's the number 4 off on the green, and in this final section there's a lot of green patches, far too many opportunities for the guys to exceed track limits.
Oh, we got a rider down in the background there, not sure who it was, can't see exactly at that moment, but we do have all the leaders still, as it were. Ogiwara into second place now. Really, really impressive. It is the number 10 who's gone down.
Alfonso Almeida, the Portuguese rider, the 16-year-old.
Starting from near the back of the grid, unfortunately, did one of the riders with the grid penalties, wasn't he? Qualified 19th, but pushed back down onto the final row of the grid, I think it was.
Right, so Beñat Fernandez, he had split, but he's been caught now by the Japanese ace, and really has been caught by Ryota Ogiwara, the 17-year-old Japanese.
Yeah, really impressive this from the Japanese rider. Go for broke, go for first. David Gonzalez gets it though, pushes them both wide through turns 1 and 2. Into turns 3 and 4 we go. Gonzalez, he crashed out of race 2 in Jerez last time out. He was gutted about that because this is the kind of year which he wants to be supremo in. Him versus Beñat Fernandez, surely one of the favourites for the title this year, but it really was advantage Beñat leaving Jerez.
Yeah. And I think, you know, Gonzalez and Fernandez are expected to do great things this year. They were the sort of the best of the Spanish staying in the Cup, really, after last year. They're both in the second year in the Rookies Cup, and they're now showing just how good they are at the head of the field.
Ramadipa, our winner from last time out, in 13th position, not seeing the same kind of form as we had last time out. But Sullivan Moundsy there, just getting a little bit crossed up under braking, but looking more solid, touch wood, in 4th position now. He's sort of gathered his thoughts. Bahosa's behind it, Christian Daniel's there, so it's a group of 6, a 12-wheeler as we march on, although it's about to become a 14-wheeler. Travis Borg catching Christian Daniel at the back there.
It's interesting, isn't it? Because, you know, Beñat had the opportunity there. He got away. He got, you know, almost a second advantage, but that has evaporated completely. It's now become just a mass of riders, at least the top 8, all in a bunch.
We look back from the number 7 championship leader at the moment into the stadium section. Bit of drama there in the MotoGP sprint, but not any of the sorts here this time around in Rookies Cup. Across the line they come. It'll be 11, leads from 7, leads from 4, from 97. Ogiwara, hey, hats off, man. That is an absolute ride and a half so far. He's neck and neck with Moundsy then. They are giving it everything they've got for a debut podium in Rookies Cup here, but plenty other riders for company too. Moundsy up the inside in the second place. Go on, Sully. That is as smooth as you like.
He said, and that's off on the green again, though. He's got to watch that. He said something clicked here. He said, I really feel great. I feel that I can do what I've known I've been able to do. Just hasn't really got it together in the last 2 years. He said, now I really believe I can do it.
Yeah, absolutely cracking. Really, really good stuff. 2 Spaniards at the front then. Beñat Fernandez at the inside along with Moundsy too. Museum Corner. Such a different choice of lines there, Peter. How come that's going on there?
Well, it's so wide, and actually Beñat said that is his favoured overtaking manoeuvre going into the left-hander of Lemuse. He says, if I don't do it here, I'll do it down at the bottom where you are now, into this tight double right-hander. So that was his favourite overtaking manoeuvre, and he exploited it absolutely perfectly up the inside.
One rider not really mentioned thus far, 7th place qualification for Singapore. He's in 9th place now. So on the opening laps got beaten up quite a bit. Our would-be podium finisher, Matteo Marolanda, 27 in 8th position, up from 11th on the grid.
So this leading group of, what is it, of 7 guys, they've got a 1.5 second advantage over the chasing pack. We know historically that, you know, 1.5 seconds can very quickly disappear in Rookies Cup, but I don't know whether, you know, that's going to be closed, whether Matteo Marolanda has the pace, the 15-year-old Colombian, to close that gap on the leading 7.
Guillaume Plante moving up as well then. 10th position for the Frenchman. Heard from him on the grid. He got 8th and 5th here last year, so a really great performance. He'll be looking to try and better that over the course of today and tomorrow. But Smooth Sully up the inside into 2nd place again, that time on David Gonzalez.
Right, so the number 7 at the front again. Benyat has another chance to break away from this group. And really the guys behind, led by Sully, can't, and David Gonzalez can't muck each other around, otherwise Benyat is going to break away from them.
Carlos Cano, the number 71, in 11th spot at the moment. I expect a little bit more from him, to be honest, but clearly really good at the 1-lap pace on these Rookies Cup KTMs, but struggling a little bit in the races for some reason.
It's well interesting talking to a lot of these guys who practice. Quite a few of them really didn't change the motorcycles at all. Really happy with the way that the KTM the KTM bikes with the WP suspension are working, and a lot of them just said, you know, I just concentrated on my riding, didn't feel I had to touch the motorcycle, and that was certainly true of Benyat Fernandez. He just said, I just worked on myself, and he said, I know that I can go even quicker than I did in practice.
Fernando Bujosa just calmly sitting there, and the number 69 just ahead of Christian Daniel in 7th spot. They are a little bit splitting ever so slightly between Ogiwara and Sullivan Mounsey, or even back to Travis Borg there. We got yellow flags in Sector 4. Someone's gone down, not sure who it is yet. Looks like it's Tibor Varga who's gone down, the Hungarian, the number 47 from Moto E last year, down and out of the race. Because
it's very different from going on the giant Moto E bikes, these you know, M3 Moto3 spec KTMs, but he's done a super job so far. Very sad to see him fall off at the moment. So the number 7 still leads. Benyat Fernandez from David Gonzalez, a fellow Spaniard. Travis Borg up to 3rd position then. Really, really good stuff from the Maltese rider. There is the Hungarian trudging away after a crash here in race 1 at Le Mans. But Travis Borg then, well, after we saw such a great performance in Jerez before it was curtailed by that lost chain at the end of the back straight, this is really, really good to see. Right, and we've still got 8.5 laps to go. We're not even halfway through the 15 laps. Finca Ritual, that's a disaster. It's so sad to see that. Yeah, and we had an unusual number, too many fallers in practice, no injuries, but really this Le Mans circuit is catching the guys out. Of course, we had hardly any fallers in the races in Jerez. That was really superb. Not doing as well today. Tocqueville crashing out of 19th position. Says actually stopped with a technical issue then on our timing well, it's
screen,
technical now. It's
yeah, quite right. So as we look back then, Smooth Sully has dispatched Travis Borg momentarily, pushed him back down to 4th position. I'm really impressed with Sullivan Mounsey. This is the exact kind of performance he needs to start putting in his 3rd year of Rookies Cup. But Travis Borg says, hey mate, I'm in year 1 and I'm sending out the inside then in the final sector. That's a bold place to make a move like that early on in the race. He clearly thinks he's the man to close that gap up to Gonzalez and Benyat Fernandez as they cross the line once again. Yeah, they've got to watch out because David Gonzalez and Benyat have got the ability to really put the hammer down now. Let's see, that chasing pack cannot afford to muck each other up. No, and it's only a second's gap between Bujosa and Singapong, between 7th and 8th. So they need to be careful. Half race distance, and actually this 14-wheeler could become substantially more than that, all the way down to 10th with Guillaume Plante. Yeah, it was only a lap and a half ago, or a lap ago, that I said it was 1.5 seconds. So half a second has disappeared already, and that closing pack are going to join these 7 at the front. Well, here we go then, through Museo corner. Look back at David Gonzalez, a prime overtaking spot here. Will we see one? No, Beñat Fernandez hard on the brakes, but Travis Borg doesn't need a second invitation. Through he goes. Very cool, calm, collected, keeps his line, boosts it out of Garage Vert, and down the back straight they come once again.
As you said, the Maltese rider in his first season is doing a fantastic job.
David Gonzalez, so up the inside once again then, though, isn't he?
And that group has closed up again, so the slight advantage that Beñat and Gonzalez had has disappeared. And this is what the guys were saying, it's more like a go-kart track. And of course, these chaps, they still do train on go-kart tracks and that. They train on all sorts of motorcycles, on all sorts of circuits, so they'll be just as at home here as they will any other part of the track.
Beñat Fernandez running right out towards the green then, does need to be careful, but kept it just about on circuit officially there. Then he leads across the line once again. Christian Daniel making moves in the background up to 5th position across the line, and they fan out in towards turns 3 and 4. Ogiwara, the 97 in the back of shot, through into 4th position. Borg up into 2nd ahead of Gonzalez this time.
And I was talking to Danny Ribalta, and he was saying that the tyres seem to be standing up very well to the hard work here at Le Mans. He mentioned that, the tyres that they used in one of the free practice sessions, they would certainly be using again. So I don't think that, loss of grip and tyre wear is going to be a huge factor in this, although they do, of course, drop off. The great things about the Pirelli is that they have tremendous feel, so the guys can feel exactly where the grip is going.
Mike Yu chasing down the leaders then. 8th position for Singapore. 0.8 the gap now. Another couple of tenths. 7 laps to go. That is more than doable to really reel in this group. He's going to do it, I think, Peter, because Christian Daniel, Bahosa and Sullivan Mounsey getting all involved with each other in the back of shot. They really are going to be getting in each other's heads a bit. They don't want to be the last of this group. They want to be making waves towards the podium positions. Don't want to let the leading quartet get away.
So Beñat Fernandez is lapping in the low 145s. He did a 144.57 to get pole, so he's within a second of his pole time.
It's a bit of a yo-yo in there, depending on the sectors as well, because Ogiwara and the leading quartet eked out a 4/10 gap earlier on, but now it looks as though they're all together once again. But as they cross the line, it's still just under a second back to Marulanda now in 8th between him and Mounsey.
Now, there is a similarity here to Jerez in that the last corners here are a lottery if you end up with a pack like this going into the last corners, just as it is in Jerez. And we saw how that shook out in race 2 in Jerez, how the result changed in that final corner. So really, we know very well that Beñat and the guys at front don't want it to be an 8-rider battle into the last 2 corners here in Le Mans.
Mounsey just getting dropped a little bit, looking back to see who's coming. And Sully, you've got to keep your eyes forward. That's your man right in front of you. Bahosa, he's your enemy, your opponent. That's the rider that you need to be overtaken. Don't worry about anybody else. Just ride your race. We've got Gonzalez out front now. Ogiwara looks at the inside of Borg, but Borg just lets his brakes off. Absolutely brilliant stuff. I'm so impressed with the Maltese rider. Really am.
And it's great to see the Maltese cross on his helmet, doesn't it? Makes it easy to spot the number 23 even when you can't see his number.
Tip of the hat to him for the commentators as he goes up to 2nd place now ahead of Beñat Fernandez. This is one of the best parts of the circuit for me. That left-right chicane is so fast on these small capacity machines. I was watching the bikes there yesterday. That was Fernandez right up the inside. He really took it by surprise. You can see him flinch almost. Goodness me.
And the other thing to remember about this, of course, is if it comes down to the last lap, you've got all this green paintwork around in these last corners. And if you touch that on the last lap, that's the, you'll automatically get a penalty.
Gonzalez, Fernandez, Borg. 1, 2, 3. Ogiwara in 4th position, ahead of Christian Daniel. Bahosa 6th. Mounsey 7th. The gap, though, back to 8th place. Marulanda crossed the line in 3rd last week. The other week, finished up 4th. He is half a second back now. That seems to me like these guys have been caught.
That's right. And if you look back down this timing, Carpuchin and Pugliese are 13th and 14th, just set their fastest lap of the race. So, they're all closing up, really, on this leading group.
Yeah, 2 seconds the gap down from David da Costa David Acosta's group, yeah, 2 seconds just off the next one of Singapore in 10th.
Ooh,
and wow!
Goodness gracious. Was that Ramadipa? I did. The number was blurred there, just to who touched who. That was overly dramatic. Anyway, 5 laps to go. We don't need to any closer than that. Right, so it is David Gonzalez who has the advantage, but not by much over Beñat Fernandez.
Yes, the first lap I've really not been, race I've not been paying attention to the laps, I've just been keeping an eye on positions and things. And actually, the leading group, Peter, compared to the chasers, they're a good half a second slower at the moment.
Yeah.
So it's almost as if no one really wants to lead, or maybe they're conserving tyres. But then, as you say, with Danny Ribolta, the rider coach saying that the tyres are really holding up, they don't really need to. So is it just a case of no one really wants to lead? What do you think?
Well, you know, I mean, obviously, you know, Beñat said he would try and get away if he could, and he's tried at least twice, and he's not been able to do that. You know, I say the tyres stand up well. Of course, the edge goes off them. There's no doubt about that. So maybe, you know, Beñat and the guys are trying to save just that little tiny bit to the end. Now, as you pointed out, Ogiwara did a superb job of coming through to the front. Do you think he's the guy who's got something in reserve?
I mean, it looks like they've all got it, Peter, because once again, the fastest rider actually that time around was Plonk with a 44.7. That is half a second quicker than your leader, David Gonzalez. No wonder that this is now a 20-wheeler, basically. You got Singapore in 10th place on the back of this. That's Bahosa having another moment at 69 in the back of shot at the final corner. Unfortunately, though, bad news for Carlos Cano fans. He's entered the pits as a technical issue and retirement.
Oh, that's a tough luck on him now. Ogiwara. So, you know, he's now up in 2nd place. He looks very good at it. You know, it's his first season. It's his first time at Le Mans. He said, I absolutely love the place, having a great time. And it shows. Look up the inside of the number 11, David Gonzalez.
Wow.
The Japanese takes the lead.
Goodness
and
me.
Right on his tail is Beñat Fernandez. So Ogiwara, head down now, down the back straight, up from 1st gear to 2nd, up to 6th gear, 210 kilometres an hour, 130 miles an hour before they brake and go back to 3rd or even 2nd gear sometimes for the tight left-hander.
And the riders cut it so fine there, running down the back straight, then some of them basically clip the grass and trim the edges as we see Fernandez go up the inside of Ogiwara that time. Christian Daniel doesn't need a second invitation either. He's trying around the outside. Is he going to rail it? No. Ogiwara manages to salvage something, maintains 3rd position. But here we go. As they cross the line then, let's take a look at the lap times, because I think this is all completely packed up again. They cross the line. It's Gonzalez leads. He sets a 145.4. This is so slow, Peter. This is almost ridiculous. But maybe the lap times the tyres are starting to lose their edge, because actually that's the same pace as the chasers, even beyond 10th place now. So who knows what's really going on?
Yeah, that's right. You feel like you want to talk to the guys and say, yeah, stop mucking about and get on with it.
Yeah.
You know, there's the number 4. That is the number 4. That's Sullivan Mounsey in 7th place. He started, you know, on the front row. He's going to be desperately disappointed if he doesn't do better than this. Well, I suppose it might be his, you know, one of his best results ever, but, you know, he really wants more than 7th place out of this one.
If Mounsey finishes here, that would be his best result yet in Rookies' Cup. Thoroughly deserved too. But
that's right. Best result here was 9th last year in the second race.
That. So 2.5 laps to go. It's still the Spaniards out front. Christian Daniel, the American, 3rd position for now. Ogiwara 4th. Just behind him, Bahosa now has recovered somewhat. The 69, a couple of out-of-seat moments.
And Christian Daniel's up to 3rd place. I think that's the highest we've seen him in this race.
Yeah,
maybe he's been conserving things, conserving his energy.
Yeah, exactly. 2 podiums last year, one in Jerez, one at the Saxon Ring. A 5th place and a 4th as well were his best results. He's looking for much more than that this season.
Yeah, he looked like a guy who could win a race at times last year, didn't it? It just didn't happen, but maybe his chances here. He's in 3rd place, looking really strong ahead of the Japanese, who gets pushed back by the number 69 of Fernando Bahosa.
Through the final corner they come then. It will be the penultimate lap. 2 to go, and it's still David Gonzalez leads, Beñat Fernandez 2nd, but this time Christian Daniel 3rd. Bahosa does not have any scary moments coming out of the final corner. Daniel, 70, up the inside, and number 7, and number 11, into the lead he goes, the American. But will he guard his line successfully? No. Beñat Fernandez goes up the inside this time around. And let's have a look at what's actually happened through the first set of corners. Gonzalez pushed back to 4th because it's Bahosa now in 3rd place.
But that was a super move. He didn't pay off, he didn't get the win out of it, but a super move for Christian Daniel Jr., wasn't it? Going into the chicane there. Absolutely brilliant stuff.
Fernandez just looking really calm, collected, pretty clever at the moment, is our series leader. Backing it in to Museum Corner for now then. Down the mini sort of back straight we've got here. Big braking zone coming up. Borg running wide, trying to run around the outside of Marilander, who's come into the fray now. 3rd position, he crossed the line last time, was actually 4th, didn't get the podium. He wants one here today, obviously.
Beñat does not want to let this run like this, sort of 8 or 10 guys battling to the last corner. That's what happened in race 2 in Jerez. He went into the last corner first and crossed the line 4th. So he doesn't want that this time. He's going to try and do whatever he can in this last lap and a few corners. And he is making a break for it.
Few riders going wide in the back of shot there. I think that was Mounsey and Borg together, taking each other wide and potentially out of podium contention, but don't count them out just yet. Who knows? Fernandez got about, what, half a second gap now. He's ekes out in this last sort of sector. He comes through the final complex of corners. Christian Daniel, hot on his tail, wants to reel him in to try and get that win here today. Keep it off the green, gents. We start the final lap. It will be series leader Fernandez leads for Christian Daniel. Gonzalez 3rd, and who will be in 4th position? Ogiwara versus Bahosa, 2 rookies in Rookies Cup.
But the number 11 of David Gonzalez picks up the slipstream. The number 70 of Christian Daniel has a slipstream as well. They close right up, but the 69 goes inside. Whatever advantage Beñat Fernandez had coming onto the start and finish straight has disappeared. He goes down the hill, under brakes, up the inside goes David Gonzalez, no room.
Here we are then, this is it. It's a big battle royale at the front. That half a second, well, unless they've got something special up their sleeves, then Bahosa, Daniel, Borg, Ogiwara, etc. might well be out of it. Daniel getting pushed back further from Ogiwara. He tries to rail him around the outside. Multiple lines at play there then. Oh, and he's got Marilander for company too. So Ogiwara fighting 4th, could be fighting for 3rd. They found out here's a big overtaking spot. Fernandez holds his line in front of Gonzalez. No way through this. Oh, no, there is. Gonzalez gets him on the cutback. Down the back straight they come.
Absolutely superb. And the crucial thing is that they've all got slipstream. So David Gonzalez leads, but Beñat Fernandez and the rest have a slipstream down the back straight, flat out in 6th gear. Hard on the brakes now into the left-hander, and it's all to be sorted out. It's going to be messy into the final corners, surely.
Christian Daniel has a big moment. Straight back on the gas. Goodness me, that was nearly him out of the race. Fernandez up the inside.
Perfect move from Beñat Fernandez. He has to hold him off now.
Brilliant.
But up the inside, surely the number 11 is going to have another go into the fast corner. There's no green there. That's okay.
He's going to try.
11 up the inside.
Oh,
down.
He goes down.
And Beñat did superbly to miss him. Poor old David Gonzalez falls, but it's Beñat Fernandez. Beñat Fernandez wins across the line.
And it's Ogiwara 2nd place. Marilander 3rd. He gets it.
And I think there's another faller at the last corner that we just saw in the background.
Oh.
Unless it was...
no, I think it was Gonzalez, yeah. Well, he had to try. He had to try.
He did try. And Beñat, was he lucky or was it genius that he avoided the fall?
I think it was Da Costa and Karpushin maybe also down.
Yeah, I thought there was another faller at that final turn, but yeah, it could have been Gonzalez picking himself up. What a genius. What superb from Beñat Fernandez. Oh, my goodness.
Yeah, brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. What a race, Peter. So, at the end of that then, goodness me, well, it was Bahosa 4th place and Borg 5th, Mounsey 6th, Singapong 7th and Daniel 8th. Here's what's happened then.
Right,
Gonzalez, wow, he's never made it.
The chattering starts. He's just too late on the brakes. It's all going wrong. And... yeah, there we go. Look,
you commend him for trying, but it was never going to work.
But, I mean, I think, sorry, Beñat, you have to count himself lucky there. Beñat was a passenger there, really, and it's just fortunate that David got far enough in front that he didn't take the front wheel away from Beñat Fernandez.
Yeah, cracker. Poor David Gonzalez. Yep, he'll rue that one. That's 2 non-finishes for him. That's not good for his championship chances, but it's great for Beñat's championship chances. What a ride that was. Ogiwara, though, wow, second place for him. The Colombian, Marulanda, third. Couldn't be happier for him. And as we see, unfortunately, Guillaume Plonk, 3 seconds penalty for insufficient time to complete a long lap penalty. You assume that is track... Oh, no, it's a shortcut at turn 10, not track limits. And David da Costa did go down. I think car pushing got caught up in that because he finished in 19th.
Yeah, turn 10, that's the right-hander of the chicane off the back straight, so presumably he didn't make it through the left-hander, cut across the right-hander turn 10, and now gets penalised for that. Whew.
Wow, cracker. That's what we like, Peter.
You think so?
Yeah, really, yeah, great way to kick off the Rookies Cup action this weekend.
And, you know, give credit, you know, Malmsey and Singapore both put in their fastest laps of the race on the final lap. Yeah, so they were pushing to the end. Superb.
Riders, if you're wondering where they're going, they're being sent back to the Rookies Cup tent, which is half a mile away, unfortunately, from the paddock. But the others will go to Parc Fermé. It's like going on a plane. Although when you go on a plane, obviously you want to be sent left, and everyone else sent right. You're with the peasants like me.
Wow, what a race! Oh, and Ogiwara, he's, you know, I think he's given. Yeah, and it's great, you know, to watch things like the Moto3 qualifying without giving anything away. You know, Brian Uriarte won the race here last year, and just to watch him in qualifying, you've really got to watch qualifying for all the classes, but Moto3, of course, with so many ex-rookies there. Yeah, fantastic stuff from all of our guys. Right, well, let's see who Dominica's going to talk to first. I can't wait to get to hear what
I think it must be
what they think of this.
Matteo Marulanda, but it sounds like the result would be confirmed at this time then. So the Colombian does get his first podium in Rookies Cup at last. Here he is with Domi.
Matteo, congratulations. Were you expecting these results today?
I expected because I feel with pace on the race, but in the quali I made a mistake in the second lap, and now it's so special for me to be here because I work a lot for this and I'm so happy. And I want to thank you to Petaka, to the Red Bull Rookies Cup, and to all the people that support me.
Well done, great job.
Well, actually, you know, sort of podium position, even if he got penalised last time in two successive races. He's announced his arrival in Rookies Cup, hasn't he?
Yeah, cracking. I mean, yeah, following the footsteps of compatriot David Alonso, another fast Colombian. Here we are then, the number's 27 this time around. But what about second place? Ryota Ogiwara, welcome to Rookies Cup. Take it away, Domi.
Ryota, what a wonderful race for you, your first ever podium in the Rookies Cup in your first year. So tell us, how are you feeling?
Yeah, today was so tough days. Then I made a good start from the 13th. Then I could battle in the first group. Then I don't know what I make, but finally I can get podium second. So happy.
How are you feeling for tomorrow's race? Confident?
Yes, I have confidence for tomorrow's race too. Yes, let's focus and let's see.
Well, congratulations.
Yeah, good lad. Really, really cool that. Great to see him do the business already. Flex on the bearings, eh?
Yeah, see the buffeting from these getting the slipstream off the bike in front, and that sort of buffeting the fairing around. Superb, isn't it, to see that? Yeah, great bit of slow-mo. But fantastic to see the Ogiwaras and Marulanda's first year on the podium.
But second year for Benet Fernandez, he's first. Take it away, Domi.
Ben Beñat, everything went as planned today, and here you are, you won the third race of the Redbull MotoGP Rookies Cup.
Yes, I'm very happy. I know I had the pace to be on the front all the laps. I didn't want to go so much to the back, but I just wanted to see who was on the top positions also. I saw around there Ogiwara, Munsi, Travis, David. And yeah, I'm very happy to be first. On the last lap it was all or nothing, because I knew that if it's today or any day, no? Because when you have the chance you need to take it. And yeah, I'm very happy. I worked a lot yesterday to have my own pace, and yeah, I'm very, very happy.
Well, tomorrow we have another race, and it's very early in the morning, 8:45, so that means the track might be cold and wet. What's going to happen with the settings?
Well, the setting is going to be more soft for all of us, but let's see. Hopefully it's like last year. And yeah, I'm very excited for tomorrow also, because I think I'm really good rider on the wet, so I think I can do a very well race. So yeah, I'm very excited for tomorrow, and I'm very happy to be first again.
Well, superb performance. Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, who's going to stop him?
Well, quite right, because even if it is wet, well, that's where he actually got his first win here last year, didn't he, in the wet conditions too. So very, very strong in the wet and the dry. Beñat Fernandez certainly in command here in Rookies Cup thus far.
And you see the bike moving around the front, moving around there. And he said, you know, the bike's not perfect. It's never perfect. But he said it's predictable and rideable. You can just, I love riding it, he said.
That's what this is about. What does that do to the results? I mean, the main results, you know who the podium is. Fernando Bajo's got 4th, ahead of Travis Borg 5th. Well done, that man. Sullivan Mounsey 6th. Well done, that man. Singapong 7th place. Christian Daniel just behind in 8th, ahead of Planck, Ramadipa, Pugliese. Ethan Sparks up at the 12th. That's pretty solid, because didn't he have a monster crash yesterday? I saw someone took a photo of it. He massively went out the front door with that one. Tinez 13th, Dakigan 14th. Alejandro Fernandez takes a point in 15th. Absolutely brilliant. That'll be her first point in the dry this year, as far as I know. And yep, so great progression from her. Van Krooten 16th, Borelli, Agostinelli, Carpush, Da Costa and Schmidt, the last of the finishers. What does that do to the championship then? 22 points back, Fernando Bajosa. Oh, dearie me. Well, young David Gonzalez pushed into 11th spot, up from a rider that you would expect to be up there, battling near the front. He's got it all to do if he wants a shot at the title, doesn't he? Bajosa 2nd place then, well in command too. 4 points ahead of Ramadipa. 34 points Singapore. Ogiwara 32. Marulanda 29. Christian Daniel 24. Carpush 20. All to go. Plenty of time left for things to fully change, Peter.
Yeah, we know that, don't we, from previous year, just how it can reverse itself completely in a couple of races here. But what a sensational third race of the season. Cannot wait for tomorrow already. You know, I hope it's one thing or the other. Let's hope it's wet or dry. You know, the sort of the drying track. Well, it was fun last weekend, but it's an awful lot more simple if it's either completely wet or completely dry. And there's the podium here, the Redbull MotoGP Rookies Cup podium. Looking very nice there, and a great selection of flags on the podium. Once again, of course, we have 19 different nationalities represented in Rookies Cup, and here is one of those. He's nearly forgot his helmet. Thank you, Christina, for bringing the helmet along. And that's a third place man. And now our Japanese flag. So we have got now the Spanish flag, and championship leader, race winner, Beñat Fernandez. Marulanda, of course, the Colombian, and Ogiwara, the Japanese. And there is the trophies for 2nd and 3rd being awarded by Sarah Lizzetto, a Red Bull athlete, an absolutely fantastic stunt rider. She's doing stunts here this weekend. She's a stunt rider, but she's also a double for the likes of Scarlett Johansson in movies. There is Luke Ackermann, the German freestyle motocrosser. He is going to do an incredible jump here in front of the main grandstands this evening. For all the fans who are actually at Le Mans, they've got something very special in store from Luke Ackermann. So if you want us to have more Red Bull MotoGP Rookies Cup action, wake up early tomorrow morning, 8:35 Central European time. The show starts. All races live on Red Bull TV, Facebook and YouTube, Red Bull Motorsports channel. Until then, it's goodbye from Matt Dunn and myself, Peter Clifford.
These are the highlights from Red Bull MotoGP Rookies Cup Race 1 in Le Mans under very sunny skies and a huge crowd. All riders got away cleanly. It was Beñat Fernandez from pole position storming away in towards the lead with second place Sullivan Mounsey hot on his tail. It was a great start for Fernando Berroza up from 5th on the grid into 3rd, but Ryota Ogiwara, the Moto4 Asia Cup graduate, stormed his way through into contention, battling it out for the podium throughout the race. Podium finisher last time out on her F, Fernando Berroza, the number 69, really made his bid for the lead, the podium and the win, but he had Christian Daniel, the American number 70, to contend with as well, and it all came down to this. The final corner with David Gonzalez going for the win, going for broke, and unfortunately he did break the bike. Beñat Fernandez took the win ahead of Ogiwara and Matteo Maranello, who finally gets that podium that he so richly deserved last time out. What a race that was! Beñat Fernandez your winner. See us tomorrow.